Section 1 of the Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. Section 1. Ode to Dr. William Sancroft, late Lord Bishop of Canterbury, written in May 1689, at the desire of the late Lord Bishop of Ely. Truth is eternal, and the Son of Heaven, bright effluence of the mortal ray, chief cherub and chief lamp of that high sacred seven, which guard the throne by night, and are its light by day. First of God's darling attributes, thou daily seest him face to face, nor does thy essence fixed depend on giddy circumstance of time or place. Two foolish guides in every sublunary dance, how shall we find thee then in dark disputes? How shall we search thee in a battle gained, or a weak argument by force maintained? In dagger contests, and th' artillery of words, for swords are madmen's tongues, and tongues are madmen's swords, contrive to tire all patience out, and not to satisfy the doubt? But where is even thy image on our earth? For of the person much I fear, since heaven will claim its residence as well as birth, and God himself has said, he shall not find it here. For this inferior world is but heaven's dusky shade, by dark reverted rays from its reflection made. Whence the weak shapes wild and imperfect pass, like sunbeams shot at too far distance from a glass, which all the mimic forms express, though in strange uncouth postures and uncomely dress. So when Cartesian artists try to solve appearances of sight, in its reception to the eye, and catch the living landscape through a scanty light, the figures all inverted show, and colours of a faded hue. Here a pale shape with upward footstep treads, and men seem walking on their heads. There whole herds suspended lie, ready to tumble down into the sky. Such are the ways ill-guided mortals go, to judge of things above by things below, disjointing shapes as in the fairy land of dreams, or images that sink in streams. No wonder then we talk amiss of truth, and what or where it is. Say, Muse, for thou, if any, knowest, since the bright essence fled, where haunts the reverend ghost? If all that our weak knowledge titles virtue be, high truth, the best resemblance of exalted thee, if a mind fixed to combat fate, with those two powerful swords, submission and humility, sounds truly good or truly great, ill may I live, if the good Sancroft, in his holy rest, in the divinity of retreat, be not the brightest pattern earth can show of heaven-born truth below. But foolish man still judges what is best, in his own balance false and light, following opinion dark and blind, that vagrant leader of the mind, till honesty and conscience are clear out of sight. And some, to be large ciphers in a state, pleased with an empty swelling to be counted great, make their minds travel o'er infinity of space, wrapt through the wide expanse of thought, and oft in contradiction's vortex caught, to keep that worthless clod the body in one place. Errors like this did old astronomers misguide, led blindly on by gross philosophy and pride, who, like hard masters, taught the sun through many a heedless sphere to run, many an eccentric and unthrifty motion make, and 1,000 incoherent journeys take, whilst all the advantage by it got was but to light earth's inconsiderable spot. The herd beneath, who see the weathercock of state hung loosely on the church's pinnacle, believe it firm, because perhaps the day is mild and still. But when they find it turn with the first blast of fate, by gazing upward giddy grow, and think the church itself does so. Thus fools, for being strong and numerous known, suppose the truth, like all the world, their own. And holy Sancroft's motion quite irregular appears, because 'tis opposite to theirs. In vain then would the Muse the multitude advise, whose peevish knowledge thus perversely lies in gathering follies from the wise. Rather put on thy anger and thy spite, and some kind power for once dispense, through the dark mass the dawn of so much sense, to make them understand and feel me when I write. The Muse and I no more revenge desire, each line shall stab, shall blast, like daggers and like fire. Ah, Britain, land of angels, which of all thy sins, say, hapless isle, although it is a bloody list, we know, has given thee up a dwelling place to fiends? Sin and plague ever abound in governments too easy and too fruitful ground, evils which a too gentle king, too flourishing a spring, and too warm summers bring. Our British soil is over rank, and breeds among the noblest flowers 1,000 poisonous weeds. And every stinking weed so lofty grows, as if 'twould overshade the royal rose. The royal rose, the glory of our morn, but ah, too much without a thorn. Forgive, original mildness, this ill-governed zeal. 'Tis all the angry slighted Muse can do in the pollution of these days. No province now is left her but to rail, and poetry has lost the art to praise. Alas, the occasions are so few, none e'er but you and your almighty Master knew, with heavenly peace of mind to bear, free from our tyrant passions, anger, scorn, or fear, the giddy turns of popular rage, and all the contradictions of a poisoned age. The Son of God pronounced by the same breath, which straight pronounced his death. And though I should but ill be understood, in wholly equalling our sin and theirs, and measuring by the scanty thread of wit, what we call holy, and great, and just, and good, methods in talk whereof our pride and ignorance make use, and which our wild ambition foolishly compares with endless and with infinite. Yet pardon, native Albion, when I say, among thy stubborn sons there haunts that spirit of the Jews, that those forsaken wretches who today revile his great ambassador seem to discover what they would have done, were his humanity on earth once more, to his undoubted Master, heaven's almighty Son. But zeal is weak and ignorant, though wondrous proud, though very turbulent and very loud. The crazy composition shows, like that fantastic medley in the idol's toes. Made up of iron mixed with clay, this crumbles into dust, that moulders into rust, or melts by the first shower away. Nothing is fixed that mortals see or know, unless perhaps some stars above be so. And those, alas, do show, like all transcendent excellence below. In both, false mediums cheat our sight, and far exalted objects lessen by their height. Thus primitive Sancroft moves too high to be observed by vulgar eye, and rolls the silent year on his own secret regular sphere, and sheds, though all unseen, his sacred influence here. Kind star, still mayest thou shed thy sacred influence here, or from thy private peaceful orb appear. For sure we want some guide from heaven to show the way which every wandering fool below pretends so perfectly to know, and which, for aught I see, and much I fear, the world has wholly missed. I mean the way which leads to Christ. Mistaken idiots, see how giddily they run, led blindly on by avarice and pride. What mighty numbers follow them, each fond of erring with his guide. Some, whom ambition drives, seek heaven's high sun in Caesar's court, or in Jerusalem. Others, ignorantly wise, among proud doctors and disputing Pharisees. What could the sages gain but unbelieving scorn? Their faith was so uncourtly when they said that heaven's high sun was in a village born, that the world's Saviour had been in a vile manger laid, and fostered in a wretched inn. Necessity, thou tyrant conscience of the great, say why the church is still led blindfold by the state. Why should the first be ruined and laid waste, to mend dilapidations in the last? And yet the world, whose eyes are in our mighty prince, thinks heaven has cancelled all our sins, and that his subjects share his happy influence. Follow the model close, for so I'm sure they should, but wicked kings draw more examples than the good. And divine Sancroft, weary with the weight of a declining church, by faction her worst foe oppressed, finding the mitre almost grown, a load as heavy as the crown, wisely retreated to his heavenly rest. Ah, may no unkind earthquake of the state, nor hurricano from the crown, disturb the present mitre, as that fearful storm of late, which in its dusky march along the plain swept up whole churches as it list, wrapped in a whirlwind and a mist. Like that prophetic tempest in the virgin reign, and swallowed them at last, or flung them down, such were the storms good Sancroft long has borne. The mitre which his sacred head has worn was, like his master's crown, enwreathed with thorn. Death's sting is swallowed up in victory at last, the bitter cup is from him passed. Fortune in both extremes, though blasts from contrariety of winds, yet to firm heavenly minds is but one thing under two different names. And even the sharpest eye that has the prospect seen confesses ignorance to judge between, and must to human reasoning opposite conclude, to point out which is moderation, which is fortitude. Thus Sancroft, in the exaltation of retreat, shows lustre that was shaded in his seat, short glimmerings of the prelate glorified, which the disguise of greatness only served to hide. Why should the sun, alas, be proud to lodge behind a golden cloud? Though fringed with evening gold, the cloud appears so gay, 'tis but a low-born vapour kindled by a ray. At length 'tis overblown and past, puffed by the people's spiteful blast. The dazzling glory dims their prostituted sight, no deflowered eye can face the naked light. Yet does this high perfection well proceed from strength of its own native seed. This wilderness, the world, like that poetic wood of old, bears one and but one branch of gold, where the blessed spirit lodges like the dove, and which, to heavenly soil transplanted, will improve, to be, as 'twas below, the brightest plant above. For whate'er theologic levellers dream, there are degrees above, I know, as well as here below. The goddess Muse herself has told me so. Where high patrician souls, dressed heavenly gay, sit clad in lawn of purer woven day, there some high-spirited throne to Sancroft shall be given, in the metropolis of heaven. Chief of the mitred saints, and from archprelate here, translated to archangel there. Since, happy saint, since it has been of late either our blindness or our fate to lose the providence of thy cares, pity a miserable church's tears, that begs the powerful blessing of thy prayers. Some angels say, what were the nation's crimes that sent these wild reformers to our times? Say what their senseless malice meant, to tear religion's lovely face, strip her of every ornament and grace, in striving to wash off the imaginary paint. Religion now does on her deathbed lie, heartsick of a high fever and consuming atrophy. How the physicians swarm to show their mortal skill, and by their college arts methodically kill. Reformers and physicians differ but in name, one end in both, and the design the same. Cordials are in their talk, while all they mean is but the patient's death and gain. Check in thy satire, angry muse, or a more worthy subject choose. Let not the outcasts of an outcast age provoke the honours of my muse's rage, nor be thy mighty spirit raised, since Heaven and Cato both are pleased. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ode to the Honourable Sir William Temple, written at Moor Park in June 1689. Virtue, the greatest of all monarchies, till its first emperor, rebellious man, deposed from off his seat, it fell and broke with its own weight into small states and principalities, by many a petty lord possessed, but never since seated in one single breast. 'Tis you must this land subdue, the mighty conquests left for you, the conquest and discovery too. Search out this utopian ground, virtue's terra incognita, where none ever led the way, nor ever since but in descriptions found, like the philosopher's stone, with rules to search it, yet obtained by none. We have too long been led astray, too long have our misguided souls been taught, with rules from musty morals brought. 'Tis you must put us in the way, let us, for shame, no more be fed with antique relics of the dead. The gleanings of philosophy, philosophy the lumber of the schools, the roguery of alchemy, and we, the bubbled fools, spend all our present life in hopes of golden rules. But what does our proud ignorance learning call? We oddly Plato's paradox make good, our knowledge is but mere remembrance all. Remembrance is our treasure and our food, nature's fair table book, our tender souls. We scrawl all o'er with old and empty rules, stale memorandums of the schools. For learning's mighty treasures look into that deep grave, a book. Think that she there does all her treasures hide, and that her troubled ghost still haunts there since she died. Confine her walks to colleges and schools, her priests, her train, and followers show, as if they all were spectres too. They purchase knowledge at the expense of common breeding, common sense, and grow at once scholars and fools. Affect ill-mannered pedantry, rudeness, ill nature, incivility, and sick with dregs and knowledge grown, which greedily they swallow down, till casted up and nauseate company. Cursed be the wretch, nay, doubly cursed, if it may lawful be to curse our greatest enemy, who learned himself that heresy first, which since has seized on all the rest, that knowledge forfeits all humanity. Taught us, like Spaniards, to be proud and poor, and fling our scraps before our door. Thrice happy you have scaped this general pest, those mighty epithets learned good and great, which we ne'er joined before, but in romances meet. We find in you at last united grown. You cannot be compared to one. I must, like him that painted Venus's face, borrow from every one a grace. Virgil and Epicurus will not do, they're courting a retreat like you, unless I put in Caesar's learning too. Your happy frame at once controls this great triumvirate of souls. Let not old Rome boast Fabius's fate, He saved his country by delays, but you by peace. You bought it at a cheaper rate, nor has it left the usual bloody scar to show it cost its price in war. War, that mad game the world so loves to play, and for it does so dearly pay. For though with loss or victory a while, Fortune the gamesters does beguile, and yet at the last the box sweeps all away. Only the laurel got by peace, no thunder e'er can blast, the artillery of the skies shoots to the earth and dies, and evergreen and flourishing 'twill last, nor dipped in blood, nor widow's tears, nor orphan's cries. About the head crowned with these bays, like lambent fire, the lightning plays, nor its triumphal cavalcade to grace makes up its solemn train with death. It melts the sword of war, yet keeps it in the sheath. The wily shafts of state, those jugglers' tricks, which we call deep designs and politics, as in a theatre the ignorant fry, because the chords escape their eye, wonder to see the motions fly. Methinks when you expose the scene, down the ill-organed engines fall, off fly the vizards and discover all. How plain I see through the deceit, how shallow and how gross the cheat. Look where the pulley's tied above. Great God, said I, what have I seen? On what poor engines move the thoughts of monarchs and designs of states? What petty motives rule their fates? How the mouse makes the mighty mountains shake! The mighty mountain labours with its birth. Away the frightened peasants fly, scared at the unheard of prodigy, expect some great gigantic son of earth. Lo, it appears! See how they tremble, how they quake! Out starts the little beast, and mocks their idle fears. Then tell, dear favourite muse, what serpent's that which still resorts, still lurks in palaces and courts? Take thy unwonted flight, and on the terrace light. See where she lies, see how she rears her head, and rolls about her dreadful eyes, to drive all virtue out, or look it dead. 'Twas sure this basilisk sent temple thence, and though as some, 'tis said, for their defence, have worn a casement o'er their skin, so wore he his within, made up of virtue and transparent innocence. And though he oft renewed the fight, and almost got priority of sight, he ne'er could overcome her quite. In pieces cut, the viper still did reunite, till at last, tired with loss of time and ease, resolved to give himself, as well as country, peace. Sing, beloved muse, the pleasures of retreat, and in some untouched virgin strain, show the delights thy sister nature yields. Sing of thy vales, sing of thy woods, sing of thy fields. Go publish o'er the plain how mighty a proselyte you gain, how noble a reprisal on the great. How is the muse luxuriant grown, whene'er she takes this flight, she soars clear out of sight. These are the paradises of her own. Thy Pegasus, like an unruly horse, though ne'er so gently led to the loved pastures where he used to feed, runs violent o'er his usual course. Wake from thy wanton dreams, come from thy dear loved streams, the crooked paths of wandering Thames. Fain the fair nymph would stay, oft she looks back in vain, oft gainst her fountain does complain, and softly steals in many windings down, as loath to see the hated court and town, and murmurs as she glides away. In this new happy scene are nobler subjects for your learned pen. Here we expect from you more than your predecessor Adam knew. Whatever moves our wonder or our sport, whatever serves for innocent emblems of the court, how that which we a kernel see, whose well-compacted forms escape the light, unpierced by the blunt rays of sight, shall ere long grow into a tree, whence takes its increase and whence its birth, or from the sun, or from the air, or from the earth, where all the fruitful atoms lie. How some go downward to the root, some more ambitious upwards fly, and form the leaves, the branches, and the fruit. You strove to cultivate a barren court in vain, your gardens better worth your nobler pain. Here mankind fell, and hence must rise again. Shall I believe a spirit so divine was cast in the same mould with mine? Why then does nature so unjustly share among her elder sons the whole estate, and all her jewels and her plate? Poor we, cadets of heaven, not worth her care, take up at best with lumber and the leavings of a fair. Some she binds prentice to the spade, some to the drudgery of a trade, some she does to Egyptian bondage draw, bids us make bricks, yet sends us to look out for straw. Some she condemns for life to try, to dig the leaden mines of deep philosophy. Me she has to the Muses' galleys tied. In vain I strive to cross the spacious main, in vain I tug and pull the oar, and when I almost reach the shore, straight the Muse turns the helm, and I launch out again. And yet to feed my pride, whene'er I mourn, stops my complaining breath, with promise of a mad reversion after death. Then, sir, accept this worthless verse, the tribute of a humble muse. 'Tis all the portion of my niggard stars. Nature the hidden spark did at my birth infuse, and kindled first with indolence and ease, and since too oft debauched by praise, 'tis now grown an incurable disease. In vain to quench this foolish fire I try, in wisdom and philosophy. In vain all wholesome herbs I sow, where naught but weeds will grow. Whate'er I plant, like corn on barren earth, by an equivocal birth, seeds and runs up to poetry. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ode to King William, on his successes in Ireland. To purchase kingdoms and to buy renown are arts peculiar to dissembling France. You mighty monarch, nobler actions crown, and solid virtue does your name advance. Your matchless courage with your prudence joins, the glorious structure of your fame to raise. With its own light your dazzling glory shines, and into adoration turns our praise. Had you by dull succession gained your crown, cowards are monarchs by that title made, part of your merit chance would call her own, and half your virtues had been lost in shade. But now your worth its just reward shall have. What trophies and what triumphs are your due! Who could so well a dying nation save, at once deserve a crown, and gain it too? You saw how near we were to ruin brought, you saw the impetuous torrent rolling on, and timely on the coming danger thought, which we could neither obviate nor shun. Britannia stripped of her sole guard, the laws, ready to fall Rome's bloody sacrifice. You straight stepped in, and from the monster's jaws did bravely snatch the lovely helpless prize. Nor this is all. As glorious is the care to preserve conquests, as at first to gain. In this your virtue claims a double share, which, what it bravely won, does well maintain. Your arm has now your rightful title showed, an arm on which all Europe's hopes depend, to which they look as to some guardian god, that must their doubtful liberty defend. Amazed thy action at the Boyne we see, when Schomberg started at the vast design. The boundless glory all redounds to thee, the impulse, the fight, the event were wholly thine. The brave attempt does all our foes disarm. You need but now give orders and command. Your name shall the remaining work perform, and spare the labour of your conquering hand. France does in vain her feeble arts apply to interrupt the fortune of your course. Your influence does the vain attacks defy of secret malice or of open force. Boldly we hence the brave commencement date of glorious deeds that must all tongues employ. William's the pledge and earnest given by fate of England's glory and her lasting joy. End of section 3. Section 4 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ode to the Athenian Society, Moor Park, February 14th, 1691. As when the deluge first began to fall, that mighty ebb never to flow again, when this huge body's moisture was so great, it quite o'ercame the vital heat, that mountain which was highest, first of all, appeared above the universal main, to bless the primitive sailor's weary sight. And 'twas perhaps Parnassus, if in height it be as great as 'tis in fame, and nigh to heaven as is its name. So, after the inundation of a war, when learning's little household did embark, with her world's fruitful system in her sacred ark, at the first ebb of noise and fears, philosophy's exalted head appears, and the dove Muse will now no longer stay, but plumes her silver wings and flies away. And now a laurel wreath she brings from far, to crown the happy conqueror, to show the flood begins to cease, and brings the dear reward of victory and peace. The eager Muse took wing upon the waves' decline, when war her cloudy aspect just withdrew, when the bright sun of peace began to shine, and for a while in heavenly contemplation sat, on the high top of peaceful Ararat, and plucked a laurel branch, for laurel was the first that grew, the first of plants after the thunder, storm, and rain, and thence with joyful nimble wing flew dutifully back again, and made an humble chaplet for the king. And the dove Muses fled once more, glad of the victory, yet frightened at the war, and now discovers from afar a peaceful and a flourishing shore. No sooner did she land on the delightful strand, than straight she sees the country all around, where fatal Neptune ruled erewhile, scattered with flowery vales, with fruitful gardens crowned, and many a pleasant wood, as if the universal Nile had rather watered it than drowned. It seems some floating piece of paradise, preserved by wonder from the flood, long wandering through the deep, as we are told, famed Delos did of old. And the transported Muse imagined it to be a fitter birthplace for the god of wit, or the much talked of oracular grove, when with amazing joy she hears an unknown music all around, charming her greedy ears with many a heavenly song, of nature and of art, of deep philosophy and love, while angels tune the voice, and God inspires the tongue. In vain she catches at the empty sound, in vain pursues the music with her longing eye, and courts the wanton echoes as they fly. Pardon, ye great unknown, and far exalted men, the wild excursions of a youthful pen. Forgive a young and almost virgin Muse, whom blind and eager curiosity, yet curiosity, they say, is in her sex a crime needs no excuse, has forced to grope her uncouth way after a mighty light that leads her wandering eye. No wonder then she quits the narrow path of sense, for a dear ramble through impertinence. Impertinence, the scurvy of mankind, and all we fools who are the greater part of it, though we be of two different factions still, both the good-natured and the ill. Yet wheresoever you look, you'll always find we join like flies and wasps in buzzing about wit. In me, who am of the first sect of these, all merit that transcends the humble rules of my own dazzled scanty sense begets a kinder folly and impertinence of admiration and of praise. And our good brethren of the surly sect must e'en all herd us with their kindred fools. For though possessed of present vogue, they've made railing a rule of wit, and obloquy a trade, yet the same want of brains produces each effect. And you, whom Pluto's helm does wisely shroud, from us the blind and thoughtless crowd, like the famed hero in his mother's cloud, who both our follies and impertinences see, do laugh perhaps at theirs, and pity mine and me. But censures to be understood, th' authentic mark of the elect, the public stamp heaven sets on all that's great and good, our shallow search and judgment to direct. The war, methinks, has made our wit and learning narrow as our trade. Instead of boldly sailing far to buy a stock of wisdom and philosophy, we fondly stay at home in fear of every censuring privateer, forcing a wretched trade by beating down the sale, and selling basely by retail. The wits, I mean the atheists of the age, who fain would rule the pulpit as they do the stage, wondrous refiners of philosophy, of morals and divinity, by the new modish system of reducing all to sense, against all logic and concluding laws, do own the effects of providence, and yet deny the cause. This hopeful sect, now it begins to see how little, very little, do prevail their first and chiefest force, to censure, to cry down and rail, not knowing what or where or who you be, will quickly take another course, and by their never failing ways of solving all appearances they please, we soon shall see them to their ancient methods fall, and straight deny you to be men, or anything at all. I laugh at the grave answer they will make, which they have always ready, general and cheap. 'Tis but to say, that what we daily meet, and by a fond mistake perhaps imagine to be wondrous wit, and think, alas, to be by mortals writ, is but a crowd of atoms justling in a heap, which from eternal seeds begun, justling some 1,000 years, till ripened by the sun, there now, just now, as naturally born, as from the womb of earth a field of corn. But as for poor contented me, who must my weakness and my ignorance confess, that I believe in much I ne'er can hope to see, methinks I'm satisfied to guess, that this new, noble, and delightful scene is wonderfully moved by some exalted men, who have well studied in the world's disease, that epidemic error and depravity, or in our judgment or our eye, that what surprises us can only please. We often search contentedly the whole world round, to make some great discovery, and scorn it when 'tis found. Just so the mighty Nile has suffered in its fame, because 'tis said, and perhaps only said, we found a little inconsiderable head, that feeds the huge unequal stream. Consider human folly, and you'll quickly own, that all the praises it can give, by which some fondly boast they shall forever live, won't pay the impertinence of being known. Else, why should the famed Lydian king, whom all the charms of an usurped wife and state, with all that power unfelt, courts mankind to be great, did with new unexperienced glories wait, still wear, still dote on his invisible ring? Were I to form a regular thought of fame, which is perhaps as hard to imagine right, as to paint echo to the sight, I would not draw the idea from an empty name, because, alas, when we all die, careless and ignorant posterity, although they praise the learning and the wit, and though the title seems to show the name and man by whom the book was writ, yet how shall they be brought to know whether that very name was he, or you, or I? Lest should I daub it o'er with transitory praise, and watercolours of these days. These days, where e'en the extravagance of poetry is at a loss for figures to express men's folly, whimsies, and inconstancy, and by a faint description makes them less. Then tell us, what is fame? Where shall we search for it? Look where exalted virtue and religion sit, enthroned with heavenly wit. Look where you see the greatest scorn of learned vanity, and then how much a nothing is mankind, whose reason is weighed down by popular air, who by that vainly talks of baffling death, and hopes to lengthen life by a transfusion of breath, which yet whoe'er examines right will find to be an art as vain as bottling up of wind. And when you find out these, believe true fame is there, far above all reward, yet to which all is due. And this, ye great unknown, is only known in you. The juggling sea-god, when by chance trepanned, by some instructed querist sleeping on the sand, impatient of all answers, straight became a stealing brook, and strove to creep away into his native sea, vexed at their follies, murmured in his stream, but disappointed of his fond desire, would vanish in a pyramid of fire. This surly slippery god, when he designed to furnish his escapes, ne'er borrowed more variety of shapes than you to please and satisfy mankind, and seem almost transformed to water, flame, and air. So well you answer all phenomena there, though madmen and the wits, philosophers, and fools, with all that factious or enthusiastic dotards dream, and all the incoherent jargon of the schools, though all the fumes of fear, hope, love, and shame contrive to shock your minds with many a senseless doubt, doubts where the Delphic god would grope in ignorance and night, the god of learning and of light would want a god himself to help him out. Philosophy, as it is before us lies, seems to have borrowed some ungrateful taste of doubts, impertinence, and niceties, from every age through which it passed, but always with a stronger relish of the last. This beauteous queen by heaven designed to be the great original, for man to dress and polish his uncourtly mind. In what mock habits have they put her since the fall? More oft in fools' and madmen's hands than sages. She seems a medley of all ages, with a huge farthingale to swell her fustian stuff, a new commode, a top knot, and a ruff, her face patched o'er with modern pedantry, with a long sweeping train of comments and disputes, ridiculous and vain, all of old cut with a new dye. How soon have you restored her charms, and rid her of her lumber and her books, dressed her again genteel and neat, and rather tight than great. How fond we are to court her to our arms! How much of heaven is in her naked looks! Thus the deluding muse oft blinds me to her ways, and even my very thoughts transfers and changes all to beauty and the praise of that proud tyrant sex of hers. The rebel muse, alas, takes part, but with my own rebellious heart, and you with fatal and immortal wit conspire to fan the unhappy fire. Cruel unknown, what is it you intend? Ah, could you hope a poet for your friend? Rather forgive what my first transport said. May all the blood, which shall by woman's scorn be shed, lie upon you and upon your children's head. For you, ah, did I think I e'er would live to see the fatal time when that could be, have even increased their pride and cruelty. Woman seems now above all vanity grown, still boasting of her great unknown, Platonic champions gained without one female wile, or the vast charges of a smile. Which 'tis a shame to see how much of late you've taught the covetous wretches to o'errate, and which they've now the consciences to weigh in the same balance with our tears, and with such scanty wages pay the bondage and the slavery of years. Let the vain sex dream on, the empire comes from us, and had they common generosity, they would not use us thus. Well, though you've raised her to this high degree, ourselves are raised as well as she. In spite of all that they or you can do, 'tis pride and happiness enough to me, still to be of the same exalted sex with you. Alas, how fleeting and how vain is even the nobler man, our learning and our wit! I sigh whene'er I think of it, as at the closing and unhappy scene of some great king and conqueror's death, when the sad melancholy muse stays but to catch his utmost breath. I grieve this nobler work, most happily begun, so quickly and so wonderfully carried on, may fall at last to interest, folly, and abuse. There is a noontide in our lives, which still the sooner it arrives, although we boast our winter sun looks bright, and foolishly are glad to see it at its height, yet so much sooner comes the long and gloomy night. No conquest ever yet begun, and by one mighty hero carried to its height, e'er flourished under a successor or a son. It lost some mighty pieces through all hands it passed, and vanished to an empty title in the last. For when the animating mind is fled, which nature never can retain, nor e'er call back again, the body, though gigantic, lies all cold and dead. And thus undoubtedly 'twill fare with what unhappy men shall dare to be successors to these great unknown, on learning's high established throne. Censure and pedantry and pride, numberless nations stretching far and wide, shall, I foresee it, soon with Gothic swarms come forth from ignorance's universal north, and with blind rage break all this peaceful government. Yet shall the traces of your wit remain, like a just map to tell the vast extent of conquest in your short and happy reign. And to all future mankind shew how strange a paradox is true, that men who lived and died without a name are the chief heroes in the sacred lists of fame. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Mr. Congreve, written in November 1693. Thrice with a prophet's voice and prophet's power the muse was called in a poetic hour, and insolently thrice the slighted maid dared to suspend her unregarded aid. Then with that grief we form in spirits divine, pleads for her own neglect, and thus reproaches mine. Once highly honoured, false is the pretence you make to truth, retreat, and innocence, who, to pollute my shades, bring'st with thee down the most ungenerous vices of the town. Ne'er sprung a youth from out this isle before, I once esteem'd and loved and favour'd more, nor ever maid endured such court-like scorn, so much in mode, so very city born. 'Tis with a foul design the muse you send, like a cast mistress, to your wicked friend. But find some new address, some fresh deceit, nor practise such an antiquated cheat. These are the beaten methods of the stews, stale forms of course all mean deceivers use, who barbarously think to scape reproach, by prostituting her they first debauch. Thus did the Muse severe unkindly blame this offering long design'd to Congreve's fame. First child, the zeal as unpoetic fire, which soon his merit forced her to inspire. Then call this verse, that speaks her largest aid, the greatest compliment she ever made; and wisely judge, no power beneath divine could leap the bounds which part your world and mine. For youth, believe, to you unseen, is fixed, a mighty gulf unpassable betwixt. Nor tax the goddess of a mean design to praise your parts by publishing of mine. That be my thought, when some large bulky writ shows in the front the ambition of my wit, there to surmount what bears me up and sing, like the victorious wren perched on the eagle's wing. This could I do, and proudly o'er him tower, were my desires but heightened to my power. God-like the force of my young Congreve's bays, softening the Muses' thunder into praise, sent to assist an old unvanquish'd pride, that looks with scorn on half mankind beside. A pride that well suspends poor mortals' fate, gets between them and my resentment's weight, stands in the gap twixt me and wretched men, to avert th' impending judgments of my pen. Thus I look down with mercy on the age, by hopes my Congreve will reform the stage. For never did poetic mind before produce a richer vein or cleaner ore. The bullion stamped in your refining mind serves by retail to furnish half mankind. With indignation I behold your wit forced on me, cracked and clipped and counterfeit, by vile pretenders who a stock maintain from broken scraps and filings of your brain. Through native dross your share is hardly known, and by short views mistook for all their own. So small the gains those from your wit do reap, who blend it into folly's larger heap, like the sun's scattered beams which loosely pass, when some rough hand breaks the assembling glass. Yet want your critics no just cause to rail, since knaves are ne'er obliged for what they steal. These pad on wit's high road, and suits maintain with those they rob, by what their trade does gain. Thus censure seems that fiery froth which breeds o'er the sun's face, and from his heat proceeds, crusts o'er the day, shadowing its partant beam, as ancient nature's modern masters dream. This bids some curious praters here below call Titans sick, because their sight is so. And well, methinks, does this illusion fit to scribblers and the God of light and wit, those who by wild delusions entertain a lust of rhyming for a poet's vein, raise envy's clouds to leave themselves in night, but can no more obscure my Congreve's light, than swarms of gnats that wanton in array, which give them birth, can rob the world of day. What northern hive pour'd out these foes to wit? Whence came these Goths to overrun the pit? How would you blush the shameful birth to hear of those you so ignobly stoop to fear? For ill to them long have I travelled since, round all the circles of impertinence, search'd in the nest where every worm did lie, before it grew a city butterfly. I'm sure I found them other kind of things than those with backs of silk and golden wings. A search, no doubt, as curious and as wise as virtuosos in dissecting flies. For could you think the fiercest foes you dread, and court in prologues all our country bred in my scene, and for the poet's sins, adjourn'd from tops and grammar to the inns, those beds of dung where schoolboys sprout up bow far sooner than the nobler mushroom grows. These are the lords of the poetic schools, who preach the saucy pedantry of rules, those powers the critics who may boast the odds, or Nile with all its wilderness of gods. Nor could the nations kneel to viler shapes, which worshipped cats and sacrificed to apes. And can you think the wise forbear to laugh at the warm zeal that breeds this golden calf? Happily you judge these lines severely writ against the proud usurpers of the pit. Stay while I tell my story short and true, to draw conclusions shall be left to you. Nor need I ramble far to force a rule, but lay the scene just here at Farnham School. Last year a lad, hence by his parents sent, with other cattle to the city went, where having cast his coat and well pursued the methods most in fashion to be lewd, returned a finished spark this summer down, stocked with the freshest gibberish of the town, a jargon formed from the lost language wit, confounded in that babble of the pit, formed by diseased conceptions weak and wild, sick lust of souls, and an abortive child, born between whores and fops by lewd compacts, before the play, or else between the acts. Nor wonder it from such polluted minds should spring such short and transitory kinds, or crazy rules to make us wits by rote last just as long as every cuckoo's note. What bungling rusty tools are used by fate! 'Twas in an evil hour to urge my hate whose lash just heaven has long decreed shall on a day make sin and folly bleed. When man's ill genius to my presence sent this wretch to rouse my wrath for ruin meant, who in his idiom vile with Gray's Inn grace squandered his noisy talents to my face, named every player on his fingers' ends, swore all the wits were his peculiar friends, talked with that saucy and familiar ease of Wycherley and you and Mr. Bayes, said how a late report your friends had vexed, who heard you meant to write heroics next, for tragedy, he knew, would lose you quite, and told you so at Will's but t'other night. Thus are the lives of fools a sort of dreams, rendering shades, things, and substances of names. Such high companions may delusion keep, lords are a footboy's cronies in his sleep. As a fresh miss by fancy, face, and gown, rendered the topping beauty of the town, draws every rhyming, prating, dressing sot to boast of favours that he never got, of which whoe'er lacks confidence to prate brings his good parts and breeding in debate, and not the meanest coxcomb you can find but thanks his stars that Phyllis has been kind. Thus prostitute my Congreve's name is grown to every lewd pretender of the town. Troth I could pity you, but this is it, you find to be the fashionable wit. These are the slaves whom reputation chains, whose maintenance requires no help from brains. For should the vilest scribbler to the pit, whom sin and want e'er furnish'd out a wit, whose name must not within my lines be shown, lest here it live, when perish'd with his own. Should such a wretch usurp my Congreve's place, and choose out wits who ne'er have seen his face, I'll bet my life but the dull cheat would pass, nor need the lion's skin conceal the ass. Yes, that beau's look, that vice, those critic ears, must needs be right, so well resembling theirs. Perish the muse's hour thus vainly spent, in satire to my Congreve's praises meant. In how ill season her resentments rule, what's that to her if mankind be a fool? Happy beyond a private muse's fate, in pleasing all that's good among the great, where though her elder sisters crowding throng, she still is welcome with her innocent song. Whom were my Congreve bless'd to see and know, what poor regards would merit all below? How proudly would he haste the joy to meet, and drop his laurel at Apollo's feet! Here by a mountain's side, a reverend cave gives murmuring passage to a lasting wave. 'Tis the world's watery hourglass streaming fast, time is no more when th'utmost drop is past. Here on a better day some Druid dwelt, and the young Muse's early favour felt. Druid, a name she does with pride repeat, confessing Albion once her darling seat. Far in this primitive cell might we pursue our predecessors' footsteps still in view. Here would we sing, but ah! you think I dream, and the bad world may well believe the same. Yes, you are all malicious slanders by, while two fond lovers prate, the Muse and I. Since thus I wander from my first intent, nor am that grave adviser which I meant, take this short lesson from the God of bays, and let my friend apply it as he please. Beat not the dirty paths where vulgar feet have trod, but give the vigorous fancy room. For when, like stupid alchemists, you try to fix this nimble god, this volatile Mercury, the subtle spirit all flies up in fume, nor shall the bubbled virtuoso find more than fade insipid mixture left behind. While thus I write, vast shoals of critics come, and on my verse pronounce their saucy doom. The Muse, like some bright country virgin, shows fallen by mishap among a knot of beaux. They, in their lewd and fashionable prate, rally her dress, her language, and her gait, spend their base coin before the bashful maid, current like copper, and as often paid. She who on shady banks has joy'd to sleep, near better animals, her father's sheep, shamed and amazed beholds the chattering throng, to think what cattle she has got among. But with the odious smell and sight annoyed, in haste she does the offensive herd avoid. 'Tis time to bid my friend a long farewell. The Muse retreats far in yon crystal cell. Faint inspiration sickens as she flies, like distant echo spent, the spirit dies. In this descending sheet you'll haply find some short refreshment for your weary mind. Naught it contains is common or unclean, and once drawn up, is ne'er let down again. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Occasioned by Sir William Temple's late illness and recovery. Written in December 1693. Strange to conceive how the same objects strike at distant hours the mind with forms so like, whether in time deduction's broken chain meets and salutes her sister link again, or haunted fancy by a circling flight comes back with joy to its own seat at night, or whether dead imagination's ghost oft hovers where alive it haunted most, or if thought's rolling globe her circle run turns up old objects to the soul, her son, or loves the Muse to walk with conscious pride o'er the glad scene whence first she rose a bride. Be what it will, late near yon whispering stream, where her own temple was her darling theme, there first the visionary sound was heard, when to poetic view the Muse appeared. Such seemed her eyes as when an evening ray gives glad farewell to a tempestuous day. Weak is the beam to dry up nature's tears, still every tree the pendant sorrow wears. Such are the smiles where drops of crystal show approaching joy at strife with parting woe, as when to scare th' ungrateful or the proud, tempests long frown and thunder threatens loud, till the blessed sun, to give kind dawn of grace, darts weeping beams across heaven's watery face, when soon the peaceful bow unstringed is shown, a sign God's dart is shot and wrath o'erblown. Such to unhallowed sight the Muse divine might seem when first she raised her eyes to mine. What mortal change does in thy face appear, lost youth, she cried, since first I met thee here? With how undecent clouds are overcast thy looks, when every cause of grief is past! Unworthy the glad tidings which I bring, listen while the Muse thus teaches thee to sing. As parent earth, burst by imprisoned winds, scatters strange augues o'er men's sickly minds, and shakes the atheist's knees, such ghastly fear late I beheld on every face appear. Mild Dorothea, peaceful, wise, and great, trembling beheld the doubtful hand of fate. Mild Dorothea, whom we both have long not dared to injure with our lowly song, sprung from a better world, and chosen then the best companion for the best of men, as some fair pile, yet spared by zeal and rage, lives pious witness of a better age. So men may see what once was womankind in the fair shrine of Dorothea's mind. You that would grief describe, come here and trace its watery footsteps in Dorinda's face. Grief from Dorinda's face does ne'er depart farther than its own palace in her heart. Ah, since our fears are fled, this insolent expel, at least confine the tyrant to his cell. And if so black the cloud that heaven's bright queen shrouds her still beams, how should the stars be seen? Thus when Dorinda wept, joy every face forsook, and grief flung sables on each menial look. The humble tribe mourned for the quickening soul that furnish'd spirit and motion through the whole. So would earth's face turn pale, and life decay, should heaven suspend to act but for a day. So nature's crazed convulsions make us dread that time is sick, or the world's mind is dead. Take, youth, these thoughts, large matter to employ, the fancy furnish'd by returning joy, and to mistaken man these truths rehearse, who dare revile the integrity of verse. Ah, favourite youth, how happy is thy lot! But I'm deceived, or thou regardest me not. Speak, for I wait thy answer, and expect thy just submission for this bold neglect. Unknown the forms we the high priesthood use at the divine appearance of the Muse, which to divulge might shake profane belief, and tell the irreligion of my grief. Grief that excused the tribute of my knees, and shaped my passion in such words as these. Malignant goddess, bane to my repose, thou universal cause of all my woes, say whence it comes that thou art grown of late a poor amusement for my scorn and hate. The malice thou inspirest I never fail on thee to wreak the tribute when I rail. Fools commonplace thou art, their weak ensconcing fort, the peal of dulness in the last resort. Heaven, with a parent's eye regarding earth, deals out to man the planet of his birth, but sees thy meteor blaze about me shine, and passing o'er, mistakes thee still for mine. Ah, should I tell a secret yet unknown, that thou ne'er hadst a being of thy own, but a wild form dependent on the brain, scattering loose features o'er the optic vein, troubling the crystal fountain of the sight, which darts on poets' eyes a trembling light, kindled while reason sleeps, but quickly flies, like antic shapes in dreams from waking eyes. In some a glittering voice, a painted name, a walking vapour like thy sister Fame. But if thou beest what thy mad votaries prate, a female power loosed governed thoughts create, why near the dregs of youth perversely wilt thou stay, so highly courted by the brisk and gay? Wert thou right woman, thou shouldst scorn to look on an abandoned wretch by hopes forsook. Forsook by hopes, ill fortune's last relief, assigned for life to unremitting grief. For Let heaven's wrath enlarge these weary days, if hope ere dawns the smallest of its rays. Time o'er the happy takes so swift a flight, and treads so soft, so easy, and so light, that we, the wretched, creeping far behind, can scarce th' impression of his footsteps find, smooth as that airy nymph so subtly born, with inoffensive feet o'er standing corn, which, bowed by evening breeze with bending stalks, salutes the weary traveller as he walks, but o'er the afflicted with a heavy pace sweeps the broad scythe and tramples on its face. Down falls the summer's pride, and sadly shows Nature's bare visage furrowed as he mows. See, Muse, what havoc in these looks appear! These are the tyrant's trophies of a year. Since hope his last and greatest foe is fled, despair and he lodge ever in its stead, march o'er the ruined plain with motion slow, still scattering desolation where they go. To thee I owe that fatal bent of mind, still to unhappy restless thoughts inclined. To thee what oft I vainly strive to hide, that scorn of fools, by fools mistook for pride. From thee whatever virtue takes its rise, grows a misfortune, or becomes a vice. Such were thy rules to be poetically great. Stoop not to interest, flattery, or deceit, nor with hired thoughts be thy devotion paid. Learn to disdain their mercenary aid. Be this thy sure defence, thy brazen wall. Know no base action, at no guilt turn pale. And since unhappy distance thus denies t'expose thy soul clad in this poor disguise, since thy few ill-presented graces seem to breed contempt where thou hast hoped esteem. Madness like this no fancy ever seized, still to be cheated, never to be pleased. Since one false beam of joy in sickly minds is all the poor content delusion finds. There thy enchantment broke, and from this hour I here renounce thy visionary power. And since thy essence on my breath depends, thus with a puff the whole delusion ends. End of section 6. Section 7 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Written in a lady's ivory table book, 1698. Peruse my leaves through every part, and think thou seest my owner's heart, scrawled o'er with trifles thus, and quite as hard, as senseless, and as light, exposed to every coxcomb's eyes, but hid with caution from the wise. Here you may read, Dear charming saint, beneath, a new receipt for paint. Here in bow spelling, true till death. There in her own, for an ell breath. Here, lovely nymph, pronounce my doom. There, a safe way to use perfume. Here a page filled with billet doux. On t'other side, laid out for shoes. Madam, I die without your grace. Item for half a yard of lace. Who that had wit would place it here, for every peeping fop to jeer? To think that your brain's issue is exposed to the excrement of his, in power of spittle and a clout, whene'er he pleased to blot it out, and then to heighten the disgrace, clap his own nonsense in the place. Whoe'er expects to hold his part in such a book and such a heart, if he be wealthy and a fool, is in all points the fittest tool, of whom it may be justly said, he's a gold pencil tipped with lead. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mrs. Francis Harris's Petition, 1699.
To their Excellencies the Lords Justice of Ireland, the humble petition of Francis Harris, who must starve and die a maid if it miscarries, humbly sheweth that I went to warm myself in Lady Betty's chamber, because I was cold, and I had in a purse 7 pounds 4 shillings and 6 pence, besides farthings, in money and gold. So, because I had been buying things for my lady last night, I was resolved to tell my money to see if it was right. Now you must know, because my trunk has a very bad lock, therefore all the money I have, which God knows is a very small stock, I keep in my pocket, tied about my middle, next my smock. So, when I went to put up my purse, as God would have it, my smock was unripped, and instead of putting it into my pocket, down it slipped. Then the bell rung, and I went down to put my lady to bed, and God knows I thought my money was as safe as my maidenhead. So when I came up again, I found my pocket feel very light, but when I searched and missed my purse, Lord, I thought I should have sunk outright. Lord, madam, says Mary, how do you do? Indeed, says I, never worse. But pray, Mary, can you tell me what I have done with my purse? Lord help me, says Mary, I never stirred out of this place. Nay, said I had it in Lady Betty's chamber, that's a plain case. So Mary got me to bed, and covered up me warm. However, she stole away my garters, that I might do myself no harm. So I tumbled and tossed all night, as you may very well think, but hardly ever set my eyes together, or slept a wink. So I was a-dreamed, methought, that I went and searched the folks round, and in a corner of Mrs. Duke's box, tied in a rag, the money was found. So next morning we told Whittle, and he fell a-swearing. Then my Dame Wadgar came, and she, you know, is thick of hearing. Dame, said I, as loud as I could bawl, do you know what a loss I have had? Nay, says she, my Lord Galway's folks are all very sad, for my Lord Dromedary comes a Tuesday without fail. Pew, said I, but that's not the business that I ail. Says Carey, says he, I have been a servant this 25 years, come spring, and in all the places I lived I never heard of such a thing. Yes, says the steward, I remember when I was at my Lord Shrewsbury's, such a thing as this happened just about the time of gooseberries. So I went to the party suspected, and I found her full of grief. Now you must know, of all the things in the world, I hate a thief. However, I was resolved to bring the discourse slyly about. Mrs. Duke, said I, here's an ugly accident has happened out. 'Tis not that I value the money 3 skips of a louse, but the thing I stand upon is the credit of this house. 'Tis true 7 pounds 4 shillings and 6 pence makes a great hole in my wages. Besides, as they say, service is no inheritance these ages. Now, Mrs. Duke, you know, and everybody understands, that though 'tis hard to judge, yet money can't go without hands. The devil take me, said she, blessing herself, if ever I saw't. So she roared like a bedlam, as though I'd called her all to naught. So, you know, what could I say to her any more? I even left her, and came away as wise as I was before. Well, but then they would have had me gone to the cunning man. No, said I, 'tis the same thing, the chaplain will be here anon. So the chaplain came in. Now the servants say he's my sweetheart, because he's always in my chamber, and I always take his part. So as the devil would have it, before I was aware, out I blundered. Parson, said I, can you cast a nativity when a body's plundered? Now you must know he hates to be called parson like the devil. Truly, says he, Mrs. Nab, it might become you to be more civil. If your money be gone, as a learned divine says, do ye see, you are no text for my handling, so take that from me. I was never taken for a conjurer before, I'd have you to know. Lord, said I, don't be angry, I'm sure I never thought you so. You know I honour the cloth, I designed to be a parson's wife. I never took one in your coat for a conjurer in all my life. With that he twisted his girdle at me like a rope, as who should say, now you may go hang yourself for me, and so went away. Well, I thought I should have swooned. Lord, said I, what shall I do? I have lost my money, and shall lose my true love too. Then my lord called me. Harry, said my lord, don't cry, I'll give you something toward thy loss. And says my lady, so will I. Oh, but I said, what if, after all, the chaplain won't come too? For that, he said, and please your excellencies, I must petition you. The premises tenderly considered, I desired your excellency's protection, and that I may have a share in next Sunday's collection, and over and above that I may have your excellency's letter, with an order for the chaplain aforesaid, or, instead of him, a better. And then your poor petitioner both night and day, or the chaplain, for 'tis his trade, as in duty bound, shall ever pray.
End of section 8. Section 9 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Ballad on the Game of Traffic, written at the Castle of Dublin, 1699. My lord, to find out who must deal, delivers cards about, but the first knave does seldom fail to find the doctor out. But then his honour cried Gadzooks, and seemed to knit his brow, for on a knave he never looks, but he thinks upon Jack How. My lady, though she is no player, some bungling partner takes, and wedged in corner of a chair, takes snuff and holds the stakes. Dame Floyd looks out in grave suspense for pair royals and sequence, but wisely cautions of her pence the castle seldom frequents. Quoth Harry's fairly putting cases, I'd won it on my word, if I'd had but a pair of aces, and could pick up a third. But Weston has a new cast gown on Sundays to be fine in, and if she can but win a crown, 'twill just new dye the lining. With these is Parson Swift, not knowing how to spend his time, does make a wretched shift to deafen them with puns and rhyme. End of section 9. Section 10 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Ballad to the tune of the Cutpurse, written in August 1702. Once on a time, as old stories rehearse, a friar would need show his talent in Latin, but was sorely put to 'tin the midst of a verse, because he could find no word to compat in. Then all in the place he left a void space, and so went to bed in a desperate case, when behold the next morning a wonderful riddle, he found it was strangely filled up in the middle. Chorus. Let censuring critics then think what they list on it. Who would not write verses with such an assistant? This put me the friar into an amazement, for he wisely considered it must be a sprite, that he came through the keyhole or in at the casement, and it needs must be one that could both read and write. Yet he did not know if it were friend or foe, or whether it came from above or below. However, it was civil, an angel or elf, for he ne'er could have filled it so well of himself. Chorus. Let censuring, etc. Even so Master Doctor had puzzled his brains in making a ballad, but was at a stand. He had mixed little wit with a great deal of pains, when he found a new help from invisible hand. Then good Doctor Swift, pay thanks for the gift, for you freely must own you were at a dead lift. And though some malicious young spirit did do it, you may know by the hand it had no cloven foot. Chorus. Let censuring, etc. End of section 10. Section 11 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Discovery, When wise Lord Berkeley first came here, statesmen and mob expected wonders, nor thought to find so great a peer ere a week past committing blunders, till on a day cut out by fate, when folks came thick to make their court, out slipped a mystery of state, to give the town and country sport. Now enters Bush with new state airs, his lordship's premier minister, and who in all profound affairs is held as needful as his clyster. With head reclining on his shoulder, he deals and hears mysterious chat, while every ignorant beholder asks of his neighbour who is that. With this he put up to my lord, the courtiers kept their distance due, he twitch'd his sleeve and stole a word, then to a corner both withdrew. Imagine now my lord and Bush, whispering in junto most profound, like good King Phys and good King Ush, while all the rest stood gaping round. At length a spark not too well bred, of forward face and ear acute, advanced on tiptoe, lean'd his head, to overhear the grand dispute. To learn what northern kings design, or from Whitehall some new express, Papists disarm'd, or fall of coin, for sure, thought he, it can't be less. My lord, said Bush, a friend and I, disguised in two old threadbare coats, ere morning's dawn stole out to spy how markets went for hay and oats. With that he draws two handfuls out, the one was oats, the other hay, puts this to Excellency's snout, and begs he would the other way. My lord seems pleased, but still directs by all means to bring down the rates. Then with a congee circumflex, Bush smiling round on all retreats. Our listener stood a while confused, but gathering spirits wisely ran for it, enraged to see the world abused by two such whispering kings of Brentford. End of Section 11. Section 12 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The problem, that my Lord Berkeley stinks when he is in love. Did ever problem thus perplex, or more employ the female sex? So sweet a passion, who would think Jove ever form'd to make a stink? The ladies vow and swear they'll try, whether it be a truth or lie. Love's fire, it seems, like inward heat, works in my lord by stool and sweat, which brings a stink from every pore, and from behind and from before. Yet what is wonderful to tell it, none but the favourite nymph can smell it. But now to solve the natural cause by sober philosophic laws, whether all passions, when in ferment, work out as anger does in vermin. So, when a weasel you torment, you find his passion by his scent. We read of kings, who in a fright, though on a throne, would fall to shite. Beside all this, deep scholars know, that the main string of Cupid's bow once on a time was an ass gut, now to a nobler office put. By favour or desert preferr'd, from giving passage to a turd, but still, though fix'd among the stars, does sympathize with human arse. Thus, when you feel a hard bound bretch, conclude love's bowstring at full stretch, till the kind looseness comes, and then conclude the bow relaxed again. And now the ladies all are bent to try the great experiment, ambitious of a regent's heart, spread all their charms to catch a fart. Watching the first unsavoury wind, some ply before, and some behind. My lord on fire amid the dames, farts like a laurel in the flames. The fair approach, the speaking part, to try the back way to his heart. For, as when we a gun discharge, although the bore be none so large, before the flame from muzzle burst, just at the breech it flashes first.
so from my lord his passion broke. He farted first, and then he spoke. The ladies vanish in the smother, to confer notes with one another. And now they all agreed to name whom each one thought the happy dame. Quoth Neal, whate'er the rest may think, I'm sure 'twas I that smelt the stink. You smell the stink, by God you lie, quoth Ross, for I'll be sworn 'twas I. Ladies, quoth Levens, pray forbear, let's not fall out, we all had share. And by the most I can discover, my lord's a universal lover.
End of section 12. Section 13 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Description of a Salamander, 1705. As mastiff dogs in modern phrase are called Pompey, Scipio, and Caesar, as pies and daws are often styled with Christian nicknames like a child, as we say monsieur to an ape, without offence to human shape, so men have got from bird and brute names that would best their nature suit. The lion, eagle, fox, and boar were heroes' titles heretofore, bestowed as hieroglyphics fit to show their valour, strength, or wit. For what is understood by fame, besides the getting of a name? But ere since men invented guns, a different way their fancy runs. To paint a hero, we inquire for something that will conquer fire. Would you describe Turenne or Trump? Think of a bucket or a pump. But are these too low? Then find out grander. Call my Lord Cuts a salamander. 'Tis well, but since we live among detractors with an evil tongue, who may object against the term, Pliny shall prove what we affirm. Pliny shall prove, and we'll apply, and I'll be judged by standers by. First then our author has defined this reptile of the serpent kind, with gaudy coat and shining train, but loathsome spots his body stain. Out from some hole obscure he flies, when rains descend and tempests rise, till the sun clears the air, and then crawls back neglected to his den. So when the war has raised a storm, I've seen a snake in human form, all stained with infamy and vice, leap from the dunghill in a trice, burnish and make a gaudy show, become a general, peer, and beau, till peace has made the sky serene, then shrink into its hole again. All this we grant, why then look yonder, sure that must be a salamander. Further, we are by Pliny told, this serpent is extremely cold, so cold, that put it in the fire, 'twill make the very flames expire. Besides, it spews a filthy froth, whether through rage or lust or both, of matter purulent and white, which, happening on the skin to light, and there corrupting to a wound, spreads leprosy and baldness round. So have I seen a battered beau, by age and claps grown cold as snow, whose breath or touch, where'er he came, blew out love's torch, or chilled the flame. And should some nymph, who ne'er was cruel, like Carleton cheap, or famed Duruel, receive the filth which he ejects, she soon would find the same effects, her tainted carcass to pursue, as from the salamander's spew. A dismal shedding of her locks, and, if no leprosy, a pox. Then I'll appeal to each bystander, if this be not a salamander. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To Charles Mordaunt, Earl of Peterborough. Mordaunt fills the trump of fame, the Christian world his deeds proclaim, and prints are crowded with his name. In journeys he outrides the post, sits up till midnight with his host, talks politics and gives the toast, knows every prince in Europe's face, flies like a squib from place to place, and travels not but runs a race. From Paris Gazette à la main, this day arrived without his train, Mordanto in a week from Spain. A messenger comes all a reek, Mordanto at Madrid to seek, he left the town above a week. Next day the postboy winds his horn, and rides through Dover in the morn, Mordanto's landed from Leghorn. Mordanto gallops on alone, the roads are with his followers strewn, this breaks a girth and that a bone, his body active as his mind, returning sound in limb and wind, except some leather lost behind. A skeleton in outward figure, his meagre corpse, though full of vigour, would halt behind him were it bigger. So wonderful is expedition, when you have not the least suspicion, he's with you like an apparition. Shines in all climates like a star, in senates bold and fierce in war, a land commander and a tar. Heroic actions early bred in, ne'er to be matched in modern reading, but by his namesake, Charles of Sweden. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Union. The Queen has lately lost a part of her entirely English heart, for want of which, by way of botch, she pieced it up again with Scotch. Blest revolution, which creates divided hearts, united states! See how the double nation lies, like a rich coat with skirts of fries, as if a man in making posies should bundle thistles up with roses. Who ever yet a union saw of kingdoms without faith or law? Henceforward let no statesman dare a kingdom to a ship compare, lest he should call our commonweal a vessel with a double keel, which, just like ours, new rigg'd and mann'd, and got about a league from land, by change of wind to leeward side, the pilot knew not how to guide. So tossing faction will o'erwhelm our crazy double-bottom'd realm. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Mrs. Biddy Floyd, or The Receipt to Form a Beauty, 1707. When Cupid did his grandsire Jove entreat to form some beauty by a new receipt, Jove sent, and found, far in a country scene, truth, innocence, good nature, look serene. From which ingredients first the dexterous boy pick'd the demure, the awkward, and the coy. The graces from the court did next provide breeding, and wit, and air, and decent pride. These Venus cleansed from every spurious grain of nice, coquet, affected, pert, and vain. Jove mixed up all, and the best clay employed, then called the happy composition Floyd. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reverse, to Swift's verses on Biddy Floyd, or Mrs. Cludd. Venus one day, as story goes, but for what reason no man knows, in sullen mood and grave deport, trudged it away to Jove's high court, and there his godship did entreat to look out for his best receipt, and make a monster strange and odd, abhorr'd by man and every god. Jove, ever kind to all the fair, nor e'er refused a lady's prayer, straight oped scrutoire, and forth he took a neatly bound and well gilt book, sure sign that nothing enter'd there but what was very choice and rare. Scarce had he turn'd a page or two, it might be more, for aught I knew, but, be the matter more or less, 'mong friends 'twill break no squares, I guess. Then smiling to the dame, quoth he, Here's one will fit you to a T. But, as the writing doth prescribe, 'tis fit the ingredients we provide. Away he went, and search'd the stews, and every street about the Mews. Diseases, impudence, and lies, are found and brought him in a trice. From Hackney then he did provide a clumsy air and awkward pride. From ladies' toilet next he brought noise, scandal, and malicious thought. These Jove put in an old close stool, and with them mix'd the vain, the fool. But now came on his greatest care, of what he should his paste prepare. For common clay, or finer mould, was much too good such stuff to hold. At last he wisely thought on mud, so raised it up, and called it Clud. With this the lady, well content, low curtsied, and away she went. End of Section 17. Section 18 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Apollo Outwitted. To the Honourable Mrs. Finch, under her name of Ardelia. Phoebus, now shortening every shade, up to the northern tropic came, and thence beheld a lovely maid, attending on a royal dame. The god laid down his feeble rays, then lighted from his glittering coach, but fenced his head with his own bays, before he durst the nymph approach. Under those sacred leaves secure from common lightning of the skies, he fondly thought he might endure the flashes of Ardelia's eyes. The nymph, who oft had read in books of that bright god whom bards invoke, soon knew Apollo by his looks, and guessed his business ere he spoke. He, in the old celestial cant, confess'd his flame, and swore by Styx, whate'er she would desire to grant. But wise Ardelia knew his tricks. Ovid had warned her to beware of strolling gods, whose usual trade is, under pretence of taking air, to pick up sublunary ladies. Howe'er she gave no flat denial, as having malice in her heart, and was resolved upon a trial, to cheat the god in his own art. Hear my request, the virgin said, let which I please of all the 9 attend whene'er I want their aid, obey my call, and only mine. By vow obliged, by passion led, the god could not refuse her prayer. He waved his wreath thrice o'er her head, thrice mutter'd something to the air. And now he thought to seize his due, but she the charm already tried. Thalia heard the call, and flew to wait at bright Ardelia's side. On sight of this celestial prude, Apollo thought it vain to stay, nor in her presence durst be rude, but made his leg, and went away. He hoped to find some lucky hour, when on their queen the Muses wait. But Pallas owns Ardelia's power, for vows divine are kept by fate. Then, full of rage, Apollo spoke, Deceitful nymph, I see thy art, And though I can't my gift revoke, I'll disappoint its nobler part. Let stubborn pride possess thee long, And be thou negligent of fame, With every muse to grace thy song, Mayst thou despise a poet's name. Of modest poets be thou first, To silent shades repeat thy verse, Till fame and echo almost burst, Yet hardly dare one line rehearse. And last, my vengeance to complete, May you descend to take renown, Prevail'd on by the thing you hate, A wig, and one that wears a gown. End of Section 18. Section 19 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Answer to Lines from Mayfair, now first published. In pity to the emptying town, Some god Mayfair invented, When nature would invite us down, To be by art prevented. What a corrupted taste is ours, When milkmaids in mock state, Instead of garlands made of flowers, Adorn their pails with plate. So are the joys which nature yields, inverted in Mayfair. In painted cloth we look for fields, and step in booths for air. Here a dog dancing on his hams, and puppets moved by wire, do far exceed your frisking lambs, or song of feather'd choir. Howe'er such verse as yours, I grant, would be but too inviting, were fair Ardelia not my aunt, or were it Worsley's writing. End of Section 19. Section 20 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vanbrugh's house, built from the ruins of Whitehall that was burnt, 1703. Earlier version. In times of old, when time was young, and poets their own verses sung, a verse would draw a stone or beam, that now would overload a team. Lead 'em a dance of many a mile, then rear 'em to a goodly pile. Each number had its different power, heroic strains could build a tower. Sonnets and elegies to chorus might raise a house about 2 stories. A lyric ode would slate a catch, would tile an epigram, would thatch. Now poets feel this art is lost, both to their own and landlord's cost. Not one of all the tuneful throng can hire a lodging for a song. For Jove consider'd well the case, that poets were a numerous race, and if they all had power to build, the earth would very soon be filled. Materials would be quickly spent, and houses would not give a rent. The god of wealth was therefore made sole patron of the building trade, leaving to wits the spacious air, with license to build castles there. In right whereof their old pretence to lodge in garrets comes from thence. There is a worm by Phoebus bred, by leaves of mulberry is fed, which unprovided where to dwell, conforms itself to weave a cell. Then curious hands this texture take, and for themselves fine garments make. Meantime a pair of awkward things grow to his back instead of wings. He flutters when he thinks he flies, then sheds about his spawn and dies. Just such an insect of the age is he that scribbles for the stage. His birth he does from Phoebus raise, and feeds upon imagined bays. Throws all his wit and hours away in twisting up an ill-spun play. This gives him lodging, and provides a stock of tawdry shift besides, with the unravelled shreds of which the underwits adorn their speech. And now he spreads his little fawns, for all the Muses' geese are swans, and borne on fancy's pinion thinks he soars sublimest when he sinks, but scattering round his fly blows dies, whence broods of insect poets rise. Premising thus in modern way, the greater part I have to say, sing Muse, the house of poet Van, in higher strain than we began. Van, for 'tis fit the reader know it, is both a herald and a poet. No wonder then if nicely skill'd in each capacity to build, as herald he can in a day repair a house gone to decay, or by achievements, arms, device, erect a new one in a trice. And poets, if they had their due, by ancient right are builders too. This made him to Apollo pray for leave to build the poet's way. His prayer was granted, for the god consented with the usual nod. After hard throes of many a day, Van was delivered of a play, which in due time brought forth a house, just as the mountain did the mouse. 1 story high, 1 postern door, and 1 small chamber on a floor. Born like a phoenix from the flame, but neither bulk nor shape the same, as animals of largest size corrupt to maggots, worms, and flies. A type of modern wit and style, the rubbish of an ancient pile. So chemists boast they have a power, from the dead ashes of a flower, some faint resemblance to produce, but not the virtue, taste, nor juice. So modern rhymers strive to blast the poetry of ages past, which having wisely overthrown, they from its ruins build their own. End of Section 20. Section 21 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Vanbrugh's House, built from the ruins of Whitehall that was burnt, 1703. Later version. In times of old, when time was young, and poets their own verses sung, a verse would draw a stone or beam that now would overload a team, lead 'em a dance of many a mile, then rear 'em to a goodly pile. Each number had its different power, heroic strains could build a tower, sonnets or elegies to chorus might raise a house about 2 stories, a lyric ode would slate, a catch would tile, an epigram would thatch. But to their own or landlord's cost, now poets feel this art is lost. Not one of all our tuneful throng can raise a lodging for a song. For Jove consider'd well the case, observed they grew a numerous race, and should they build as fast as right, 'twould ruin undertakers quite. This evil therefore to prevent, he wisely changed their element. On earth the god of wealth was made, sole patron of the building trade, leaving the wits the spacious air, with license to build castles there. And 'tis conceived their old pretence to lodge in garrets comes from thence. Premising thus in modern way, the better half we have to say, sing Muse the house of Poet Van, in higher strains than we began. Van, for 'tis fit the reader know it, is both a herald and a poet. No wonder then if nicely skill'd in both capacities to build. As herald he can in a day repair a house gone to decay, or by achievements arm's device erect a new one in a trice. And as a poet he has skill to build in speculation still. Great Jove, he cried, the art restore, to build by verse as heretofore, and make my muse the architect. What palaces shall we erect! No longer shall forsaken Thames lament his old Whitehall in flames. A pile shall from its ashes rise, fit to invade or prop the skies. Jove smiled, and, like a gentle god, consenting with the usual nod, told Van he knew his talent best, and left the choice to his own breast. So Van resolved to write a farce, but, well perceiving wit was scarce, with cunning that defect supplies, takes a French play as lawful prize, steals thence his plot and every joke, not once suspecting Jove would smoke, and, like a wag set down to write, would whisper to himself a bite. Then from his motley mingled style proceeded to erect his pile. So men of old, to gain renown, did build Babel with their tongues confounded. Jove saw the cheat, but thought it best to turn the matter to a jest. Down from Olympus' top he slides, laughing as if he'd burst his sides. Ay, thought the god, are these your tricks? Why then old plays deserve old bricks; and since you're sparing of your stuff, your building shall be small enough. He spake, and grudging lent his aid, the experienced bricks that knew their trade, as being bricks at second hand, now move and now in order stand. The building, as the poet writ, rose in proportion to his wit, and first the prologue built a wall, so wide as to encompass all. The scene, a wood, produced no more than a few scrubby trees before. The plot as yet lay deep, and so a cellar next was dug below. But this a work so hard was found, 2 acts it cost him underground. 2 other acts, we may presume, were spent in building each a room. Thus far advanced, he made a shift to raise a roof with act the 5th. The epilogue behind did frame a place not decent here to name. Now poets from all quarters ran to see the house of brother Van, looked high and low, walked often round, but no such house was to be found. One asks the watermen hard by, where may the poet's palace lie? Another of the Thames inquires if he has seen its gilded spires. At length they in the rubbish spy a thing resembling a goose pie. Thither in haste the poets throng, and gaze in silent wonder long, till one in raptures thus began to praise the pile and builder Van. Thrice happy poet, who mayest trail thy house about thee like a snail, or harness'd to a nag at ease, take journeys in it like a chaise, or in a boat, whene'er thou wilt, canst make it serve thee for a tilt. Capacious house, 'tis own'd by all, thou'rt well contrived, though thou'rt small. For every wit in Britain's isle may lodge within thy spacious pile. Like Bacchus thou, as poets feign, thy mother burnt, art born again; born like a phoenix from the flame, but neither bulk nor shape the same. As animals of largest size corrupt to maggots, worms, and flies, a type of modern wit and style, the rubbish of an ancient pile. So chemists boast they have a power, from the dead ashes of a flower, some faint resemblance to produce, but not the virtue, taste, or juice. So modern rhymers wisely blast the poetry of ages past, which after they have overthrown, they from its ruins build their own. End of Section 21. Section 22 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Baucis and Philemon, on the ever-lamented loss of the 2 yew trees in the parish of Chilthorne, Somerset, 1706, imitated from the 8th book of Ovid. Original version. In ancient time, as story tells, the saints would often leave their cells, and stroll about, but hide their quality, to try good people's hospitality. It happened on a winter's night, as authors of the legend write, 2 brother hermits, saints by trade, taking their tour in masquerade, came to a village hard by Wrexham, ragged, and not a groat betwixt 'em. It rained as hard as it could pour, yet they were forced to walk an hour, from house to house, wet to the skin, before one soul would let 'em in. They'd called at every door, "Good people, my comrade's blind, and I'm a creeple. Here we lie starving in the street, 'twould grieve a body's heart to see't. No Christian would turn out a beast, in such a dreadful night at least. Give us but straw, and let us lie in yonder barn to keep us dry." Thus in the strollers' usual cant, they begged relief, which none would grant. No creature valued what they said, one family was gone to bed. The master bawled out half asleep, "You fellows, what a noise you keep! So many beggars pass this way, we can't be quiet night nor day. We cannot serve you every one, pray take your answer and be gone." One swore he'd send 'em to the stocks, a third could not forbear his mocks, but bawled as loud as he could roar, "You're on the wrong side of the door." One surly clown looked out and said, "I'll fling the piss pot on your head. You shan't come here nor get a souse. You look like rogues would rob a house. Can't you go work or serve the king? You blind and lame, 'tis no such thing. That's but a counterfeit sore leg. For shame, 2 sturdy rascals beg. If I come down, I'll spoil your trick, and cure you both with a good stick." Our wandering saints in woful state, treated at this ungodly rate, having through all the village passed, to a small cottage came at last, where dwelt a good old honest yeoman, called thereabout Goodman Philemon, who kindly did the saints invite in his poor house to pass the night. And then the hospitable sire bid goody Baucis mend the fire, whilst he from out the chimney took a flitch of bacon off the hook, and freely from the fattest side cut out large slices to be fried, which tossed up in a pan with batter, and served up in an earthen platter. Quoth Baucis, "This is wholesome fare. Eat, honest friends, and never spare; and if we find our victuals fail, we can but make it out in ale." To a small kilderkin of beer, brewed for the good time of the year, Philemon, by his wife's consent, stepped with a jug and made a vent, and having filled it to the brink, invited both the saints to drink. When they had took a second draught, behold, a miracle was wrought. For Baucis with amazement found, although the jug had twice gone round, it still was full up to the top, as they never had drunk a drop. You may be sure so strange a sight put the old people in a fright. Philemon whispered to his wife, "These men are saints, I'll lay my life." The strangers overheard, and said, "You're in the right, but be'nt afraid. No hurt shall come to you or yours; but for that pack of churlish boors, not fit to live on Christian ground, they and their village shall be drowned, whilst you shall see your cottage rise, and grow a church before your eyes." Scarce had they spoke, when fair and soft the roof began to mount aloft. Aloft rose every beam and rafter, the heavy wall went clambering after. The chimney widened and grew higher, became a steeple with a spire. The kettle to the top was hoist, and there stood fastened to a joist. But with the upside down to show its inclination for below, in vain for a superior force applied at bottom stops its course, doom'd ever in suspense to dwell, 'tis now no kettle but a bell. The wooden jack, which had almost lost by disuse the art to roast, a sudden alteration feels, increased by new intestine wheels. But what adds to the wonder more, the number made the motion slower. The flyer, although 't had leaden feet, would turn so quick you scarce could see't; but now stopp'd by some hidden powers, moves round but twice in twice 12 hours. While in the station of a jack, 'twas never known to turn its back. A friend in turns and windings tried, nor ever left the chimney's side. The chimney to a steeple grown, the jack would not be left alone, but up against the steeple rear'd, became a clock, and still adhered. And still its love to household cares by a shrill voice at noon declares, warning the cookmaid not to burn that roast meat which it cannot turn. The groaning chair began to crawl, like a huge insect, up the wall; there stuck, and to a pulpit grew, but kept its matter and its hue; and, mindful of its ancient state, still groans while tattling gossips prate. The mortar only changed its name, in its old shape a font became. The porringers, that in a row hung high and made a glittering show, to a less noble substance changed, were now but leathern buckets ranged. The ballads pasted on the wall, of Chevy Chase and English Mall, Fair Rosamond and Robin Hood, the little children in the wood, enlarged in picture, size, and letter, and painted look'd abundance better. And now the heraldry describe of a churchwarden or a tribe. A bedstead of the antique mode, composed of timber many a load, such as our grandfathers did use, was metamorphosed into pews, which yet their former virtue keep, by lodging folk disposed to sleep. The cottage, with such feats as these, grown to a church by just degrees, the holy men desired their host to ask for what he fancied most. Philemon, having paused a while, replied in complimental style, "Your goodness more than my desert makes you take all things in good part. You've raised a church here in a minute, and I would fain continue in it. I'm good for little at my days, make me the parson if you please." He spoke, and presently he feels his grazier's coat reach down his heels; the sleeves new border'd with a list, widen'd and gather'd at his wrist, but being old, continued just as threadbare and as full of dust. A shambling awkward gait he took, with a demure dejected look, talk'd of his offerings, tithes, and dues, could smoke and drink, and read the news, or sell a goose at the next town, decently hid beneath his gown, contrived to preach old sermons next, changed in the preface and the text. At christenings well could act his part, and had the service all by heart. Wish'd women might have children fast, and thought whose sow had farrow'd last. Against dissenters would repine, and stood up firm for right divine. Carried it to his equals higher, but most obedient to the squire. Found his head fill'd with many a system, but classic authors he ne'er miss'd 'em. Thus having furbish'd up a parson, Dame Baucis next they play'd their farce on. Instead of homespun coifs were seen good pinners edged with colberteen. Her petticoat, transform'd apace, became black satin flounced with lace. Plain Goody would no longer down, 'twas Madam in her grogram gown. Philemon was in great surprise, and hardly could believe his eyes, amazed to see her look so prim, and she admired as much as him. Thus happy in their change of life were several years, this man and wife, when on a day, which proved their last, discoursing o'er old stories past, they went by chance, amidst their talk, to the churchyard to take a walk. When Baucis hastily cried out, "My dear, I see your forehead sprout." "Sprout!" quoth the man, "what's this you tell us? I hope you don't believe me jealous; but yet methinks I feel it true, and really yours is budding too. Nay, now I cannot stir my foot, it feels as if 'twere taking root. Description would but tire my muse; in short, they both were turn'd to use. Old Goodman Dobson of the Green remembers he the trees has seen; he'll talk of them from noon till night, and goes with folk to show the sight. On Sundays, after evening prayer, he gathers all the parish there, points out the place of either yew, here Baucis, there Philemon grew, till once a parson of our town, to mend his barn, cut Baucis down; at which 'tis hard to be believed, how much the other tree was grieved. Grew scrubby, died a top, was stunted, so the next parson stubb'd and burnt it. End of Section 22. Section 23 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Baucis and Philemon, on the ever lamented loss of the two yew trees in the parish of Chilthorne, Somerset, 1706. Imitated from the 8th book of Ovid. Later version. In ancient times, as story tells, the saints would often leave their cells, and stroll about, but hide their quality, to try good people's hospitality. It happened on a winter's night, as authors of the legend write, two brother hermits, saints by trade, taking their tour in masquerade, disguised in tatter'd habits, went to a small village down in Kent, where, in the strollers' canting strain, they begged from door to door in vain, tried every tone might pity win, but not a soul would let them in. Our wandering saints, in woeful state, treated at this ungodly rate, having through all the village pass'd, to a small cottage came at last, where dwelt a good old honest yeoman, called in the neighbourhood Philemon, who kindly did these saints invite in his poor hut to pass the night. And then the hospitable sire bid Goody Baucis mend the fire, while he from out the chimney took a flitch of bacon off the hook, and freely from the fattest side cut out large slices to be fried. Then stepp'd aside to fetch 'em drink, fill'd a large jug up to the brink, and saw it fairly twice go round. Yet, what was wonderful, they found 'twas still replenish'd to the top, as if they ne'er had touch'd a drop. The good old couple were amazed, and often on each other gazed, for both were frightened to the heart, and just began to cry, "What art?" Then softly turn'd aside to view whether the lights were burning blue. The gentle pilgrims, soon aware on't, told them their calling and their errand. "Good folk, you need not be afraid, we are but saints," the hermits said. "No hurt shall come to you or yours; but for that pack of churlish boors, not fit to live on Christian ground, they and their houses shall be drowned, while you shall see your cottage rise, and grow a church before your eyes." They scarce had spoke, when fair and soft the roof began to mount aloft. Aloft rose every beam and rafter, the heavy wall climb'd slowly after. The chimney widen'd, and grew higher, became a steeple with a spire. The kettle to the top was hoist, and there stood fastened to a joist. But with the upside down to show its inclination for below, in vain, for a superior force applied at bottom stops its course. Doom'd ever in suspense to dwell, 'tis now no kettle, but a bell. A wooden jack, which had almost lost by disuse the art to roast, a sudden alteration feels, increased by new intestine wheels. And, what exalts the wonder more, the number made the motion slower. The flyer, though it had leaden feet, turn'd round so quick you scarce could see it; but, slacken'd by some secret power, now hardly moves an inch an hour. The jack and chimney, near allied, had never left each other's side. The chimney to a steeple grown, the jack would not be left alone; but, up against the steeple rear'd, became a clock, and still adhered. And still its love to household cares by a shrill voice at noon declares, warning the cookmaid not to burn that roast meat which it cannot turn. The groaning chair began to crawl, like a huge snail half up the wall. There stuck aloft in public view, and with small change a pulpit grew. The porringers, that in a row hung high and made a glittering show, to a less noble substance changed, were now but leathern buckets ranged. The ballads pasted on the wall, of Joan of France and English Moll, fair Rosamond and Robin Hood, the little children in the wood, now seem'd to look abundance better, improved in picture, size, and letter; and, high and order'd placed, describe the heraldry of every tribe. A bedstead of the antique mode, compact of timber many a load, such as our ancestors did use, was metamorphosed into pews, which still their ancient nature keep, by lodging folk disposed to sleep. The cottage, by such feats as these, grown to a church by just degrees, the hermits then desir'd their host to ask for what he fancied most. Philemon, having paused a while, return'd them thanks in homely style, then said, My house is grown so fine, methinks I still would call it mine. I'm old, and fain would live at ease; make me the parson, if you please. He spoke, and presently he feels his grazier's coat fall down his heels. He sees, yet hardly can believe, about each arm a pudding sleeve. His waistcoat to a cassock grew, and both assumed a sable hue; but, being old, continued just as threadbare and as full of dust. His talk was now of tithes and dues, could smoke his pipe and read the news, knew how to preach old sermons next, vamp'd in the preface and the text, at christenings well could act his part, and had the service all by heart; wish'd women might have children fast, and thought whose sow had farrow'd last; against dissenters would repine, and stood up firm for right divine. Found his head fill'd with many a system, but classic authors he ne'er miss'd 'em. Thus having furbish'd up a parson, Dame Baucis next they play'd their farce on. Instead of homespun coifs were seen good pinners edged with colberteen. Her petticoat, transform'd apace, became black satin flounced with lace. Plain Goody would no longer down, 'twas Madam in her grogram gown. Philemon was in great surprise, and hardly could believe his eyes, amazed to see her look so prim, and she admired as much as him. Thus happy in their change of life were several years, this man and wife, when on a day which proved their last, discoursing o'er old stories past, they went by chance amidst their talk to the churchyard to take a walk, when Baucis hastily cried out, My dear, I see your forehead sprout. Sprout, quoth the man, what's this you tell us? I hope you don't believe me jealous; but yet methinks I feel it true, and really yours is budding too. Nay, now I cannot stir my foot, it feels as if 'twere taking root. Description would but tire my muse; in short, they both were turn'd to use. Old Goodman Dobson of the Green, remembers he the trees has seen; he'll talk of them from noon till night, and goes with folk to show the sight. On Sundays, after evening prayer, he gathers all the parish there, points out the place of either yew, here Baucis, there Philemon grew, till once a parson of our town, to mend his barn, cut Baucis down. At which 'tis hard to be believed, how much the other tree was grieved. Grew stubby, died atop, was stunted, so the next parson stubbed and burnt it. End of section 23. Section 24 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The History of Vanbrugh's House, 1708. When Mother Cludd had rose from play, and called to take the cards away, Van saw, but seemed not to regard, how Miss picked every painted card, and busy both with hand and eye, soon rear'd a house 2 stories high. Van's genius, without thought or lecture, is hugely turned to architecture. He view'd the edifice, and smiled, vow'd it was pretty for a child. It was so perfect in its kind, he kept the model in his mind. But when he found the boys at play, and saw them dabbling in their clay, he stood behind a stall to lurk, and mark the progress of their work. With true delight observed them all, raking up mud to build a wall. The plan he much admired, and took the model in his table book. Thought himself now exactly skilled, and so resolved a house to build. A real house with rooms and stairs, 5 times at least as big as theirs, taller than Mrs. by 2 yards, not a sham thing of play or cards. And so he did, for in a while he built up such a monstrous pile, that no 2 chairmen could be found able to lift it from the ground. Still at Whitehall it stands in view, just in the place where first it grew. There all the little schoolboys run, envying to see themselves outdone. From such deep rudiments as these, Van is become, by due degrees, for building famed, and justly reckoned at court Vitruvius the second. No wonder, since wise authors show that best foundations must be low. And now the Duke has wisely ta'en him to be his architect at Blenheim. But raillery at once depart, if this rule holds in every art, or if his grace were no more skill'd in the art of battering walls than building. We might expect to see next year a mousetrap man chief engineer. End of section 24. Section 25 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Grub Street Elegy, on the supposed death of Partridge the Almanac maker, 1708. Well, 'tis as Bickerstaff has guessed, though we all took it for a jest. Partridge is dead, nay more, he died, ere he could prove the good squire lied. Strange an astrologer should die without one wonder in the sky, not one of all his cronies stars to pay their duty at his hearse. No meteor, no eclipse appear'd, no comet with a flaming beard. The sun hath rose and gone to bed, just as if Partridge were not dead, nor hid himself behind the moon, to make a dreadful night at noon. He at fit periods walks through Aries, however our earthly motion varies. And twice a year he'll cut the equator, as if there had been no such matter. Some wits have wonder'd what analogy there is twixt cobbling and astrology. How Partridge made his optics rise from a shoe sole to reach the skies. A list the cobbler's temples ties, to keep the hair out of his eyes. From whence 'tis plain the diadem that princes wear derives from them. And therefore crowns are nowadays adorned with golden stars and rays, which plainly shows the near alliance twixt cobbling and the planet's science. Besides that slow paced sign Bootes, as 'tis miscalled, we know not who 'tis. But Partridge ended all disputes, he knew his trade, and called it Boots. The horned moon, which heretofore upon their shoes the Romans wore, whose wideness kept their toes from corns, and whence we claim our shoeing horns, shows how the art of cobbling bears a near resemblance to the spheres. A scrap of parchment hung by geometry, a great refiner in barometry, can, like the stars, foretell the weather; and what is parchment else but leather? Which an astrologer might use either for almanacks or shoes. Thus Partridge by his wit and parts at once did practise both these arts. And as the boding owl, or rather the bat, because her wings are leather, steals from her private cell by night, and flies about the candle light, so learned Partridge could as well creep in the dark from leathern cell, and in his fancy fly as far to peep upon a twinkling star. Besides, he could confound the spheres, and set the planets by the ears. To show his skill, he Mars could join to Venus in aspect malign, then call in Mercury for aid, and cure the wounds that Venus made. Great scholars have in Lucian read, when Philip king of Greece was dead, his soul and spirit did divide, and each part took a different side. One rose a star, the other fell beneath, and mended shoes in hell. Thus Partridge still shines in each art, the cobbling and star-gazing part, and is installed as good a star as any of the Caesars are. Triumphant star! some pity show on cobblers militant below, whom roguish boys in stormy nights torment by pissing out their lights, or through a chink convey their smoke, enclosed artificers to choke. Though high exalted in thy sphere, mayst follow still thy calling there. To thee the bull will lend his hide, by Phoebus newly tann'd and dried. For thee they Argo's hulk will tax, and scrape her pitchy sides for wax. Then Ariadne kindly lends her braided hair to make thee ends. The points of Sagittarius' dart turns to an awl by heavenly art, and Vulcan, wheedled by his wife, will forge for thee a paring knife. For want of room by Virgo's side, she'll strain a point, and sit astride, to take thee kindly in between, and then the signs will be 13.
End of section 25. Section 26 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Epitaph. Here 5 feet deep lies on his back a cobbler, starmonger, and quack, who to the stars in pure good will does to his best look upward still. Weep all you customers that use his pills, his almanacks, or shoes; and you that did your fortunes seek, step to his grave but once a week. This earth, which bears his body's print, you'll find has so much virtue in't, that I durst pawn my ears, 'twill tell whate'er concerns you full as well, in physic, stolen goods, or love, as he himself could when above.
End of section 26. Section 27 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A Description of the Morning. Written in April 1709, and first printed in the Tatler. Now hardly here and there an hackney coach, appearing, show'd the ruddy morn's approach. Now Betty from her master's bed had flown, and softly stole to discompose her own. The slipshod prentice from his master's door had pared the dirt and sprinkled round the floor. Now Moll had whirled her mop with dexterous airs, prepared to scrub the entry and the stairs. The youth with broomy stumps began to trace the kennel's edge where wheels had worn the place. The small coal man was heard with cadence deep, till drowned in shriller notes of chimney sweep. Duns at his lordship's gate began to meet, and brick dust Mole had screamed through half the street. The turnkey now his flock returning sees, duly let out a nights to steal for fees. The watchful bailiffs take their silent stands, and schoolboys lag with satchels in their hands.
End of section 27. Section 28 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A description of a city shower, written in October 1710, and first printed in the Tatler, number 238. Careful observers may foretell the hour, by sure prognostics, when to dread a shower. While rain depends, the pensive cat gives o'er her frolics, and pursues her tail no more. Returning home at night, you'll find the sink strike your offended sense with double stink. If you be wise, then go not far to dine, you'll spend in coach hire more than save in wine. A coming shower your shooting corns presage, old H.S. throb, your hollow tooth will rage. Sauntering in coffee house is Dulman seen, he damns the climate, and complains of spleen. Meanwhile in the south, rising with dabbled wings, a sable cloud athwart the welkin flings, that swilled more liquor than it could contain, and like a drunkard gives it up again. Brisk Susan whips her linen from the rope, while the first drizzling shower is borne aslope. Such is that sprinkling which some careless queen flirts on you from her mop, but not so clean. You fly, invoke the gods, then, turning, stop to rail, she singing still whirls on her mop. Not yet the dust had shunned the unequal strife, but aided by the wind, fought still for life. And wafted with its foe by violent gust, 'twas doubtful which was rain and which was dust. Ah, where must needy poet seek for aid, when dust and rain at once his coat invade? Sole coat where dust, cemented by the rain, erects the nap, and leaves a cloudy stain. Now in contiguous drops the flood comes down, threatening with deluge this devoted town. To shops in crowds the daggled females fly, pretend to cheapen goods, but nothing buy. The Templar spruce, while every spout's a broach, stays till 'tis fair, yet seems to call a coach. The tucked up sempstress walks with hasty strides, while streams run down her oiled umbrella's sides. Here various kinds, by various fortunes led, commence acquaintance underneath a shed. Triumphant Tories and desponding Whigs forget their feuds, and join to save their wigs. Boxed in a chair the beau impatient sits, while sprouts run clattering o'er the roof by fits. And ever and anon, with frightful din, the leather sounds, he trembles from within. So when Troy chairmen bore the wooden steed, pregnant with Greeks, impatient to be freed, those bully Greeks, who, as the moderns do, instead of paying chairmen, ran them through. Laocoon struck thee outside with his spear, and each imprisoned hero quaked for fear. Now from all parts the swelling kennels flow, and bear their trophies with them as they go. Filth of all hues and odours seem to tell what street they sailed from by their sight and smell. They, as each torrent drives with rapid force, from Smithfield to St. Pulchre's shape their course, and in huge confluence joined at Snowhall Ridge, fall from the conduit prone to Holborn Bridge. Sweeping from butchers' stalls dung guts and blood, drowned puppies, stinking sprats, all drenched in mud, dead cats and turnip tops come tumbling down the flood.
End of section 28. Section 29 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
On the Little House by the Churchyard of Castleknock, 1710. Whoever pleases to inquire why yonder steeple wants a spire, the grey old fellow, Poet Joe, the philosophic cause will show. Once on a time a western blast, at least 12 inches overcast, reckoning roof, weathercock, and all, which came with a prodigious fall,
and tumbling topsy-turvy round, lit with its bottom on the ground; for by the laws of gravitation it fell into its proper station. This is the little strutting pile you see just by the churchyard stile. The walls in tumbling gave a knock, and thus the steeple got a shock; from whence the neighbouring farmer calls the steeple knock, the vicar walls. The vicar once a week creeps in, sits with his knees up to his chin, here cons his notes and takes a whet, till the small ragged flock is met. A traveller who by did pass, observed the roof behind the grass, on tiptoe stood and rear'd his snout, and saw the parson creeping out; was much surprised to see a crow venture to build his nest so low. A schoolboy ran unto it, and thought the crib was down the blackbird caught. A third, who lost his way by night, was forced for safety to alight, and stepping o'er the fabric roof, his horse had like to spoil his hoof. Warburton took it in his noodle, this building was designed a model, or of a pigeon house or oven, to bake one loaf or keep one dove in. Then Mrs. Johnson gave her verdict, and every one was pleased that heard it. All that you make this stir about is but a still which wants a spout. The Reverend Dr. Raymond guessed more probably than all the rest. He said but that it wanted room, it might have been a pigmy's tomb. The doctor's family came by, and little miss began to cry, "Give me that house in my own hand." Then madam bade the chariot stand, called to the clerk in manner mild, "Pray reach that thing here to the child, that thing I mean among the kale, and here's to buy a pot of ale." The clerk said to her in a heat, "What, sell my master's country seat, where he comes every week from town? He would not sell it for a crown. Pa fellow, keep not such a pother, in half an hour thou'lt make another." Says Nancy, "I can make for miss a finer house 10 times than this. The Dean will give me willow sticks, and Joe my apron full of bricks."
End of section 29. Section 30 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A Town Eclogue, 1710. Scene, the Royal Exchange. Corydon. Now the keen rigour of the winter's o'er, no hail descends, and frost can pitch no more; while other girls confess the genial spring, and laugh aloud, or amorous ditties sing, secure from cold their lovely necks display, and throw each useless chafing dish away. Why sits my Phyllis discontented here, nor feels the turn of the revolving year? Why on that brow dwell sorrow and dismay, where loves were wont to sport and smiles to play? Phyllis. Corydon, survey the change around. Through all the change no wretch like me is found. Alas the day when I, poor heedless maid, was to your rooms in Lincoln's Inn betrayed. Then how you swore, how many vows you made! Ye listening zephyrs that o'erheard his love, waft these soft accents to the gods above. Alas the day! for, oh eternal shame, I sold you handkerchiefs and lost my fame. Corydon. When I forget the favour you bestow'd, red herrings shall be spawn'd in Tyburn Road, Fleet Street transform'd become a flowery green, and mass be sung where operas are seen. The wealthy cit, and the St. James's beau, shall change their quarters and their joys forgo. Stock jobbing this to Jonathan's shall come, at the groom porters that play off his plum. Phyllis. But what to me does all that love avail, if, while I doze at home o'er porter's ale, each night with wine and wenches you regale? My livelong hours in anxious cares are paced, and raging hunger lays my beauty waste. On Templars spruce in vain I glances throw, and with shrill voice invite them as they go. Exposed in vain my glossy ribbons shine, and unregarded wave upon the twine. The week flies round, and when my profit's known, I hardly clear enough to change a crown.
Corydon. Hard fate of virtue thus to be distressed, thou fairest of thy trade and far the best. As fruitmen's stalls the summer market grace, and ruddy peaches them at first in place. Plum cake is seen, or smaller pastry ware, and ice on that, so Phyllis does appear. In playhouse and in park above the rest, of belles mechanic elegantly dressed. Phyllis.
And yet Crepundia, that conceited fair, amid her toys affects a saucy air, and views me hourly with a scornful eye.
Corydon. She might as well with bright Cleora vie. Phyllis.
With this large petticoat I strive in vain to hide my folly, past and coming pain. 'Tis now no secret she and 50 more observe the symptoms I had once before. A second babe at Wapping must be placed, when I scarce bear the charges of the laced.
Corydon. What I could raise I send, a pound of plums, 5 shillings, and a coral for his gums.
To-morrow I intend him something more.
Phyllis.
I sent a frock and pair of shoes before.
Corydon. However, you shall home with me to-night, forget your cares, and revel in delight. I have in store a pint or 2 of wine, some cracknels, and the remnant of a chine. And now on either side and all around, the weighty shop boards fall and bars resound. Each ready sempstress slips her pattens on, and ties her hood, preparing to be gone.
End of section 30. Section 31 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A conference between Sir Harry Pierce's chariot and Mrs. D. Stopford's chair. Chariot. My pretty dear coz, though I've roved the town o'er, to dispatch in an hour some visits a score; though since first on the wheels I've been every day, at the change, at a raffling, at church, or a play; and the fops of the town are pleased with the notion of calling your slave the Perpetual Motion; though oft at your door I have whined out my love, as my knight does grin his at your lady above. Yet near before this, though I used all my care, I e'er was so happy to meet my dear chair. And since we're so near, like birds of a feather, let's e'en, as they say, set our horses together. Chair.
By your awkward address, you're that thing which should carry, with 1 footman behind, our lover Sir Harry. By your language I judge you think me a wench; he that makes love to me must make it in French. Thou that's drawn by 2 beasts, and carriest a brute, canst thou vainly e'er hope I'll answer thy suit? Though sometimes you pretend to appear with your 6, no regard to their colour, their sexes you mix. Then on the grand paw you'd look very great, with your new fashioned glasses and nasty old seat. Thus a beau I have seen strut with a cocked hat, and newly rigged out with a dirty cravat. You may think that you make a figure most shining, but it's plain that you have an old cloak for a lining. Are those double gilt nails? Where's the lustre of Carey, to set off the knight, and to finish the jerry? If you hope I'll be kind, you must tell me what's due, and George's lane for you, ere I'll buckle to.
Chariot. Why, how now, Doll Diamond, you're very alert. Is it your French breeding has made you so pert? Because I was civil, here's a stir with a pox. Who is it that values your fox? Sure 'tis to her honour he ever should bed his bloody red hand to her bloody red head. You're proud of your gilding, but I tell you each nail is only just tinged with a rub at her tail. And although it may pass for gold on a ninny, sure we know a Bath shilling soon from a guinea. Nay, her foretop's a cheat, each morn does she black it, yet ere it be night, it's the same with her placket. I'll ne'er be run down any more with your cant, your velvet was wore before in a mant. On the back of her mother, but now 'tis much duller, the fire she carries hath changed its colour. Those creatures that draw me you never would mind, if you'd but look on your own Pharaoh's lean kine. They're taken for spectres, they're so meagre and spare, drawn damnably low by your sorrel mare. We know how your lady was on you befriended, you're not to be paid for till the lawsuit is ended. But her bond it is good, he need not to doubt, she is 2 or 3 years above being out. Could my knight be advised, he should ne'er spend his vigour on one he can't hope of e'er making bigger.
End of section 31. Section 32 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
To Lord Harley on his marriage, October 31st, 1713. Among the numbers who employ their tongues and pens to give you joy, dear Harley, generous youth, admit what friendship dictates more than wit. Forgive me when I fondly thought, by frequent observations taught, a spirit so inform'd as yours could never prosper in amours. The god of wit, and light, and arts, with all acquired and natural parts, whose harp could savage beasts enchant, was an unfortunate gallant. Had Bacchus after Daphne reel'd, the nymph had soon been brought to yield; or had embroider'd Mars pursued, the nymph would ne'er have been a prude. 10,000 footsteps full in view mark out the way where Daphne flew. For such is all the sex's flight, they fly from learning, wit, and light. They fly, and none can overtake, but some gay coxcomb or a rake. How then, dear Harley, could I guess that you should meet in love success? For if those ancient tales be true, Phoebus was beautiful as you, yet Daphne never slack'd her pace, for wit and learning spoil'd his face. And since the same resemblance held in gifts wherein you both excell'd, I fancied every nymph would run from you as from Latona's son. Then where, said I, shall Harley find a virgin of superior mind, with wit and virtue to discover, and pay the merit of her lover? This character shall Candish claim, born to retrieve her sex's fame, the chief among the glittering crowd of titles, birth, and fortune proud. As fools are insolent and vain, madly aspire to wear her chain. But Pallas, guardian of the maid, descending to her charge's aid, held out Medusa's snaky locks, which stupefied them all to stocks. The nymph with indignation view'd the dull, the noisy, and the lewd; for Pallas with celestial light had purified her mortal sight, show'd her the virtues all combined, fresh blooming in young Harley's mind. Terrestrial nymphs by formal arts display their various nets for hearts; their looks are all by method set, when to be prude, and when coquette. Yet wanting skill and power to choose, their only pride is to refuse. But when a goddess would bestow her love on some bright youth below, round all the earth she casts her eyes, and then, descending from the skies, makes choice of him she fancies best, and bids the ravish'd youth be blessed. Thus the bright empress of the morn chose for her spouse a mortal born. The goddess made advances first, else what aspiring hero durst? Though like a virgin of 15, she blushes when by mortals seen, still blushes, and with speed retires, when Sol pursues her with his fires. Diana thus, heaven's chastest queen, struck with Endymion's graceful mien, down from her silver chariot came, and to the shepherd own'd her flame. Thus Cyendish, as Aurora bright, and chaster than the queen of night, descended from her sphere to find a mortal of superior kind.
End of section 32. Section 33 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Phyllis, or the Progress of Love, 1716. Desponding Phyllis was endued with every talent of a prude. She trembled when a man drew near, salute her, and she turned her ear. If o'er against her you were placed, she durst not look above your waist. She'd rather take you to her bed, than let you see her dress her head. In church you hear her through the crowd repeat the absolution loud. In church, secure behind her fan, she durst behold that monster, man. There practised how to place her head, and bite her lips to make them red. Or on the mat devoutly kneeling, would lift her eyes up to the ceiling, and heave her bosom unaware, for neighbouring beaux to see it bare. At length a lucky lover came, and found admittance to the dame. Suppose all parties now agreed, the writings drawn, the lawyer feed, the vicar and the ring bespoke, guess how could such a match be broke? See then what mortals place their bliss in, next morn betimes the bride was missin'. The mother scream'd, the father chid, where can this idle wench be hid? No news of Phil. The bridegroom came, and thought his bride had skulked for shame, because her father used to say the girl had such a bashful way. Now John the butler must be sent, to learn the road that Phyllis went. The groom was wish'd to saddle crop, for John must neither light nor stop, but find her wheresoe'er she fled, and bring her back alive or dead. See here again the devil to do, for truly John was missing too. The horse and pillion both were gone, Phyllis, it seems, was fled with John. Old madam, who went up to find what papers Phil had left behind, a letter on the toilet sees, to my much honour'd father, these. 'Tis always done, romances tell us, when daughters run away with fellows, fill'd with the choicest common places, by others used in the like cases. That long ago a fortune teller exactly said what now befell her, and in a glass had made her see a serving man of low degree. It was her fate, must be forgiven, for marriages were made in heaven. His pardon begg'd, but to be plain, she'd do it if 'twere to do again. Thank'd God 'twas neither shame nor sin, for John was come of honest kin. Love never thinks of rich and poor, she'd beg with John from door to door. Forgive her if it be a crime, she'll never do it another time. She ne'er before in all her life once disobey'd him, maid nor wife. One argument she summ'd up all in, the thing was done and past recalling, and therefore hoped she should recover his favour when his passion's over. She valued not what others thought her, and was his most obedient daughter. Fair maidens all, attend the muse, who now the wandering pair pursues. Away they rode in homely sort, their journey long, their money short. The loving couple well bemir'd, the horse and both the riders tired, their victuals bad, their lodgings worse. Phil cried, and John began to curse. Phil wish'd that she had strained a limb, when first she ventured out with him. John wish'd that he had broke a leg, when first for her he quitted Peg. But what adventures more befell 'em, the muse hath now no time to tell 'em. How Johnny wheedled, threatened, fawn'd, till Phyllis all her trinkets pawn'd. How oft she broke her marriage vows, in kindness to maintain her spouse. Till swains unwholesome spoil'd the trade, for now the surgeon must be paid, to whom those perquisites are gone, in Christian justice due to John. When food and raiment now grew scarce, fate put a period to the farce, and with exact poetic justice for John was landlord, Phyllis hostess. They keep at Staines the old Blue Boar, are cat and dog, and rogue and whore.
End of section 33. Section 34 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Horace, Book 4, Ode 9, addressed to Archbishop King, 1718. Virtue concealed within our breast is inactivity at best, but never shall the muse endure to let your virtues lie obscure, or suffer envy to conceal your labours for the public weal. Within your breast all wisdom lies, either to govern or advise. Your steady soul preserves her frame in good and evil times the same. Pale avarice and lurking fraud stand in your sacred presence awed. Your hand alone from gold abstains, which drags the slavish world in chains. Him for a happy man I own, whose fortune is not overgrown, and happy he who wisely knows to use the gifts that heaven bestows, or if it please the powers divine, can suffer want and not repine. The man who, infamy to shun, into the arms of death would run, that man is ready to defend with life his country or his friend.
End of section 34. Section 35 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
To Mr. Delany, October 10th, 1718, 9 in the morning. To you, whose virtues I must own, with shame I have too lately known, to you, by art and nature taught, to be the man I long have sought, had not ill fate, perverse and blind, placed you in life too far behind, or what I should repine at more, placed me in life too far before. To you the muse this verse bestows, which might as well have been in prose, no thought, no fancy, no sublime, but simple topics told in rhyme. Three gifts for conversation fit are humour, raillery, and wit. The last, as boundless as the wind, is well conceived, though not defined. For sure by wit is only meant applying what we first invent. What humour is, not all the tribe of logic mongers can describe. Here only nature acts her part, unhelped by practice, books, or art. For wit and humour differ quite, that gives surprise, and this delight. Humour is odd, grotesque, and wild, only by affectation spoiled. 'Tis never by invention got, men have it when they know it not. Our conversation to refine, true humour must with wit combine. From both we learn to rally well, wherein French writers most excel. Voiture in various lights displays that irony which turns to praise. His genius first found out the rule for an obliging ridicule. He flatters with peculiar air the brave, the witty, and the fair, and fools would fancy he intends a satire where he most commends. But as a poor pretending beau, because he fain would make a show, nor can afford to buy gold lace, takes up with copper in the place. So the pert dunces of mankind, whene'er they would be thought refined, because the difference lies abstruse twixt raillery and gross abuse, to show their parts will scold and rail, like porters o'er a pot of ale. Such is that clan of boisterous bears, always together by the ears, shrewd fellows and arch wags, a tribe that meet for nothing but to gibe, who first run one another down, and then fall foul on all the town. Skill'd in the horse laugh and dry rub, and called by excellence the club. I mean your butler, Dawson, Carr, all special friends, and always jar. The mettled and the vicious steed do not more differ in their breed. Nay, voiture is like Tom Lay, as rudeness is to repartee. If what you said I wish unspoke, 'twill not suffice it was a joke. Reproach not, though in jest, a friend, for those defects he cannot mend. His lineage, calling, shape, or sense, if named with scorn, gives just offence. What use in life to make men fret, part in worse humour than they met? Thus all society is lost, men laugh at one another's cost, and half the company is teased that came together to be pleased. For all buffoons have most in view to please themselves by vexing you. When jests are carried on too far, and the loud laugh begins the war, you keep your countenance for shame, yet still you think your friend to blame. For though men cry they love a jest, 'tis but when others stand the test; and, would you have their meaning known, they love a jest when 'tis their own. You wonder now to see me write so gravely where the subject's light. Some part of what I here design regards a friend of yours and mine, who, full of humour, fire, and wit, not always judges what is fit, but loves to take prodigious rounds, and sometimes walks beyond his bounds. You must, although the point be nice, venture to give him some advice. Few hints from you will set him right, and teach him how to be polite. Bid him, like you, observe with care, whom to be hard on, whom to spare; nor indiscreetly to suppose all subjects like Dan Jackson's nose. To study the obliging jest, by reading those who teach it best. For prose I recommend Voiture's, for verse, I speak my judgment, yours. He'll find the secret out from thence, to rhyme all day without offence; and I no more shall then accuse the flirts of his ill-manner'd muse. If he be guilty, you must mend him; if he be innocent, defend him.
End of Section 35. Section 36 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
An Elegy on the Death of Demar, the Usurer, who died on the 6th of July, 1720. Know all men by these presents, Death the Tamer by mortgage has secured thee, corpse of Damar. Nor can 400,000 sterling pound redeem him from his prison underground. His heirs might well of all his wealth possess'd bestow to bury him one iron chest. Plutus, the god of wealth, will joy to know his faithful steward in the shades below. He walk'd the streets and wore a threadbare cloak, he dined and supped at charge of other folk, and by his looks had he held out his palms, he might be thought an object fit for alms. But to the poor if he refused his pelf, he used them full as kindly as himself. Where he went he never saw his betters, lords, knights, and squires were all his humble debtors. And under hand and seal the Irish nation were forced to own to him their obligation. He that could once have half a kingdom bought, in half a minute is not worth a groat. His coffers from the coffin could not save, nor all his interest keep him from the grave. A golden monument would not be right, because we wish the earth upon him light. O London Tavern, thou hast lost a friend, though in thy walls he ne'er did farthing spend. He touch'd the pence when others touch'd the pot, the hand that signed the mortgage paid the shot. Old as he was, no vulgar known disease on him could ever boast a power to seize. But as the gold he weighed, grim death in spite cast in his dart, which made 3 more doors light. And as he saw his darling money fail, blew his last breath to sink the lighter scale. He who so long was current, 'twould be strange if he should now be cried down since his change. The sexton shall green sods on thee bestow. Alas, the sexton is thy banker now. A dismal banker must that banker be, who gives no bills but of mortality. Epitaph on the same. Beneath this verdant hillock lies Daimar, the wealthy and the wise. His heirs, that he might safely rest, have put his carcass in a chest, the very chest in which, they say, his other self, his money, lay. And if his heirs continue kind to that dear self he left behind, I dare believe that 4 in 5 will think his better self alive.
End of section 36. Section 37 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
To Mrs. Houghton of Bourmont, on praising her husband to Dr. Swift. You always are making a god of your spouse, but this neither reason nor conscience allows. Perhaps you will say 'tis ingratitude due, and you adore him because he adores you. Your argument's weak, and so you will find, for you by this rule must adore all mankind. Verses written on a window at the Deanery House, St. Patrick's. Are the guests of this house still doomed to be cheated? Sure the fates have decreed they by halves should be treated. In the days of good John, if you came here to dine, you had choice of good meat, but no choice of good wine. In Jonathan's reign, if you come here to eat, you have choice of good wine, but no choice of good meat. O Jove, then how fully might all sides be blessed, which thou but agreed to this humble request. Put both deans in one, or if that's too much trouble, instead of the deans, make the deanery double. On another window. A bard on whom Phoebus his spirit bestowed, resolving t' acknowledge the bounty he owed, found out a new method at once of confessing, and making the most of so mighty a blessing. To the god he'd be grateful, but mortals he'd chouse, by making his patron preside in his house, and wisely foresaw this advantage from thence, that the god would in honour bear most of the expense. So the bard he finds drink, and leaves Phoebus to treat with the thoughts he inspires, regardless of meat. Hence they that come hither expecting to dine, are always fobbed off with sheer wit and sheer wine.
End of section 37. Section 38 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Apollo to the Dean, 1720. Right trusty, and so forth, we let you know, we are very ill used by you mortals below. For first I have often by chemists been told, though I know nothing on it, it is I that make gold. Which when you have got, you so carefully hide it, that since I was born I hardly have spied it. Then it must be allowed, that whenever I shine, I forward the grass, and I ripen the vine. To me the good fellows apply for relief, without whom they could get neither claret nor beef. Yet their wine and their victuals those curmudgeon lubbards lock up from my sight in cellars and cupboards. That I have an ill eye, they wickedly think, and taint all their meat, and sour all their drink. But thirdly and lastly, it must be allowed, I alone can inspire the poetical crowd. This is gratefully owned by each boy in the college, whom if I inspire, it is not to my knowledge. This every pretender in rhyme will admit, without troubling his head about judgment or wit. These gentlemen use me with kindness and freedom, and as for their works, when I please I may read 'em. They lie open on purpose on counters and stalls, and the titles I view when I shine on the walls. But a comrade of yours, that traitor Delany, whom I for your sake have used better than any, and of my mere motion and special good grace, intended in time to succeed in your place, on Tuesday the 10th seditiously came, with a certain false traitress, one Stella by name, to the Deanery House, and on the north glass, where for fear of the cold I never can pass. Then and there viet armis with a certain utensil, of value 5 shillings, in English a pencil, did maliciously, falsely, and traitorously write, while Stella aforesaid stood by with a light. My sister hath lately deposed upon oath, that she stopped in her course to look at them both; that Stella was helping, abetting, and aiding, and still as he writ stood smiling and reading; that her eyes were as bright as myself at noonday, but her graceful black locks were all mingled with grey. And by the description I certainly know 'tis the nymph that I courted some 10 years ago; whom when I with the best of my talents endued, on her promise of yielding she acted the prude; that some verses were writ with felonious intent, direct to the north, where I never once went; that the letters appeared reversed through the pane, but in Stella's bright eyes were placed right again, wherein she distinctly could read every line, and presently guessed the fancy was mine. She can swear to the parson whom oft she has seen at night between Cavan Street and College Green. Now you see why his verses so seldom are shown, the reason is plain, they are none of his own. And observe while you live that no man is shy to discover the goods he came honestly by. If I light on a thought, he will certainly steal it, and when he has got it, find ways to conceal it. Of all the fine things he keeps in the dark, there's scarce one in 10 but what has my mark. And let them be seen by the world if he dare, I'll make it appear they are all stolen ware. But as for the poem he writ on your sash, I think I have now got him under my lash. My sister transcribed it last night to his sorrow, and the public shall see it if I live till to-morrow. Through the zodiac around it shall quickly be spread in all parts of the globe where your language is read. He knows very well I ne'er gave a refusal, when he asked for my aid in the forms that are usual. But the secret is this: I did lately intend to write a few verses on you as my friend. I studied a fortnight before I could find, as I rode in my chariot, a thought to my mind; and resolved the next winter, for that is my time, when the days are at shortest, to get it in rhyme. Till then it was locked in my box at Parnassus, when that subtle companion, in hopes to surpass us, conveys out my paper of hints by a trick, for I think in my conscience he deals with old Nick. And from my own stock, provided with topics, he gets to a window beyond both the tropics. There, out of my sight, just against the north zone, writes down my conceits, and then calls them his own. And you, like a cully, the bubble can swallow. Now who but Delany that writes like Apollo? High treason by statute, yet here you object. He only stole hints, but the verse is correct. Though the thoughts be Apollo's, 'tis finely expressed. So a thief steals my horse, and has him well dressed. Now whereas the said criminal seems past repentance, we Phoebus think fit to proceed to his sentence. Since Delany hath dared, like Prometheus his sire, to climb to our region, and thence to steal fire, we order a vulture in shape of the spleen, to prey on his liver, but not to be seen. And we order our subjects in every degree to believe all his verses were written by me, and under the pain of our highest displeasure, to call nothing his but the rhyme and the measure. And lastly, for Stella, just out of her prime, I'm too much revenged already by time. In return of her scorn I sent her diseases, but will now be her friend whenever she pleases. And the gifts I bestowed her will find her a lover, though she lives till she's grey as a badger all over.
End of section 38. Section 39 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
News from Parnassus by Dr. Delany, occasioned by Apollo to the Dean, 1720. Parnassus, February the 27th, the poets assembled here on the 11th, convened by Apollo, who gave them to know he'd have a vice-regent in his empire below, but declared that no bard should this honour inherit, till the rest had agreed he surpassed them in merit. Now this you'll allow was a difficult case, for each bard believed he'd a right to the place. So finding the assembly grow warm in debate, he put them in mind of his Phaethon's fate. 'Twas urged to no purpose, disputes higher rose, Scarce Phoebus himself could their quarrels compose; Till at length he determined that every bard Should each in his turn be patiently heard. First, one who believed he excell'd in translation, Founds his claim on the doctrine of man's transmigration. Since the soul of great Milton was given to me, I hope the convention will quickly agree. Agree, quoth Apollo, from whence is this fool? Is he just come from reading Pythagoras at school? Be gone, sir, you've got your subscriptions in time, And give in return neither reason nor rhyme. To the next says the god, though now I won't choose you, I'll tell you the reason for which I refuse you. Love's goddess has oft to her parents complain'd Of my favouring a bard who her empire disdain'd; That at my instigation a poem you writ, Which to beauty and youth preferr'd judgment and wit; That to make you a laureate I gave the first voice, Inspiring the Britons t'approve of my choice. Jove sent her to me, her power to try; The goddess of beauty, what god can deny? She forbids your preferment, I grant her desire; Appease the fair goddess, you then may rise higher. The next that appear'd had good hopes of succeeding, For he merited much for his wit and his breeding. 'Twas wise in the Britons no favour to show him, He else might expect they should pay what they owe him; And therefore they prudently chose to discard The patriot whose merits they would not reward. The god with a smile bade his favourite advance; You were sent by Astraea, her envoy to France; You bend your ambition to rise in the state; I refuse you, because you could stoop to be great. Then a bard who had been a successful translator, The convention allows me a versificator. Says Apollo, you mention the least of your merit; By your works it appears you have much of my spirit. I esteem you so well, that, to tell you the truth, The greatest objection against you's your youth. Then be not concern'd, you are now laid aside; If you live, you shall certainly one day preside. Another, low bending, Apollo thus greets: 'Twas I taught your subjects to walk through the streets. You taught them to walk! why they knew it before; But give me the bard that can teach them to soar. Whenever he claims 'tis his right, I'll confess, Who lately attempted my style with success. Who writes like Apollo has most of his spirit, And therefore 'tis just I distinguish his merit. Who makes it appear by all he has writ, His judgment alone can set bounds to his wit; Like Virgil correct with his own native ease, But excels even Virgil in elegant praise. Who admires the ancients, and knows 'tis their due, Yet writes in a manner entirely new. Though none with more ease their depths can explore, Yet whatever he wants he takes from my store. Though I'm fond of his virtues, his pride I can see, In scorning to borrow from any but me. It is owing to this, that, like Cynthia, his lays Enlighten the world by reflecting my rays. This said, the whole audience soon found out his drift; The convention was summoned in favour of Swift.
End of Section 39. Section 40 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Apollo's Edict, occasioned by news from Parnassus. Ireland is now our royal care; We lately fix'd our viceroy there. How near she was to be undone, Till pious love inspired her son! What cannot our vicegerent do, As poet and as patriot too? Let his success our subjects sway, Our inspirations to obey, And follow where he leads the way. Then study to correct your taste, Nor beaten paths be longer traced. No simile shall be begun With rising or with setting sun; And let the secret head of Nile Be ever banish'd from your isle. When wretched lovers live on air, I beg you'll the chameleon spare. And when you'd make a hero grander, Forget he's like a salamander. No son of mine shall dare to say, Aurora usher'd in the day, Or ever name the Milky Way. You all agree, I make no doubt, Elijah's mantle is worn out. The bird of Jove shall toil no more, To teach the humble wren to soar. Your tragic heroes shall not rant, Nor shepherds use poetic cant. Simplicity alone can grace the manners of the rural race. Theocritus and Philips be your guides to true simplicity. When Damon's soul shall take its flight, though poets have the second sight, they shall not see a trail of light, nor shall the vapours upward rise, nor a new star adorn the skies. For who can hope to place one there, as glorious as Belinda's hair? Yet, if his name you'd eternize, and must exalt him to the skies, without a star this may be done, so Tickell mourn'd his Addison. If Anna's happy reign you praise, pray not a word of halcyon days, nor let my votaries show their skill in aping lines from Cooper's Hill. For know I cannot bear to hear the mimicry of deep yet clear. Whene'er my viceroy is addressed, against the phoenix I protest. When poets soar in youthful strains, no Phaethon to hold the reins. When you describe a lovely girl, no lips of coral, teeth of pearl. Cupid shall ne'er mistake another, howe'er beauteous for his mother, nor shall his darts at random fly from magazine in Celia's eye. With woman compounds I am cloy'd, which only pleased in Biddy Floyd. For foreign aid what need they roam, whom fate has amply bless'd at home? Unerring heaven with bounteous hand has form'd a model for your land, whom Jove endued with every grace, the glory of the Granard race. Now destined by the powers divine, the blessing of another line. Then would you paint a matchless dame, whom you'd consign to endless fame? Invoke not Cytherea's aid, nor borrow from the blue-eyed maid, nor need you on the Graces call. Take qualities from Donegal.
End of Section 40. Section 41 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The description of an Irish feast, translated almost literally out of the original Irish, 1720. O'Rourke's noble fare will ne'er be forgot by those who were there, or those who were not. His revels to keep, we sup and we dine on 70 sheep, fat bullocks and swine. Usquebaugh to our feast in pails was brought up, 100 at least, and a madder our cup. Oh, there is the sport, we rise with delight, in disorderly sort, from snoring all night. Oh, how I was trick'd! My pipe it was broke, my pocket was pick'd, I lost my new cloak. I'm rifled, quoth Nell, of mantle and kercher. Why then fare them well, the day'll take the searcher. Come, Harper, strike up, but first, by your favour, boy, give us a cup. Ah, this hath some savour. O'Rourke's jolly boys ne'er dreamt of the matter, till roused by the noise and musical clatter. They bounce from their nest, no longer will tarry, they rise ready dressed, without one Ave Mary. They dance in a round, cutting capers and ramping, a mercy the ground did not burst with their stamping. The floor is all wet with leaps and with jumps, while the water and sweat splish splash in their pumps. Bless you late and early, Laughlin, Oenegan, but my hand you dance rarely, Margery Grenagan. Bring straw for our bed, shake it down to the feet, then over us spread the winnowing sheet. To show I don't flinch, fill the bowl up again, then give us a pinch of your sneezing again. Good Lord, what a sight, after all their good cheer, for people to fight in the midst of their beer! They rise from the feast, and hot are their brains, a cubit at least the length of their skeins. What stabs and what cuts, what clattering of sticks, what strokes on the guts, what basting and kicks! With cudgels of oak, well hardened in flame, 100 heads broke, 100 struck lame. You churl, I'll maintain, my father built Lusk, the castle of Slane and Carrick Drumrusk. The Earl of Kildare and Moynalta his brother, as great as they are, I was nursed by their mother. Ask that of old Madam, she'll tell you who's who. As far up as Adam, she knows it is true. Come down with that beam, if cudgels are scarce, a blow on the weam, or a kick on the arse.
End of section 41. Section 42 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Progress of Beauty, 1719. When first Diana leaves her bed, vapours and steams her looks disgrace, a frowsy dirty coloured red sits on her cloudy wrinkled face. But by degrees, when mounted high, her artificial face appears, down from her window in the sky her spots are gone, her visage clears. 'Twixt earthly females and the moon all parallels exactly run. If Celia should appear too soon, alas, the nymph would be undone. To see her from her pillow rise, all reeking in a cloudy steam, cracked lips, foul teeth, and gummy eyes, poor Strephon, how would he blaspheme! The soot or powder which was wont to make her hair look black as jet, falls from her tresses on her front, a mingled mass of dirt and sweat. Three colours, black and red and white, so graceful in their proper place, remove them to a different light, they form a frightful hideous face. For instance, when the lily slips into the precincts of the rose, and takes possession of the lips, leaving the purple to the nose. So Celia went entire to bed, all her complexion safe and sound, but when she rose, the black and red, though still in sight, had changed their ground. The black, which would not be confined, a more inferior station seeks, leaving the fiery red behind, and mingles in her muddy cheeks. The paint by perspiration cracks, and falls in rivulets of sweat. On either side you see the tracks, while at her chin the confluents meet. A skilful housewife thus her thumb with spittle while she spins anoints, and thus the brown meanders come in trickling streams betwixt her joints. But Celia can with ease reduce, by help of pencil, paint, and brush, each colour to its place and use, and teach her cheeks again to blush. She knows her early self no more, but fill'd with admiration stands, as other painters oft adore the workmanship of their own hands. Thus after 4 important hours, Celia's the wonder of her sex. Say, which among the heavenly powers could cause such wonderful effects? Venus, indulgent to her kind, gave women all their hearts could wish, when first she taught them where to find white lead in Lusitanian dish. Love with white lead cements his wings, white lead was sent us to repair, to brightest, brittlest earthly things, a lady's face and china ware. She ventures now to lift the sash, the window is her proper sphere. Ah, lovely nymph, be not too rash, nor let the beau approach too near. Take pattern by your sister star, delude at once and bless our sight. When you are seen, be seen from far, and chiefly choose to shine by night. In the Pall Mall, when passing by, keep up the glasses of your chair, then each transported fop will cry, God damn me, Jack, she's wondrous fair. But art no longer can prevail, when the materials all are gone. The best mechanic hand must fail, where nothing's left to work upon. Matter, as wise logicians say, cannot without a form subsist, and form, say I, as well as they, must fail if matter brings no grist. And this is fair Diana's case, for all astrologers maintain, each night a bit drops off her face, when mortals say she's in her wane. While Partridge wisely shows the cause, efficient of the moon's decay, that Cancer with his poisonous claws attacks her in the Milky Way. But Gadbury in art profound from her pale cheeks pretends to show that Swain Endymion is not sound, or else that Mercury's her foe. But let the cause be what it will, in half a month she looks so thin, that Flamsteed can, with all his skill, see but her forehead and her chin. Yet, as she wastes, she grows discreet, till midnight never shows her head. So rotting Celia strolls the street, when sober folks are all abed. For sure, if this be Luna's fate, poor Celia, but of mortal race, in vain expects a longer date to the materials of her face. When Mercury her tresses mows, to think of oil and soot is vain. No painting can restore a nose, nor will her teeth return again. 2 balls of glass may serve for eyes, white lead can plaister up a cleft, but these, alas, are poor supplies, if neither cheeks nor lips be left. Ye powers, who over love preside, since mortal beauties drop so soon, if ye would have us well supplied, send us new nymphs with each new moon.
End of section 42. Section 43 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Progress of Marriage. Aetatis Sui 52, a reverend dean, began to woo a handsome, young, imperious girl, nearly related to an earl. Her parents and her friends consent, the couple to the temple went. They first invite the Cyprian queen. 'Twas answer'd, she would not be seen. But Cupid in disdain could scarce forbear to bid them kiss his arse. The Graces next, and all the Muses, were bid in form, but sent excuses. Juno attended at the porch, with farthing candle for a torch, while Mistress Iris held her train, the faded bow bedropped with rain. Then Hebe came and took her place, but show'd no more than half her face. Whate'er these dire forebodings meant, in joy the marriage day was spent. The marriage day, you take me right, I promise nothing for the night. The bridegroom, dressed to make a figure, assumes an artificial vigour, a flourished nightcap on, to grace his ruddy, wrinkled, smirking face, like the faint red upon a pippin, half wither'd by a winter's kipping. And thus set out this happy pair, the swain is rich, the nymph is fair. But what I gladly would forget, the swain is old, the nymph coquette. Both from the goal together start, scarce run a step before they part. No common ligament that binds the various textures of their minds, their thoughts and actions, hopes and fears, less corresponding than their years. The dean desires his coffee soon, she rises to her tea at noon. While the dean goes out to cheapen books, she at the glass consults her looks. While Betty's buzzing at her ear, Lord, what a dress these parsons wear! So odd a choice how could she make? Wish'd him a colonel for her sake. Then on her finger ends she counts, exact to what his age amounts. The dean, she heard her uncle say, is 60, if he be a day. His ruddy cheeks are no disguise, you see the crow's feet round his eyes. At one she rambles to the shops, to cheapen tea and talk with fops, or calls a council of her maids, and tradesmen to compare brocades. Her weighty morning business o'er, sits down to dinner just at 4. Minds nothing that is done or said, her evening work so fills her head. The dean, who used to dine at 1, is mawkish, and his stomach's gone. In threadbare gown would scarce a louse hold, looks like the chaplain of the household. Beholds her from the chaplain's place, in French brocades and Flanders lace. He wonders what employs her brain, but never asks, or asks in vain. His mind is full of other cares, and, in the sneaking parson's airs, computes that half a parish dues will hardly find his wife in shoes. Canst thou imagine, dull divine, 'twill gain her love to make her fine? Hath she no other wants beside? You feed her lust as well as pride, enticing coxcombs to adore, and teach her to despise thee more. If in her coach she'll condescend to place him at the hinder end, her hoop is hoist above his nose, his odious gown would soil her clothes. She drops him at the church to pray, while she drives on to see the play. He, like an orderly divine, comes home a quarter after 9, and meets her hasting to the ball. Her chairmen push him from the wall. The dean gets in, and walks up stairs, and calls the family to prayers, then goes alone to take his rest in bed, where he can spare her best. At 5 the footmen make a din, her ladyship is just come in. The masquerade began at 2, she stole away with much ado, and shall be chid this afternoon for leaving company so soon. She'll say, and she may truly say't, she can't abide to stay out late. But now, though scarce a 12-month married, poor Lady Jane has thrice miscarried. The cause, alas! is quickly guessed, the town has whispered round the jest. Think on some remedy in time, the Dean, you see, is past his prime. Already dwindled to a lath, no other way but try the bath. For Venus, rising from the ocean, infused in strong prolific potion, that mixed with Achelous spring, the horned flood, as poets sing. Who, with an English beauty smitten, ran under ground from Greece to Britain. The genial virtue with him brought, and gave the nymph a plenteous draught, then fled and left his horn behind, for husbands past their youth to find. The nymph, who still with passion burn'd, was to a boiling fountain turn'd, where childless wives crowd every morn to drink in Achelous' horn, or bathe beneath the cross their limbs, where fruitful matter chiefly swims. And here the father often gains that title by another's pains. Hither, though much against his grain, the Dean has carried Lady Jane. He for a while would not consent, but vow'd his money all was spent. Was ever such a clownish reason, and must my lady slip her season? The doctor, with a double fee, was bribed to make the Dean agree. Here all diversions of the place are proper in my lady's case, with which she patiently complies, merely because her friends advise. His money and her time employs in music, raffling rooms, and toys, or in the cross bath seeks an air, since others oft have found one there, where if the Dean by chance appears, it shames his cassock and his years. He keeps his distance in the gallery, till banished by some coxcomb's raillery, for 'twould his character expose to bathe among the belles and beaux. So have I seen, within a pen, young ducklings foster'd by a hen, but when let out, they run and muddle, as instinct leads them in a puddle. The sober hen, not born to swim, with mournful note clucks round the brim. The Dean, with all his best endeavour, gets not an heir, but gets a fever. A victim to his last essays of vigour in declining days, he dies, and leaves his mourning mate, what could he less? His whole estate. The widow goes through all her forms, new lovers now will come in swarms. Oh, may I see her soon dispensing her favours to some broken ensign! Him let her marry for his face, and only coat of tarnished lace, to turn her naked out of doors, and spend her jointure on his whores. But for a parting present leave her a rooted pox to last for ever.
End of Section 43. Section 44 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Progress of Poetry. The farmer's goose, who in the stubble has fed without restraint or trouble, grown fat with corn, and sitting still, can scarce get o'er the barn door sill, and hardly waddles forth to cool her belly in the neighbouring pool, nor loudly cackles at the door, for cackling shows the goose is poor. But when she must be turned to graze, and round the barren common strays, hard exercise and harder fare soon make my dame grow lank and spare. Her body light, she tries her wings, and scorns the ground, and upward springs, while all the parish, as she flies, hear sounds harmonious from the skies. Such is the poet fresh in pay, the third night's profits of his play. His morning draughts till noon can swill among his brethren of the quill, with good roast beef his belly full, grown lazy, foggy, fat, and dull, deep sunk in plenty and delight. What poor e'er could take his flight? Or, stuff'd with phlegm up to the throat, what poet e'er could sing a note? Nor Pegasus could bear the load along the high celestial road. The steed oppress'd would break his girth to raise the lumber from the earth. But view him in another scene, when all his drink is hippocrene, his money spent, his patrons fail, his credit out for cheese and ale, his 2 years' coat so smooth and bare, through every thread it lets in air, with hungry meals his body pinn'd, his guts and belly full of wind, and like a jockey for a race, his flesh brought down to flying case. Now his exalted spirit loathes encumbrances of food and clothes, and up he rises like a vapour, supported high on wings of paper. He singing flies, and flying sings, while from below all Grub Street rings.
End of section 44. Section 45 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The South Sea Project, 1721. Ye wise philosophers explain what magic makes our money rise, when dropped into the southern main, or do these jugglers cheat our eyes? Put in your money fairly told, presto be gone, 'tis here again. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, here's every piece as big as 10. Thus in a basin drop a shilling, then fill the vessel to the brim. You shall observe, as you are filling, the ponderous metal seem to swim. It rises both in bulk and height, behold it swelling like a sop. The liquid medium cheats your sight, behold it mounted to the top. In stock 300,000 pounds, I have in view a lord's estate, my manors all contiguous round, a coach and six, and served in plate. Thus the deluded bankrupt raves, puts all upon a desperate bet, then plunges in the southern waves, dipp'd over head and ears in debt. So by a calenture misled, the mariner with rapture sees, on the smooth ocean's azure bed, enamelled fields and verdant trees. With eager haste he longs to rove in that fantastic scene, and thinks it must be some enchanted grove, and in he leaps, and down he sinks. 500 chariots just bespoke are sunk in these devouring waves, the horses drown'd, the harness broke, and here the owners find their graves. Like Pharaoh by directors led, they with their spoils went safe before, his chariots tumbling out the dead, lay shatter'd on the Red Sea shore. Raised up on hope's aspiring plumes, the young adventurer o'er the deep an eagle's flight and state assumes, and scorns the middle way to keep. On paper wings he takes his flight, with wax the father bound them fast, the wax is melted by the height, and down the towering boy is cast. A moralist might here explain the rashness of the Cretan youth, describe his fall into the main, and from a fable form a truth. His wings are his paternal rent, he melts the wax at every flame, his credit sunk, his money spent, in southern seas he leaves his name. Inform us, you that best can tell, why in that dangerous gulf profound, where hundreds and where thousands fell, fools chiefly float, the wise are drowned. So have I seen from Severn's brink a flock of geese jump down together, swim where the bird of Jove would sink, and swimming never wet a feather. But I affirm 'tis false in fact, directors better knew their tools. We see the nation's credit crack'd, each knave has made 1,000 fools. One fool may from another win, and then get off with money stored, but if a sharper once comes in, he throws it all and sweeps the board. As fishes on each other prey, the great ones swallowing up the small, so fares it in the southern sea, the whale directors eat up all. When stock is high, they come between, making by second hand their offers, then cunningly retire unseen, with each 1,000,000 in his coffers. So when upon a moonshine night, an ass was drinking at a stream, a cloud arose and stopped the light, by intercepting every beam. The day of judgment will be soon, cries out a sage among the crowd. An ass has swallowed up the moon. The moon lay safe behind the cloud. Each poor subscriber to the sea sinks down at once, and there he lies. Directors fall as well as they, their fall is but a trick to rise. So fishes rising from the main can soar with moistened wings on high. The moisture dried, they sink again, and dip their fins again to fly. Undone at play, the female troops come here their losses to retrieve, ride o'er the waves in spacious hoops, like Lapland witches in a sieve. Thus Venus to the sea descends, as poets feign, but where's the moral? It shows the Queen of Love intends to search the deep for pearl and coral. The sea is richer than the land, I heard it from my grandam's mouth, which now I clearly understand, for by the sea she meant the south. Thus by directors we are told, pray, gentlemen, believe your eyes, our ocean's covered o'er with gold. Look round and see how thick it lies. We gentlemen are your assisters, we'll come and hold you by the chin. Alas, all is not gold that glisters, 10,000 sink by leaping in. O would those patriots be so kind, here in the deep to wash their hands, then like Pactolus we should find, the sea indeed had golden sands. A shilling in the bath you fling, the silver takes a nobler hue, by magic virtue in the spring, and seems a guinea to your view. But as a guinea will not pass at market for a farthing more, shown through a multiplying glass, than what it always did before. So cast it in the southern seas, or view it through a jobber's bill. Put on what spectacles you please, your guinea's but a guinea still. One night a fool into a brook, thus from a hillock looking down, the golden stars for guineas took, and silver Cynthia for a crown. The point he could no longer doubt, he ran and leapt into the flood, there sprawled a while and scarce got out, all covered o'er with slime and mud. Upon the water cast thy bread, and after many days thou'lt find it, but gold upon this ocean spread shall sink and leave no mark behind it. There is a gulf where thousands fell, here all the bold adventurers came, a narrow sound, though deep as hell, Change Alley is the dreadful name. 9 times a day it ebbs and flows, yet he that on the surface lies, without a pilot seldom knows the time it falls, or when 'twill rise. Subscribers here by thousands float, and jostle one another down, each paddling in his leaky boat, and here they fish for gold and drown. Now buried in the depth below, now mounted up to heaven again, they reel and stagger to and fro, at their wits' end like drunken men. Meantime secure on Garway cliffs, a savage race by shipwrecks fed, lie waiting for the founder'd skiffs, and strip the bodies of the dead. But these you say are factious lies, from some malicious Tory's brain, for where directors get a prize, the Swiss and Dutch whole millions drain. Thus when by rooks a lord is plied, some cully often wins a bet, by venturing on the cheating side, though not into the secret let. While some build castles in the air, directors build them in the seas, subscribers plainly see them there, for fools will see as wise men please. Thus oft by mariners are shown, unless the men of Kent are liars, Earl Godwin's castles overflown, and palace roofs and steeple spires. Mark where the sly directors creep, nor to the shore approach too nigh; the monsters nestle in the deep, to seize you in your passing by. Then, like the dogs of Nile, be wise, who, taught by instinct how to shun the crocodile that lurking lies, run as they drink, and drink and run. Antaeus could, by magic charms, recover strength whene'er he fell. Alcides held him in his arms, and sent him up in air to hell. Directors thrown into the sea recover strength and vigour there, but may be tamed another way, suspended for a while in air. Directors, for 'tis you I warn, by long experience we have found, what planet ruled when you were born, we see you never can be drowned. Beware, nor over bulky grow, nor come within your cully's reach, for if the sea should sink so low, to leave you dry upon the beach, you'll owe your ruin to your bulk. Your foes already waiting stand, to tear you like a founder'd hulk, while you lie helpless on the sand. Thus, when a whale has lost the tide, the coasters crowd to seize the spoil, the monster into parts divide, and strip the bones and melt the oil. Oh, may some western tempest sweep these locusts whom our fruits have fed, that plague directors to the deep, driven from the South Sea to the Red. May he whom nature's laws obey, who lifts the poor and sinks the proud, quiet the raging of the sea, and still the madness of the crowd. But never shall our isle have rest, till those devouring swine run down, the devils leaving thee possessed, and headlong in the waters drown. The nation then too late will find, computing all their cost and trouble, directors' promises but wind, South Sea at best a mighty bubble.
End of section 45. Section 46 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A Prologue. Billet to a company of players, sent with the prologue. Our set of strollers, wandering up and down, hearing the house was empty, came to town, and with a licence from our good Lord Mayor, went to one Griffith, formerly a player. Him we persuaded, with a moderate bribe, to speak to Earlington and all the tribe, to let our company supply their places, and hire us out their scenes, and clothes, and faces. Is not the truth the truth? Look full on me, I am not Earlington, nor Griffith he. When we perform, look sharp among our crew, there's not a creature here you ever knew. The former folks were servants to the king, we humble strollers, always on the wing. Now, for my part, I think upon the whole, rather than starve, a better man would stroll. Stay, let me see, 300 a year, for leave to act in town, 'tis plaguy dear. Now here's a warrant, gallants please to mark, for 3 13s and 6pence to the clerk. 300 were I the price to fix, the public should bestow the actors 6. A score of guineas, given underhand, for a good word or so, we understand. To help an honest lad that's out of place, may cost a crown or so, a common case. And in a crew 'tis no injustice thought, to ship a rogue and pay him not a groat. But in the chronicles of former ages, who ever heard of servants paying wages? I pity Earlington with all my heart, would he were here this night to act my part. I told him what it was to be a stroller, how free we acted, and had no comptroller. In every town we wait on Mr. Mayor, first we get a licence, then produce our ware. We sound a trumpet, or we beat a drum, huzza the schoolboys roar, the players are come. And then we cry to spur the bumpkins on. Gallants, by Tuesday next we must be gone. I told him in the smoothest way I could all this and more, yet it would do no good. But Earlington, tears falling from his cheeks, he that is shone with Betterton and Wilkes, to whom our country has been always dear, who chose to leave his dearest pledges here, owns all your favours, here intends to stay, and, as a stroller, act in every play. And the whole crew this resolution takes, to live and die all strollers for your sakes, not frighted with an ignominious name, for your displeasure is their only shame. A pox on Earlington's majestic tone! Now to a word, a business in our own. Gallants, next Thursday night will be our last, then without fail we pack up for Belfast. Lose not your time, nor our diversion miss, the next we act shall be as good as this.
End of section 46. Section 47 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Epilogue to Mr. Hoppy's Benefit Night at Smock Alley. Hold, hold, my good friends, for one moment pray stop ye. I return ye my thanks in the name of poor Hoppy. He's not the first person who never did right, and yet has been fed by a benefit night. The custom is frequent, on my word I assure ye, in our famed elder house of the hundreds of Drury. But then you must know, those players still act on some very good reasons for such benefaction. A deceased poet's widow, if pretty can't fail, from Cibber she holds as a tenant in tail. Your emerited actors, and actresses too, for what they have done, though no more they can do. And sitters, and songsters, and Chetwood, and G, and sometimes a poor sufferer in the South Sea, a machine man, a tirewoman, a mute, and a sprite, have been all kept from starving by a benefit night. Thus for Hoppy's bright merits, at length we have found, that he must have of us 99 and £1, paid to him clear money once every year, and however some think it a little too dear, yet for reasons of state this sum we'll allow, though we pay the good man with the sweat of our brow. First, because by the king to us he was sent, to guide the whole session of this parliament, to preside in our councils both public and private, and so learn by the by what both houses do drive at. When bold B roars and meek M raves, when Ash prates by wholesale or B.H. by halves, when Whigs become whims, or join with the Tories, and to himself constant when a member no more is, but changes his sides, and votes and unvotes, as S.T. is dull, and with S.D. who dotes. Then up must get Hoppy, and with voice very low, and with eloquent bow the house he must show, that that worthy member who spoke last must give the freedom to him humbly most to conceive, that his sentiment on this affair isn't right, that he mightily wonders which way he came by it, that for his part, God knows, he does such things disown, and so having convinced him, he most humbly sits down. For these and more reasons, which perhaps you may hear, £100 this night, and 100 this year, and so on we are forced, though we sweat out our blood, to make these walls pay for poor Hoppy's good, to supply with rare diet his pot and his spit, and with richest Margot to wash down a tit bit, to wash oft his fine linen, so clean and so net, and to buy him much linen to fence against sweat. All which he deserves, for although all the day he oft times is heavy, yet all night he's gay, and if he rise early to watch for the state, to keep up his spirits he'll sit up as late. Thus for these and more reasons, as before I did say, Hop has got all the money for our acting this play, which makes us poor actors look je ne sais quoi.
End of section 47. Section 48 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Prologue To a Play for the Benefit of the Distressed Weavers, by Dr. Sheridan, spoken by Mr. Earlington, 1721. Great cry and little wool is now become the plague and proverb of the weaver's loom. No wool to work on, neither weft nor warp, their pockets empty and their stomachs sharp. Provoked in loud complaints, to you they cry, ladies, relieve the weavers, or they die. Forsake your silks for stuffs, nor think it strange to shift your clothes, since you delight in change. One thing with freedom I'll presume to tell, the men will like you every bit as well. See, I am dressed from top to toe in stuff, and, by my troth, I think I'm fine enough. My wife admires me more, and swears she never in any dress beheld me look so clever. And if a man be better in such wear, what great advantage must it give the fair! Our wool from lambs of innocence proceeds, silk come from maggots, calicoes from weeds. Hence 'tis by sad experience that we find ladies in silks to vapours much inclined. And what are they but maggots in the mind? For which I think it reason to conclude, that clothes may change our temper, like our food. Chintzes are gaudy, and engage our eyes too much about the party colour'd dyes. Although the lustre is from you begun, we see the rainbow, and neglect the sun. How sweet an innocence the country made, with small expense in native wool array'd! Who copies from the fields her homely green, while by her shepherd with delight she's seen. Should our fair ladies dress like her in wool, how much more lovely, and how beautiful! Without their Indian drapery they'd prove, while wool would help to warm us into love. Then, like the famous Argonauts of Greece, we'll all contend to gain the golden fleece.
End of section 48. Section 49 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Epilogue to a Benefit Play, given in behalf of the Distressed Weavers, by the Dean, spoken by Mr. Griffith. Who dares affirm this is no pious age, when charity begins to tread the stage? When actors, who at best are hardly savers, will give a night of benefit to weavers? Stay, let me see how finely it will sound. Imprimis from his grace £100, peers, clergy, gentry, all are benefactors. And then comes in the item of the actors. Item, the actors freely give a day, the poet had no more who made the play. But whence this wondrous charity in players? They learn'd it not at sermons or at prayers. Under the rose, since here are none but friends, to own the truth, we have some private ends. Since waiting women, like exacting jades, hold up the prices of their old brocades, we'll dress in manufactures made at home, equip our kings and generals at the comb. We'll rig from Meath Street Egypt's haughty queen, and Antony shall court her in ratteen. In blue shalloon shall Hannibal be clad, and Scipio trail an Irish purple plaid. In drugget dress'd, of 13 pence a yard, see Philip's son amidst his Persian guard. And proud Roxana, fired with jealous rage, with 50 yards of crape shall sweep the stage. In short, our kings and princesses within are all resolved this project to begin. And you, our subjects, when you here resort, must imitate the fashion of the court. Oh, could I see this audience clad in stuff, though money's scarce, we should have trade enough. But chintz, brocades, and lace take all away, and scarce a crown is left to see the play. Perhaps you wonder
whence this friendship springs between the weavers and us playhouse kings. But wit and weaving had the same beginning. Pallas first taught us poetry and spinning. And next observe how this alliance fits, for weavers now are just as poor as wits. Their brother Quilman, workers for the stage, for sorry stuff can get a crown a page. But weavers will be kinder to the players, and sell for 20 pence a yard of theirs. And to your knowledge, there is often less in the poet's wit than in the player's dressin.
End of section 49. Section 50 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Answer to Dr. Sheridan's prologue and to Dr. Swift's epilogue in behalf of the distressed weavers, by Dr. Delany. Feminio generi tribuantur. The muses whom the richest silks array refused to fling their shining gowns away. The pencil closed the 9 in bright brocades, and gives each colour to the pictured maids. Far above mortal dress the sisters shine, pride in their Indian robes, and must be fine. And shall 2 bards in concert rhyme and huff, and fret these muses with their playhouse stuff? The player in mimic piety may storm, deplore the comb, and bid her hero's arm. The arbitrary mob, in paltry rage, may curse the belles and chintzes of the age. Yet still the artist worm her silk shall share, and spin her thread of life in service of the fair. The cotton plant, whom satire cannot blast, shall bloom the favourite of these realms and last. Like yours, ye fair, her fame from censure grows, prevails in charms, and glares above her foes. Your injured plant shall meet a loud defence, and be the emblem of your innocence. Some bard, perhaps, whose landlord was a weaver, penned the low prologue to return a favour. Some neighbour wit, that would be in the vogue, worked with his friend, and wove the epilogue. Who weaves the chaplet, or provides the bays, for such wool gathering sonneteers as these? Hence then, ye homespun witlings that persuade Miss Chloe to the fashion of her maid. Shall the wide hoop, that standard of the town, thus act subservient to a poplin gown? Who'd smell of wool all over? 'Tis enough the under petticoat be made of stuff. Lord, to be wrapped in flannel just in May, when the fields dressed in flowers appear so gay. And shall not Miss be flower'd as well as they? In what weak colours would the plaid appear, worked to a quilt, or studded in a chair? The skin that vies with silk would fret with stuff, or who could bear in bed a thing so rough? Ye knowing fair, how eminent that bed, where the chintz diamonds with the silken thread, where rustling curtains call the curious eye, and boast the streaks and paintings of the sky. Of flocks they'd have your milky ticking full, and all this for the benefit of wool. But where, they say, shall we bestow these weavers, that spread our streets, and are such piteous cravers? The silkworms, brittle beings prone to fate, demand their care to make their webs complete. These may they tend, their promises receive, we cannot pay too much for what they give. End of section 50. Section 51 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Gaulstown House, the seat of George Rochfort, Esquire, by Dr. Delany. 'Tis so old and so ugly, and yet so convenient, you're sometimes in pleasure, though often in painant. 'Tis so large, you may lodge a few friends with ease, and you may turn and stretch at your length if you pleasant. 'Tis so little, the family live in a present, and poor Lady Betty has scarce room to dress in't. 'Tis so cold in the winter, you can't bear to lie in't, and so hot in the summer, you're ready to fry in't. 'Tis so brittle, 'twould scarce bear the weight of a ton, yet so staunch that it keeps out a great deal of sun. 'Tis so crazy the weather with ease beats quite through it, and you're forced every year in some part to renew it. 'Tis so ugly, so useful, so big, and so little. 'Tis so staunch and so crazy, so strong and so brittle. 'Tis at one time so hot, and another so cold. It is part of the new and part of the old. It is just half a blessing, and just half a curse. Wish then, dear George, it were better or worse. End of Section 51. Section 52 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Country Life, part of a summer spent at Gaulstown House, the seat of George Rochfort, Esquire. Thalia tell in sober lays how George and Dandine pass their days. And should our Gaulstown's wit grow fallow, yet neget quis Carmina Gallo. Here, by the way, by Gallus mean I, not Sheridan, but friend Delaney. Begin, my muse, first from our bowers, we sally forth at different hours. At 7 the Dean, in night gown dress'd, goes round the house to wake the rest. At 9 grave Nym and George facetious go to the Dean to read Lucretius. At 10 my lady comes and hectors, and kisses George, and ends our lectures. And when she has him by the neck fast, hauls him and scolds us down to breakfast. We squander there an hour or more, and then all hands, boys, to the oar. All heteroclite, Dan except, who never time nor order kept, but by peculiar whimsies drawn, peeps in the ponds to look for spawn. Or sees the work, or dragon rows, or mars a text, or mends his hose. Or, but proceed we in our journal, at, to, or after, we return all. From the 4 elements assembling, warned by the bell, all folks come trembling. From airy garrets some descend, some from the lake's remotest end. My lord and Dean the fire forsake, Dan leaves the earthy spade and rake. The loiterers quait, no corner hides them, and Lady Betty soundly chides them. Now water brought, and dinner done, with church and king the ladies gone. Not reckoning half an hour we pass, in taking o'er a moderate glass. Dan, growing drowsy like a thief, steals off to doze away his beef. And this must pass for reading Hammond, while George and Dean go to backgammon. George, Nym, and Dean set out at 4, and then again boys to the oar. But when the sun goes to the deep, not to disturb him in his sleep, or make a rumbling o'er his head, his candle out, and he a bed. We watch his motions to a minute, and leave the flood when he goes in it. Now stinted in the shortening day, we go to prayers, and then to play, till supper comes, and after that we sit an hour to drink and chat. 'Tis late, the old and younger pairs, by Adam lighted, walk up stairs. The weary Dean goes to his chamber, and Nym and Dan to garret clamber. So when the circle we have run, the curtain falls, and all is done. I might have mentioned several facts, like episodes between the acts, and tell who loses and who wins, who gets a cold, who breaks his shins, how Dan caught nothing in his net, and how the boat was overset. For brevity I have retrench'd, how in the lake the Dean was drench'd. It would be an exploit to brag on, how valiant George rode o'er the Dragon, how steady in the storm he sat, and saved his oar, but lost his hat. How Nym, no hunter e'er could match him, still brings us hares when he can catch 'em. How skilfully Dan mends his nets, how fortune fails him when he sets. Or how the Dean delights to vex the ladies, and lampoon their sex. I might have told how oft Dean Percival displays his pedantry unmerciful, how haughtily he cocks his nose to tell what every schoolboy knows, and with his finger and his thumb explaining strikes opposers dumb. But now there needs no more be said on't, nor how his wife, that female pedant, shews all her secrets of housekeeping, for candles how she trucks her dripping, was forced to send 3 miles for yeast, to brew her ale and raise her paste, tells every thing that you can think of, how she cured Charley of the chin cough, what gave her brats and pigs the measles, and how her doves were killed by weasels, how Jowler howled, and what a fright she had with dreams the other night. But now, since I have gone so far on, a word or two of Lord Chief Baron, and tell how little weight he sets on all Whig papers and gazettes. But for the politics of Pew, thinks every syllable is true. And since he owns the King of Sweden is dead at last without evading, now all his hopes are in the Czar. Why, Muscovy is not so far, down the Black Sea and up the Straits, and in a month he's at your gates. Perhaps from what the packet brings, by Christmas we shall see strange things. Why should I tell of ponds and drains, what carps we met with for our pains, of sparrows tamed and nuts innumerable, to choke the girls and to consume a rabble? But you who are a scholar know how transient all things are below, how prone to change is human life. Last night arrived Clem and his wife. This grand event has broke our measures, their reign began with cruel seizures. The Dean must with his quilt supply the bed in which those tyrants lie. Nim lost his wig block, Dan his Jordan, my lady says she can't afford one. George is half scared out of his wits, for Clem gets all the dainty bits. Henceforth expect a different survey, this house will soon turn topsy-turvy. They talk of farther alterations, which causes many speculations. End of Section 52. Section 53 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Dr. Delany's Villa. Would you that Del Ville I describe, believe me, sir, I will not jibe. For who would be satirical upon a thing so very small? You scarce upon the borders enter, before you're at the very centre. A single crow can make it night, when o'er your farm she takes her flight. Yet in this narrow compass we observe a vast variety, both walks, walls, meadows, and parterres, windows and doors, and rooms and stairs, and hills and dales, and woods and fields, and hay and grass, and corn it yields, all to your haggard brought so cheap in, without the mowing or the reaping. A razor, though, to say it I'm loath, would shave you and your meadows both. Though small's the farm, yet there's a house full large to entertain a mouse. But where a rat is dreaded more than savage Caledonian boar, for if it's enter'd by a rat, there is no room to bring a cat. A little rivulet seems to steal down through a thing you call a vale, like tears adown a wrinkled cheek, like rain along a blade of leek. And this you call your sweet meander, which might be suck'd up by a gander, could he but force his nether bill to scoop the channel of the rill. For sure you'd make a mighty clutter, were it as big as city gutter. Next come I to your kitchen garden, where one poor mouse would fare but hard in. And round this garden is a walk, no longer than a tailor's chalk. Thus I compare what space is in it, a snail creeps round it in a minute. One lettuce makes a shift to squeeze up through a tuft you call your trees. And once a year a single rose peeps from the bud, but never blows. In vain then you expect its bloom, it cannot blow for want of room. In short, in all your boasted sate, there's nothing but yourself that's great. On one of the windows at Delville. A bard grown desirous of saving his pelf, built a house he was sure would hold none but himself. This enraged god Apollo, who Mercury sent, and bid him go ask what his votary meant. Some foe to my empire has been his adviser, 'Tis of dreadful portent when a poet turns miser. Tell him Hermes from me, tell that subject of mine, I've sworn by the Styx to defeat his design. For wherever he lives, the Muses shall reign, and the Muses he knows have a numerous train.
Section 53. Section 54 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Carbery Rocks, translated by Dr. Duncan. Lo, from the top of yonder cliff that shrouds its airy head amid the azure clouds, hangs a huge fragment, destitute of props. Prone on the wave, the rocky ruin drops. With hoarse rebuff the swelling seas rebound. From shore to shore the rocks return the sound. The dreadful murmur heaven's high convex claves, and Neptune shrinks beneath his subject waves. For long the whirling winds and beating tides had scooped a vault into its nether sides. Now yields the base, the summits nod, now urge their headlong course, and lash the sounding surge. Not louder noise could shake the guilty world, when Jove heaped mountains upon mountains hurled, retorting Pelion from his dread abode, to crush earth's rebel sons beneath the load. Oft too with hideous yawn the cavern wide presents an orifice on either side, a dismal orifice from sea to sea, extended pervious to the god of day. Uncouthly joined the rock's stupendous form, and arch the ruin of a future storm. High on the cliff their nests the woodquests make, and sea calves stable in the oozy lake. But when bleak winter with his sullen train awakes the winds to vex the watery plain, when o'er the craggy steep without control, big with the blast, the raging billows roll. Not towns beleaguered, not the flaming brand, darted from heaven by Jove's avenging hand, oft as on impious men his wrath he pours, humbles their pride, and blasts their gilded towers. Equal the tumult of this wild uproar, waves rushed o'er waves, rebellows shore to shore. The neighbouring race, though wont to brave the shocks of angry seas, and run along the rocks, now pale with terror while the ocean foams, fly far and wide, nor trust their native homes. The goats, while pendant from the mountain top, the withered herb improvident they crop, washed down the precipice with sudden sweep, leave their sweet lives beneath th' unfathom'd deep. The frightened fisher with desponding eyes, though safe, yet trembling in the harbour lies, nor hoping to behold the skies serene, wearies with vows the monarch of the main.
Section 54. Section 55 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Copy of the Birthday Verses on Mr. Ford. Come, be content, since out it must, for Stella has betrayed her trust, and whispering charged me not to say that Mr. Ford was born to-day. Or, if at last I needs must blab it, according to my usual habit, she bid me with a serious face be sure conceal the time and place, and not my compliment to spoil by calling this your native soil, or vex the ladies when they knew that you were turning 42. But if these topics shall appear strong arguments to keep you here, I think, though you judge hardly of it, good manners must give place to profit. The nymphs with whom you first began are each become a harridan, and Montague so far decay'd, her lovers now must all be paid. And every belle that since arose has her contemporary beau. Your former comrades, once so bright, with whom you toasted half the night, of rheumatism and pox complain, and bid adieu to dear Champagne. Your great protectors, once in power, are now in exile o'er the Tower; your foes triumphant o'er the laws, who hate your person and your cause. If once they get you on the spot, you must be guilty of the plot; for, true or false, they'll ne'er inquire, but use you 10 times worse than prior. In London, what would you do there? Can you, my friend, with patience bear? Nay, would it not your passion raise, worse than a pun or Irish phrase? To see a scoundrel strut and hector, a footboy to some rogue director, to look on vice triumphant round, and virtue trampled on the ground? Observe where bloody stands, with torturing engines in his hands; hear him blaspheme, and swear, and rail, threatening the pillory and jail. If this you think a pleasing scene, to London straight return again, where you have told us from experience are swarms of Bugs and Presbyterians. I thought my very spleen would burst, when fortune hither drove me first; was full as hard to please as you, nor persons' names nor places knew. But now I act as other folk, like prisoners when their gaol is broke. If you have London still at heart, we'll make a small one here by art. The difference is not much between St. James's Park and Stephen's Green; and Dawson Street will serve as well to lead you thither as Pall Mall. Nor want a passage through the palace, to choke your sight and raise your malice. The Deanery House may well be match'd, under correction, with the thatch'd. Nor shall I, when you hither come, demand a crown a quart for stum. Then, for a middle aged charmer, Stella may vie with your Mount Hermer. She's now as handsome every bit, and has 1,000 times her wit. The Dean and Sheridan, I hope, will half supply a Gay and Pope. Corbet, though yet I know his worth not, no doubt will prove a good Arbuthnot. I throw into the bargain Tim; in London can you equal him? What think you of my favourite clan, Robin and Jack and Dan, fellows of modest worth and parts, with cheerful looks and honest hearts? Can you on Dublin look with scorn? Yet here were you and Ormond born. O, were but you and I so wise, to see with Robert Grattan's eyes! Robin adores that spot of earth, that literal spot which gave him birth; and swears, Belcamp is to his taste as fine as Hampton Court at least. When to your friends you would enhance the praise of Italy or France, for grandeur, elegance, and wit, we gladly hear you and submit. But then to come and keep a clutter for this or that side of a gutter, to live in this or t'other isle, we cannot think it worth your while. For take it kindly or amiss, the difference but amounts to this: we bury on our side the Channel in linen, and on yours in flannel. For you the news are near to seek, while we, perhaps, may wait a week. You, happy folks, are sure to meet 100 whores in every street, while we may trace all Dublin o'er, before we find out half a score. You see my arguments are strong; I wonder you held out so long; but since you are convinced at last, we'll pardon you for what has passed. So let us now for whist prepare 12 pence a corner, if you dare.
End of Section 55. Section 56 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
On Dreams, an imitation of Petronius. Those dreams that on the silent night intrude, and with false flitting shades our minds delude, Jove never sends us downward from the skies, nor can they from infernal mansions rise, but are all mere productions of the brain, and fools consult interpreters in vain. For when in bed we rest our weary limbs, the mind unburdened sports in various whims. The busy head with mimic art runs o'er the scenes and actions of the day before. The drowsy tyrant, by his minions led, to regal rage devotes some patriot's head. With equal terrors, not with equal guilt, the murderer dreams of all the blood he spilt. The soldier, smiling, hears the widow's cries, and stabs the son before the mother's eyes. With like remorse his brother of the trade, the butcher fells the lamb beneath his blade. The statesman rakes the town to find a plot, and dreams of forfeitures by treason got. Nor less Tom Tiedeman of true statesman mould collects the city filth in search of gold. Orphans around his bed the lawyer sees, and takes the plaintiffs' and defendants' fees. His fellow pick nurse, watching for a job, fancies his fingers in the cully's fob. The kind physician grants the husband's prayers, or gives relief to long expecting heirs. The sleeping hangman ties the fatal noose, nor unsuccessful waits for dead men's shoes. The grave divine, with knotty points perplexed, as if he were awake, nods o'er his text, while the sly mountebank attends his trade, harangues the rabble, and is better paid. The hireling senator of modern days bedaubs the guilty great with nauseous praise, and Dick, the scavenger, with equal grace, flirts from his cart the mud in Walpole's face.
End of section 56. Section 57 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Sent by Dr. Delany to Dr. Swift, in order to be admitted to speak to him when he was deaf. 1724. Dear sir, I think 'tis doubly hard, your ears and doors should both be barred. Can any thing be more unkind? Must I not see, 'cause you are blind? Methinks a friend at night should cheer you, a friend that loves to see and hear you. Why am I robbed of that delight, when you can be no loser by't? Nay, when 'tis plain, for what is plainer, that if you heard, you'd be no gainer? For sure you are not yet to learn that hearing is not your concern. Then be your doors no longer barred. Your business, sir, is to be heard. The answer. The wise pretend to make it clear 'tis no great loss to lose an ear. Why are we then so fond of two, when by experience one would do? 'Tis true, they say, cut off the head, and there's an end, the man is dead. Because among all human race none e'er was known to have a brace. But confidently they maintain, that where we find the members twain, the loss of one is no such trouble, since t'other will in strength be double. The limb surviving, you may swear, becomes his brother's lawful heir. Thus for a trial let me beg of your reverence but to cut one leg off, and you shall find by this device the other will be stronger twice. For every day you shall be gaining new vigour to the leg remaining. So when an eye has lost its brother, you see the better with the other. Cut off your hand, and you may do with t'other hand the work of two, because the soul her power contracts, and on the brother limb reacts. But yet the point is not so clear in another case, the sense of hearing. For though the place of either ear be distant as one head can bear, yet Galen most acutely shows you, consult his book De Partium Usu, that from each ear, as he observes, there creep two auditory nerves, not to be seen without a glass, which near the os petrosum pass. Thence to the neck, and moving thorough there, one goes to this, and one to other ear, which made my grandam always stuff her ears, both right and left, as fellow sufferers. You see my learning, but to shorten it, when my left ear was deaf a fortnight, to t'other ear I felt it coming on, and thus I solved this hard phenomenon. 'Tis true, a glass will bring supplies to weak or old or clouded eyes. Your arms, though both your eyes were lost, would guard your nose against a post. Without your legs, 2 legs of wood are stronger and almost as good. And as for hands, there have been those who, wanting both, have used their toes. But no contrivance yet appears to furnish artificial ears. End of section 57. Section 58 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A quiet life and a good name to a friend who married a shrew. 1724. Nell scolded in so loud a din, that Will durst hardly venture in. He marked the conjugal dispute. Nell roar'd incessant, Dick sat mute. But when he saw his friend appear, cried bravely, "Patience, good my dear." At sight of Will she bawl'd no more, but hurried out and clapp'd the door. "Why, Dick, the devil's in thy Nell," quoth Will, "thy house is worse than hell. Why, what a peal the jade has rung! Damn her, why don't you slit her tongue? For nothing else will make it cease. Dear Will, I suffer this for peace. I never quarrel with my wife, I bear it for a quiet life. Scripture, you know, exhorts us to it, bids us to seek peace and ensue it." Will went again to visit Dick, and entering in the very nick, he saw virago Nell belabour with Dick's own staff his peaceful neighbour. Poor Will, who needs must interpose, received a brace or 2 of blows. But now, to make my story short, Will drew out Dick to take a quart. "Why, Dick, thy wife has devilish whims. Odds buds, why don't you break her limbs? If she were mine, and had such tricks, I'd teach her how to handle sticks. Zounds, I would ship her to Jamaica, or truck the carrion for tobacco. I'd send her far enough away, dear Will, but what would people say? Lord, I should get so ill a name, the neighbours round would cry out shame." Dick suffered for his peace and credit, but who believed him when he said it? Can he, who makes himself a slave, consult his peace or credit save? Dick founded by his ill success, his quiet small, his credit less. She served him at the usual rate, she stunn'd, and then she broke his pate. And what he thought the hardest case, the parish jeer'd him to his face. Those men who wore the breeches least call'd him a cuckold, fool, and beast. At home he was pursued with noise, abroad was pester'd by the boys. Within, his wife would break his bones, without, they pelted him with stones. The prentices procured a riding, to act his patience and her chiding, false patience and mistaken pride. There are 10,000 Dicks beside, slaves to their quiet and good name, are used like Dick, and bear the blame. Advice to the Grub Street Verse Writers, 1726. Ye poets ragged and forlorn, down from your garrets haste; ye rhymers dead as soon as born, not yet consigned to paste. I know a trick to make you thrive, oh, 'tis a quaint device; your still-born poems shall revive, and scorn to wrap up spice. Get all your verses printed fair, then let them well be dried, and Curl must have a special care to leave the margin wide. Lend these to paper-sparing Pope, and when he sets to write, no letter with an envelope could give him more delight. When Pope has filled the margins round, why then recall your loan, send them to Curl for £50, and swear they are your own. End of section 58. Section 59 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Pastoral Dialogue, written June 1727, just after the news of the death of George the First, who died the 12th of that month in Germany. In spite of Pope, in spite of Gay, and all that he or they can say, sing on I must, and sing I will, of Richmond Lodge and Marble Hill. Last Friday night, as neighbours use, this couple met to talk of news; for by old proverbs it appears, that walls have tongues, and hedges ears. Marble Hill. Quoth Marble Hill, right well I ween, your mistress now is grown a queen; you'll find it soon by woful proof, she'll come no more beneath your roof. Richmond Lodge. The kingly prophet well evinces, that we should put no trust in princes. My royal master promised me to raise me to a high degree; but now he's grown a king, God wot, I fear I shall be soon forgot. You see, when folks have got their ends, how quickly they neglect their friends. Yet I may say, 'twixt me and you, pray God they now may find as true. Marble Hill. My house was built but for a show, my lady's empty pockets know; and now she will not have a shilling to raise the stairs or build the ceiling; for all the courtly madams round now pay 4 shillings in the pound. 'Tis come to what I always thought, my dame is hardly worth a groat. Had you and I been courtiers born, we should not thus have lain forlorn; for those we dexterous courtiers call, can rise upon their masters' fall. But we, unlucky and unwise, must fall because our masters rise. Richmond Lodge. My master, scarce a fortnight since, was grown as wealthy as a prince; but now it will be no such thing, for he'll be poor as any king; and by his crown will nothing get, but like a king to run in debt. Marble Hill. No more the Dean, that grave divine, shall keep the key of my no wine, my ice house rob as heretofore, and steal my artichokes no more. Poor Patty Blount no more be seen, bedraggled in my walks so green. Plump Johnny Gay will now elope, and here no more will dangle Pope. Richmond Lodge. Here wont the Dean, when he's to seek to sponge a breakfast once a week, to cry the bread was stale, and mutter complaints against the royal butter. But now I fear it will be said, no butter sticks upon his bread. We soon shall find him full of spleen, for want of tattling to the queen; stunning her royal ears with talking, his reverence and her highness walking; while Lady Charlotte, like a stroller, sits mounted on the garden roller; a goodly sight to see her ride, with ancient Mermont at her side. In velvet cap his head lies warm, his hat for show beneath his arm. Marble Hill. Some South Sea broker from the city will purchase me, the more's the pity; lay all my fine plantations waste, to fit them to his vulgar taste. Changed for the worse in every part, my master Pope will break his heart. Richmond Lodge. In my own Thames may I be drownded, if e'er I stoop beneath a crowned head; except her majesty prevails to place me with the Prince of Wales, and then I shall be free from fears, for he'll be prince these 50 years. I then will turn a courtier too, and serve the times as others do. Plain loyalty, not built on hope, I leave to your contriver Pope. None loves his king and country better, yet none was ever less their debtor. Marble Hill. Then let him come and take a nap in summer on my verdant lap. Prefer our villas where the Thames is, to Kensington or hot St. James's. Nor shall I dull in silence sit, for 'tis to me he owes his wit. My groves, my echoes, and my birds, have taught him his poetic words. We gardens, and you wildernesses, assist all poets in distresses. Him twice a week I here expect, to rattle Moody for neglect; an idle rogue, who spends his quarterage in tippling at the dog and partridge; and I can hardly get him down 3 times a week to brush my gown. Richmond Lodge. I pity you, dear Marble Hill, but hope to see you flourish still. All happiness, and so adieu. Marble Hill. Kind Richmond Lodge, the same to you. End of Section 59. Section 60 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Desire and Possession, 1727. 'Tis strange what different thoughts inspire in men possession and desire. Think what they wish so great a blessing, so disappointed when possessing. A moralist profoundly sage, I know not in what book or page, or whether o'er a pot of ale, related thus the following tale. Possession and desire, his brother, but still at variance with each other, were seen contending in a race, and kept at first an equal pace. 'Tis said their course continued long, for this was active, that was strong, till envy, slander, sloth, and doubt misled them many a league about. Seduced by some deceiving light, they take the wrong way for the right. Through slippery by roads, dark and deep, they often climb and often creep. Desire, the swifter of the two, along the plain like lightning flew, till entering on a broad highway, where power and titles scatter'd lay, he strove to pick up all he found, and by excursions lost his ground. No sooner got, than with disdain he threw them on the ground again, and hasted forward to pursue fresh objects fairer to his view, in hope to spring some nobler game, but all he took was just the same. Too scornful now to stop his pace, he spurn'd them in his rival's face. Possession kept the beaten road, and gather'd all his brother strew'd, but overcharged and out of wind, though strong in limbs he lagged behind. Desire had now the goal in sight, it was a tower of monstrous height, where on the summit Fortune stands, a crown and sceptre in her hands. Beneath a chasm deep as hell, where many a bold adventurer fell. Desire in rapture gazed awhile, and saw the treacherous goddess smile. But as he climb'd to grasp the crown, she knock'd him with the sceptre down. He tumbled in the gulf profound, there doom'd to whirl an endless round. Possession's load was grown so great, he sunk beneath the cumbrous weight. And as he now expiring lay, flocks every ominous bird of prey, the raven, vulture, owl, and kite, at once upon his carcass light, and strip his hide and pick his bones, regardless of his dying groans. End of section 60. Section 61 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Censure, 1727. Ye wise instruct me to endure an evil which admits no cure, or how this evil can be borne, which breeds at once both hate and scorn. Bare innocence is no support, when you are tried in scandal's court. Stand high in honour, wealth, or wit, all others who inferior sit, conceive themselves in conscience bound to join and drag you to the ground. Your altitude offends the eyes of those who want the power to rise. The world, a willing stander by, inclines to aid a specious lie. Alas! they would not do you wrong, but all appearances are strong. Yet whence proceeds this weight we lay on what detracting people say? For let mankind discharge their tongues in venom till they burst their lungs. Their utmost malice cannot make your head or tooth or finger ache, nor spoil your shape, distort your face, or put one feature out of place. Nor will you find your fortune sink by what they speak or what they think. Nor can 10,000,000 lies make you less virtuous, learned, or wise. The most effectual way to balk their malice is to let them talk. End of section 61. Section 62 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Furniture of a Woman's Mind, 1727. A set of phrases learned by rote, a passion for a scarlet coat, when at a play to laugh or cry, yet cannot tell the reason why. Never to hold her tongue a minute, while all she prates has nothing in it. Whole hours can with a coxcomb sit, and take his nonsense all for wit. Her learning mounts to read a song, but half the words pronouncing wrong. Has every repartee in store she spoke 10,000 times before. Can ready compliments supply, on all occasions cut and dry. Such hatred to a parson's goon, the sight would put her in a swoon. For conversation well endued, she calls it witty to be rude. and placing raillery in railing, will tell aloud your greatest failing, nor make a scruple to expose your bandy leg or crooked nose; can at her morning tea run o'er the scandal of the day before, improving hourly in her skill to cheat and wrangle at quadrille; in choosing lace a critic nice, knows to a groat the lowest price; can in her female clubs dispute what linen best the silk will suit, what colours each complexion match, and where with art to place a patch; if chance a mouse creeps in her sight, can finely counterfeit a fright; so sweetly screams, if it comes near her, she ravishes all hearts to hear her; can dexterously her husband tease, by taking fits whene'er she please; by frequent practice learns the trick at proper seasons to be sick; thinks nothing gives one airs so pretty, at once creating love and pity; if Molly happens to be careless, and but neglects to warm her hair lace, she gets a cold as sure as death, and vows she scarce can catch her breath; admires how modest women can be so robustious like a man; in party furious to her power, a better Whig or Tory sour; her arguments directly tend against the side she would defend; will prove herself a Tory plain from principles the Whigs maintain; and to defend the Whiggish cause, her topics from the Tories draws. Oh yes! if any man can find more virtues in a woman's mind, let them be sent to Mrs. Harding, she'll pay the charges to a farthing. Take notice, she has my commission to add them in the next edition; they may outsell a better thing, so holla boys, God save the king.
End of Section 62. Section 63 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Clever Tom Clinch going to be hanged. 1727. As clever Tom Clinch, while the rabble was bawling, rode stately through Holborn to die in his calling, he stopped at the George for a bottle of sack, and promised to pay for it when he came back. His waistcoat and stockings and breeches were white, his cap had a new cherry ribbon to tie it. The maids to the doors and the balconies ran, and said, "Lack a day, he's a proper young man." But as from the windows the ladies he spied, like a beau in the box, he bowed low on each side. And when his last speech the loud hawkers did cry, he swore from his cart, "It was all a damn'd lie." The hangman for pardon fell down on his knee; Tom gave him a kick in the guts for his fee; then said, "I must speak to the people a little, but I'll see you all damn'd before I will whittle. My honest friend Wild, may he long hold his place, he lengthened my life with a whole year of grace. Take courage, dear comrades, and be not afraid, nor slip this occasion to follow your trade. My conscience is clear, and my spirits are calm, and thus I go off without prayer book or psalm. Then follow the practice of clever Tom Clinch, who hung like a hero, and never would flinch.
End of Section 63. Section 64 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Dr. Swift to Mr. Pope, while he was writing the Dunciad. 1727. Pope has the talent well to speak, but not to reach the ear. His loudest voice is low and weak, the Dean too deaf to hear. Awhile they on each other look, then different studies choose. The Dean sits plodding on a book, Pope walks and courts the Muse. Now backs of letters, though design'd for those who more will need 'em, are fill'd with hints and interlined, himself can hardly read 'em. Each atom by some other struck, all turns and motions tries, till in a lump together stuck, behold a poem rise. Yet to the Dean his share allot, he claims it by a canon, that without which a thing is not, is causa sine qua non. Thus, Pope, in vain you boast your wit, for had our deaf divine been for your conversation fit, you had not writ a line. Of Sherlock, thus for preaching framed, the sexton reason'd well, and justly half the merit claim'd, because he rang the bell.
End of Section 64. Section 65 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A love poem from a physician to his mistress, written at London. By poets we are well assured that love, alas, can ne'er be cured. A complicated heap of ills, despising boluses and pills. Ah, Chloe, this I find is true, since first I gave my heart to you. Now by your cruelty hard bound, I strain my guts, my colon wound. Now jealousy my grumbling tripes assaults with grating grinding gripes. When pity in those eyes I view, my bowels wambling make me spew. When I an amorous kiss design'd, I belch'd a hurricane of wind. Once you a gentle sigh let fall, remember how I suck'd it all. What colic pangs from thence I felt, had you but known, your heart would melt. Like ruffling winds in cavern pent, till nature pointed out a vent. How have you torn my heart to pieces, with maggots, humours, and caprices, by which I got the hemorrhoids, and loathsome worms my anus voids. Whene'er I hear a rival named, I feel my body all inflamed, which, breaking out in boils and blains, with yellow filth my linen stains. Or, parch'd with unextinguish'd thirst, small beer I guzzle till I burst. And then I drag a bloated corpus, swell'd with a dropsy like a porpoise. When, if I cannot purge or stale, I must be tapp'd to fill a pail.
End of section 65. Section 66 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Bouts Rimez, on Signora Domitilla. Our schoolmaster may roareth fit, of classic beauty haec et illa. Not all his birch inspires such wit, as thogling beams of Domitilla. Let nobles toast in bright champagne, nymphs higher born than Domitilla. I'll drink her health again, again, in Berkeley's tar or sarsaparilla. At Goodman's Fields I've much admired the postures strange of Monsieur Brilla. But what are they to the soft step, the gliding air of Domitilla? Virgil has eternized in song the flying footsteps of Camilla. Sure as a prophet he was wrong, he might have dreamed of Domitilla. Great Theodose condemned a town for thinking ill of his Placilla. And deuce take London, if some night o' the city wed not Domitilla. Wheeler Sir George in travels wise gives us a medal of Plantilla. But oh, the empress has not eyes, nor lips nor breast like Domitilla. Not all the wealth of plunder'd Italy, piled on the mules of King Attila, is worth one glove, I'll not tell a bit a lie, or garter snatch'd from Domitilla. 5 years a nymph at certain hamlet, Wycliffe Harrow of the Hill, abused much my heart, and was a damnlet to verse, but now for Domitilla. Dan Pope consigns Belinda's watch to thee, fair sylphid Momentilla, and thus I offer up my catch to the snow white hands of Domitilla.
End of section 66. Section 67 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Helter Skelter, or the hue and cry after the attorneys upon their riding the circuit. Now the active young attorneys briskly travel on their journeys, looking big as any giants on the horses of their clients, like so many little marses with their tilters at their arses, brazen hilted, lately burnish'd, and with harness buckles furnish'd, and with whips and spurs so neat, and with jockey coats complete, and with boots so very greasy, and with saddles eke so easy, and with bridles fine and gay, bridles borrow'd for a day, bridles destined far to roam, never, never to come home. And with hats so very big, sir, and with powder'd caps and wigs, sir, and with ruffles to be shown, cambric ruffles not their own. And with Holland shirts so white, shirts becoming to the sight, shirts bewrought with different letters, as belonging to their betters. With their pretty tinselled boxes, gotten from their dainty doxies, and with rings so very trim, lately taken out of limb, and with very little pence, and as very little sense, with some law, but little justice, having stolen from my hostess. from the barber and the cutler, like the soldier from the sutler, from the vintner and the tailor, like the felon from the jailor, into this and t'other county, living on the public bounty, thorough town and thorough village, all to plunder and to pillage, thorough mountains, thorough valleys, thorough stinking lanes and alleys, some to kiss with farmers' spouses, and make merry in their houses, some to tumble country wenches on their rushy beds and benches, and if they begin a fray, draw their swords and run away, all to murder equity, and to take a double fee, till the people are all quiet, and forget to broil and riot, low in pocket, cowed in courage, safely glad to sup their porridge, and vacations over, then hey for London town again.
End of section 67. Section 68 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Puppet Show. The life of man to represent, and turn it all to ridicule, wit did a puppet show invent, where the chief actor is a fool. The gods of old were logs of wood, and worship was to puppets paid. In antic dress the idols stood, and priest and people bowed the head. No wonder then, if art began the simple votaries to frame, to shape in timber foolish man, and consecrate the block to fame. From hence poetic fancy learn'd, that trees might rise from human forms, the body to a trunk be turn'd, and branches issue from the arms. Thus Daedalus and Ovid too, that man's a blockhead, have confess'd. Powell and Stretch the hint pursue, life is a farce, the world a jest. The same great truth South Sea has proved, on that famed theatre the alley, where thousands by directors moved, are now sad monuments of folly. What Momus was of old to Jove, the same a Harlequin is now. The former was buffoon above, the latter is a Punch below. This fleeting scene is but a stage, where various images appear, in different parts of youth and age, alike the prince and peasant share. Some draw our eyes by being great, false pomp conceals mere wood within, and legislators ranged in state are oft but wisdom in machine. A stock may chance to wear a crown, and timber as a lord take place. A statue may put on a frown, and cheat us with a thinking face. Others are blindly led away, and made to act for ends unknown. By the mere spring of wires they play, and speak in language not their own. Too oft, alas, a scolding wife usurps a jolly fellow's throne, and many drink the cup of life, mixed and embittered by a Joan. In short, whatever men pursue, of pleasure, folly, war, or love, this mimic race brings all to view, alike they dress, they talk, they move. Go on, great Stretch, with artful hand, mortals to please and to deride, and when death breaks thy vital band, thou shalt put on a puppet's pride. Thou shalt in puny wood be shown, thy image shall preserve thy fame, ages to come thy worth shall own, point at thy limbs, and tell thy name. Tell Tom he draws a farce in vain, before he looks in nature's glass. Puns cannot form a witty scene, nor pedantry for humour pass. To make men act as senseless wood, and chatter in a mystic strain, is a mere force of flesh and blood, and shows some error in the brain. He that would thus refine on thee, and turn thy stage into a school, the jest of Punch will ever be, and stand confessed the greater fool.
End of section 68. Section 69 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Journal of a Modern Lady, in a Letter to a Person of Quality, 1728. Sir, 'twas a most unfriendly part in you, who ought to know my heart, are well acquainted with my zeal for all the female commonweal. How could it come into your mind to pitch on me of all mankind, against the sex to write a satyr, and brand me for a woman hater?
On me, who think them all so fair, they rival Venus to a hair. Their virtues never ceased to sing, since first I learn'd to tune a string. Methinks I hear the ladies cry, will he his character belie? Must never our misfortunes end, and have we lost our only friend? Ah, lovely nymphs, remove your fears, no more let fall those precious tears. The hound be hunted by the hare, then I turn rebel to the fair. 'Twas you engaged me first to write, then gave the subject out of spite. The journal of a modern dame is by my promise what you claim. My word is past, I must submit, and yet perhaps you may be bit. I but transcribe, for not a line of all the satire shall be mine. Compell'd by you to tag in rhymes the common slanders of the times, of modern times the guilt is yours, and me my innocence secures. Unwilling Muse, begin thy lay, The Annals of a Female Day. By nature turn'd to play the rake well, as we shall show you in the sequel, the modern dame is waked by noon, some authors say not quite so soon. Because, though sore against her will, she sat all night up at quadrille. She stretches, gapes, unglues her eyes, and asks if it be time to rise. Of headache and the spleen complains, and then to cool her heated brains, her nightgown and her slippers brought her, takes a large dram of citron water. Then to her glass, and Betty, pray, don't I look frightfully to day? But was it not confounded hard? Well, if I ever touch a card, 4 matadors and lose Codille, depend upon't I never will. But run to Tom, and bid him fix the ladies here to-night by 6. Madam, the goldsmith waits below, he says his business is to know if you'll redeem the silver cup he keeps in pawn. Why, show him up. Your dressing plate he'll be content to take for interest cent. per cent. And, madam, there's my lady Spade, has sent this letter by her maid. Well, I remember what she won, and has she sent so soon to done? Here, carry down these 10 pistoles, my husband left to pay for coals. I thank my stars they all are light, and I may have revenge to-night. Now, loitering o'er her tea and cream, she enters on her usual theme. Her last night's ill success repeats, calls Lady Spade 100 cheats. She slipped spadillo in her breast, then thought to turn it to a jest. There's Mrs. Cut and she combine, and to each other give the sign. Through every game pursues her tale, like hunters o'er their evening ale. Now to another scene give place, enter the folks with silks and lace. Fresh matter for a world of chat, right Indian this, right Mechlin that. Observe this pattern, there's a stuff, I can have customers enough. Dear madam, you are grown so hard, this lace is worth 12 a yard. Madam, if there be truth in man, I never sold so cheap a fan. This business of importance o'er, and madam almost dressed by 4, the footman in his usual phrase comes up with, Madam, dinner stays. She answers in her usual style, the cook must keep it back a while. I never can have time to dress, no woman breathing takes up less. I'm hurried so, it makes me sick. I wish the dinner at old Nick. At table now she acts her part, has all the dinner cant by heart. I thought we were to dine alone, my dear, for sure if I'd known this company would come to-day, but really 'tis my spouse's way. He's so unkind, he never sends to tell when he invites his friends. I wish he may but have enough. And while with all this paltry stuff she sits tormenting every guest, nor gives her tongue one moment's rest, in phrases batter'd, stale, and trite, which modern ladies call polite, you see the booby husband sit in admiration at her wit. But let me now a while survey our madam o'er her evening tea, surrounded with her noisy clans of prudes, coquettes, and harridans, when, frighted at the clamorous crew, away the god of silence flew, and fair discretion left the place, and modesty with blushing face now enters overweening pride, and scandal ever gaping wide, hypocrisy with frown severe, scurrility with gibing air, rude laughter seeming like to burst, and malice always judging worst, and vanity with pocket glass, and impudence with front of brass, and studied affectation came, each limb and feature out of frame, while ignorance with brain of lead flew hovering o'er each female head.
Why should I ask of thee, my muse, 100 tongues as poets use, when to give every dame her due 100,000 were too few? Or how should I, alas! relate the sum of all their senseless prate, their innuendos, hints, and slanders, their meanings lewd and double entendres? Now come the general scandal charge, what some invent, the rest enlarge. And, madam, if it be a lie, you have the tale as cheap as I must conceal my author's name, but now 'tis known to common fame. Say, foolish females, bold and blind, say, by what fatal turn of mind are you on vices most severe, wherein yourselves have greatest share? Thus every fool herself deludes, the prude condemns the absent prudes. Mopsa, who stinks her spouse to death, accuses Chloe's tainted breath. Her kin a rank with sweat presumes to censure Phyllis for perfumes, while crooked Cynthia sneering says, that Florimel wears iron stays. Chloe, of every coxcomb jealous, admires how girls can talk with fellows, and full of indignation frets, that women should be such coquettes. Iris, for scandal most notorious, cries, Lord, the world is so censorious! And Rufa, with her combs of lead, whispers that Sappho's hair is red. Aura, whose tongue you hear a mile hence, talks half a day in praise of silence. And Sylvia, full of inward guilt, calls Amoret an arrant jilt. Now voices over voices rise, while each to be the loudest vies. They contradict, affirm, dispute, no single tongue one moment mute. All mad to speak, and none to hearken, they set the very lapdog barking. Their chattering makes a louder din than fishwives o'er a cup of gin. Not schoolboys at a barring out raised ever such incessant rout. The jumbling particles of matter in chaos made not such a clatter. Far less the rabble roar and rail, when drunk with sour election ale. Nor do they trust their tongues alone, but speak a language of their own. Can read a nod, a shrug, a look, far better than a printed book. Convey a libel in a frown, and wink a reputation down. Or by the tossing of the fan describe the lady and the man. But see, the female club disbands, each 20 visits on her hands. Now all alone poor madam sits, in vapours and hysteric fits. It was not Tom this morning sent, I'd lay my life he never went. Past 6, and not a living soul, I might by this have won a vole. A dreadful interval of spleen, how shall we pass the time between? Here, Betty, let me take my drops, and feel my pulse, I know it stops. This head of mine, Lord, how it swims, and such a pain in all my limbs. Dear madam, try to take a nap, but now they hear a footman's rap. Go, run and light the ladies up, it must be 1 before we sup. The table, cards, and counters set, and all the gamester ladies met. Her spleen and fits recovered quite, our madam can sit up all night. Whoever comes, I'm not within, quadrilles the word, and so begin. How can the muse her aid impart, unskill'd in all the terms of art, or in harmonious numbers put the deal, the shuffle, and the cut? The superstitious whims relate, that fill a female gamester's pate. What agony of soul she feels, to see a knave's inverted heels! She draws up card by card to find good fortune peeping from behind, with panting heart and earnest eyes, in hope to see spadillo rise. In vain, alas! her hope is fed, she draws an ace, and sees it red. In ready counters never pays, but pawns her snuff box, rings, and keys. Ever with some new fancy struck, tries 20 charms to mend her luck. This morning, when the parson came, I said I should not win a game. This odious chair, how came I stuck in't? I think I never had good luck in't. I'm so uneasy in my stays, your fan a moment, if you please. Stand farther, girl, or get you gone, I always lose when you look on. Lord, madam, you've lost Cadil, I never saw you play so ill. Nay, madam, give me leave to say, 'twas you that threw the game away. When Lady Trixie played afore, you took it with a matador. I saw you touch your wedding ring before my lady called a king. You spoke a word began with H, and I know whom you meant to teach, because you held the king of hearts. Fie, madam, leave these little arts. That's not so bad as one that rubs her chair to call the king of clubs, and makes her partner understand a matador is in her hand. Madam, you have no cause to flounce, I swear I saw you thrice renounce. And truly, madam, I know when, instead of 5, you scored me 10. Spadillo here has got a mark, a child may know it in the dark. I guess the hand, it seldom fails, I wish some folk would pare their nails. While thus they rail, and scold, and storm, it passes but for common form; but conscious that they all speak true, and give each other but their due, it never interrupts the game, or makes them sensible of shame. The time too precious now to waste, the supper gobbled up in haste, again afresh to cards they run, as if they had but just begun. But I shall not again repeat how oft they squabble, snarl, and cheat. At last they hear the watchman knock, "A frosty morn, past 4 o'clock." The chairmen are not to be found. "Come, let us play the other round." Now all in haste they huddle on Their hoods, their cloaks, and get them gone. But first the winner must invite The company to morrow night. Unlucky madam, left in tears, Who now again quadrille forswears, With empty purse and aching head, Steals to her sleeping spouse to bed.
End of Section 69. Section 70 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Logicians Refuted. Logicians have but ill defined As rational the human kind. Reason, they say, belongs to man, but let them prove it if they can. Wise Aristotle and Smigletius, by ratiocination specious, have strove to prove with great precision, with definition and division, homo est ratione preditum, but for my soul I cannot credit 'em, and must, in spite of them, maintain that man and all his ways are vain, and that this boasted lord of nature is both a weak and erring creature, that instinct is a surer guide than reason, boasting mortal's pride, and that brute beasts are far before 'em. Deus est anima brutorum. Whoever knew an honest brute at law his neighbour prosecute, bring action for assault or battery, or friend beguile with lies and flattery, o'er plains they ramble unconfined, no politics disturb their mind, they eat their meals and take their sport, nor know who's in or out at court. They never to the levee go, to treat as dearest friend a foe, they never importune his grace, nor ever cringe to men in place, nor undertake a dirty job, nor draw the quill to write for Bob. Fraught with invective they ne'er go to folks at Paternoster Row, no judges, fiddlers, dancing masters, no pickpockets or poetasters are known to honest quadrupeds, no single brute his fellow leads. Brutes never meet in bloody fray, nor cut each other's throats for pay. Of beasts it is confessed the ape comes nearest us in human shape. Like man he imitates each fashion, and malice is his lurking passion. But both in malice and grimaces a courtier any ape surpasses. Behold him humbly cringing wait upon the minister of state, view him soon after to inferiors aping the conduct of superiors. He promises with equal air, and to perform takes equal care. He in his turn finds imitators, at court the porters, lackeys, waiters, their masters' manners still contract, and footmen, lords, and dukes can act. Thus at the court both great and small behave alike, for all ape all. End of Section 70. Section 71 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Elephant, or the Parliament Man. Ere bribes convince you whom to choose, the precepts of Lord Coke peruse. Observe an elephant, says he, and let him like your member be. First take a man that's free from gall, for elephants have none at all. In flocks or parties he must keep, for elephants live just like sheep. Stubborn in honour he must be, for elephants ne'er bend the knee. Last let his memory be sound, in which your elephant's profound, that old examples from the wise may prompt him in his nose and eyes. Thus the Lord Coke hath gravely writ in all the forms of lawyer's wit, and then with Latin and all that, shows the comparison is pat. Yet in some points my lord is wrong, one's teeth are sold, and t'other's tongue. Now men of parliament, God knows, are more like elephants of shows, whose docile memory and sense are turned to trick to gather pence. To get their master half a crown, they spread the flag, or lay it down.
Those who wore bulwarks on their backs, and guarded nations from attacks, now practise every pliant gesture, opening their trunk for every tester. Siam, for elephants so famed, is not with England to be named. Their elephants by men are sold, ours sell themselves, and take the gold.
End of section 71. Section 72 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Paulus, an Epigram, by Mr. Lindsay, Dublin, September 7th, 1728. A slave to crowds, scorch'd with the summer's hets, in courts the wretched lawyer toils and sweats, while smiling nature, in her best attire, regales each sense, and vernal's joys inspire. Can he who knows that real good should please, barter for gold his liberty and ease? This Paulus preach'd, when entering at the door, upon his board the client pours the ore. He grasps the shining, gift pours o'er the cause, forgets the sun, and dozes on the laws. The Answer, by Dr. Swift. Lindsay mistakes the matter quite, and honest Paulus judges right. Then why these quarrels to the sun, without whose aid you're all undone? Did Paulus e'er complain of sweat? Did Paulus ere the sun forget the influence of whose golden beams soon licks up all unsavoury steams? The sun, you say, his face has kiss'd, it has, but then it greased his fist. True lawyers for the wisest ends have always been Apollo's friends. Not for his superficial powers of ripening fruits and gilding flowers, not for inspiring poets' brains with penniless and starveling strains, not for his boasted healing art, not for his skill to shoot the dart, nor yet because he sweetly fiddles, nor for his prophecies in riddles, but for a more substantial cause, Apollo's patron of the laws, whom Paulus ever must adore as parent of the golden ore, by Phoebus an incestuous birth begot upon his grandam Earth, by Phoebus first produced to light, by Vulcan form'd so round and bright, then offered at the shrine of justice by clients to her priests and trustees. Nor when we see Astrea stand with even balance in her hand, must we suppose she has in view how to give every man his due. Her scales you see her only hold, to weigh her priests the lawyer's gold. Now, should I own your case was grievous, poor sweaty Paulus, who'd believe us? 'Tis very true, and none denies, at least that such complaints are wise. 'Tis wise, no doubt, as clients fat you more, to cry, like statesmen, quanta patimur. But since the truth must needs be stretched, to prove that lawyers are so wretched, this paradox I'll undertake, for Paulus's and Lindsay's sake. By topics which, though I abomine 'em, may serve as arguments ad hominem, yet I disdain to offer those made use of by detracting foes. I own the curses of mankind sit light upon a lawyer's mind. The clamours of 10,000 tongues break not his rest, nor hurt his lungs. I own his conscience always free, provided he has got his fee. Secure of constant peace within, he knows no guilt who knows no sin. Yet well they merit to be pitied by clients always overwitted. And though the gospel seems to say what heavy burdens lawyers lay upon the shoulders of their neighbour, nor lend a finger to their labour, always for saving their own bacon, no doubt the text is here mistaken. The copy's false, the sense is rack'd, to prove it I appeal to fact, and thus by demonstration show what burdens lawyers undergo. With early clients at his door, though he was drunk the night before, and cropsick with unclubb'd for wine, the wretch must be at court by 9, half sunk beneath his briefs and bag, as ridden by a midnight hag. Then from the bar harangues the bench, in English vile and viler French, and Latin vilest of the three, and all for poor Tenmoidor's fee. Of paper how is he profuse, with periods long, and terms abstruse? What pains he takes to be prolix, 1,000 lines to stand for 6. Of common sense without a word in, and is not this a grievous burden? The lawyer is a common drudge, to fight our cause before the judge, and what is yet a greater curse, condemned to bear his client's purse, while he at ease, secure and light, walks boldly home at dead of night, when term is ended, leaves the town, trots to his country mansion down, and disencumber'd of his load, no danger dreads upon the road, despises rapparees, and rides safe through the Newry mountains' sides. Lindsay, 'tis you have set me on to state this question pro and con. My satire may offend, 'tis true, however it concerns not you. I own there may in every clan perhaps be found one honest man, yet link them close, in this they jump to be but rascals in the lump. Imagine Lindsay at the bar, he's much the same his brethren are, well taught by practice to imbibe the fundamentals of his tribe, and in his client's just defence must deviate oft from common sense, and make his ignorance discern'd to get the name of counsel learn'd, as Lucas comes anon lucendu, and wisely do as other men do. But shift him to a better scene, among his crew of rogues in grain, surrounded with companions fit to taste his humour, sense, and wit, you'd swear he never took a fee, nor knew in law his ABC. 'Tis hard, where dulness overrules, to keep good sense in crowds of fools. And we admire the man who saves his honesty in crowds of knaves, nor yields up virtue at discretion to villains of his own profession. Lindsay, you know what pains you take in both, yet hardly save your stake. And will you venture both anew to sit among that venal crew, that pack of mimic legislators, abandoned, stupid, slavish praters? For as the rabble daub and rifle the fool who scrambles for a trifle, who for his pains is cuff'd and kick'd, draws through the dirt his pockets pick'd, you must expect the like disgrace, scrambling with rogues to get a place; must lose the honour you have gain'd, your numerous virtues foully stain'd. Disclaim for ever all pretence to common honesty and sense, and join in friendship with a stricti to Malchiahalli and Dicti.
End of section 72. Section 73 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A dialogue between an eminent lawyer and Dr. Jonathan Swift, in allusion to Horace, Book 2, Satire 1. Written by Mr. Lindsay in 1729. Dr. Swift. Since there are persons who complain there's too much satire in my vein, that I am often found exceeding the rules of raillery and breeding, with too much freedom treat my betters, not sparing even men of letters. You, who are skill'd in lawyers' lore, what's your advice? Shall I give o'er? Nor ever fools or knaves expose, either in verse or humorous prose, and to avoid all future ill, in my scrutoire lock up my quill? Lawyer. Since you are pleased to condescend to ask the judgment of a friend, your case consider'd, I must think you should withdraw from pen and ink. Forbear your poetry and jokes, and live like other Christian folks. Or, if the muses must inspire your fancy with their pleasing fire, take subjects safer for your wit than those on which you lately writ. Commend the times, your thoughts correct, and follow the prevailing sect. Assert that Hyde in writing story shows all the malice of a Tory, while Burnet in his deathless page discovers freedom without rage. To Woolston recommend our youth for learning, probity, and truth. That noble genius who unbinds the chains which fetter free-born minds, redeems us from the slavish fears which lasted near 2000 years. He can alone the priesthood humble, make gilded spires and altars tumble. Dr. Swift. Must I commend against my conscience such stupid blasphemy and nonsense? To such a subject tune my lyre, and sing like one of Milton's choir, where devils to a vale retreat, and call the laws of wisdom fate, lament upon their hapless fall, that force-free virtue should enthrall? Or shall the charms of wealth and power make me pollute the muses' bower? Lawyer. As from the tripod of Apollo, hear from my desk the words that follow. Some by philosophers misled must honour you alive and dead, and such as know what Greece has writ must taste your irony and wit, while most that are or would be great must dread your pen, your person hate, and you on Drapier's Hill must lie, and there without a mitre die.
End of section 73. Section 74 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
On Burning a Dull Poem, 1729. An ass's hoof alone can hold that poisonous juice which kills by cold. Methought, when I this poem read, no vessel but an ass's head such frigid fustian could contain, I mean the head without the brain. The cold conceits, the chilling thoughts went down like stupefying draughts. I found my head begin to swim, a numbness crept through every limb. In haste, with imprecations dire, I threw the volume in the fire, when, who could think, though cold as ice, it burnt to ashes in a trice? How could I more enhance its fame? Though born in snow, it died in flame.
End of section 74. Section 75 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
An Excellent New Ballad, or The True English Dean, to be hanged for a rape. 1730. Our brethren of England, who love us so dear, and in all they do for us so kindly do mean, a blessing upon them have sent us this year, for the good of our church, a true English dean. A holier priest ne'er was wrapped up in crape; the worst you can say, he committed a rape. In his journey to Dublin he lighted at Chester, and there he grew fond of another man's wife, burst into her chamber, and would have caressed her, but she valued her honour much more than her life. She bustled and struggled, and made her escape to a room full of guests, for fear of a rape. The Dean he pursued to recover his game, and now to attack her again he prepares. But the company stood in defence of the dame; they cudgelled and cuffed him, and kicked him down stairs. His deanship was now in a damnable scrape, and this was no time for committing a rape. To Dublin he comes, to the Bango he goes, and orders the landlord to bring him a whore. No scruple came on him his gown to expose; 'twas what all his life he had practised before. He made himself drunk with the juice of the grape, and got a good clap, but committed no rape. The Dean and his landlord, a jolly comrade, resolved for a fortnight to swim in delight; for why, they had both been brought up to the trade of drinking all day, and of whoring all night. His landlord was ready his deanship to ape in every debauch, but committing a rape. This Protestant zealot, this English divine, in church and in state was of principle sound, was truer than steel to the Hanover line, and grieved that a Tory should live above ground. Shall a subject so loyal be hanged by the nape, for no other crime but committing a rape? By old popish canons, as wise men have penn'd 'em, each priest had a concubine jure ecclesi, who'd be Dean of Ferneze without a commendam? And precedents we can produce, if it please ye. Then why should the Dean, when whores are so chape, be put to the peril and toil of a rape? If fortune should please but to take such a crotchet, to thee I apply, great Smedley's successor, to give thee lawn sleeves, a mitre, and rochet. Whom wouldst thou resemble? I leave thee a guesser. But I only behold thee in Atherton's shape, for sodomy hanged, as thou for a rape. Ah, dost thou not envy the brave Colonel Charters, condemned for thy crime at 10 To hang him, all England would lend him their garters; yet he lives and is ready to ravish again. Then throttle thyself with an ell of strong tape, for thou hast not a groat to atone for a rape. The Dean he was vexed that his whores were so willing; he longed for a girl that would struggle and squall. He ravished her fairly, and saved a good shilling, but here was to pay the devil and all. His troubles and sorrows now come in a heap, and hanged he must be for committing a rape. If maidens are ravished, it is their own choice; why are they so wilful to struggle with men? If they would but lie quiet and stifle their voice, no devil nor Dean could ravish them then. Nor would there be need of a strong hempen cape tied round the Dean's neck for committing a rape. Our church and our state dear England maintains, for which all true Protestant hearts should be glad. She sends us our bishops, our judges, and deans, and better would give us, if better she had. But, Lord, how the rabble will stare and will gape, when the good English Dean is hanged up for a rape.
End of section 75. Section 76 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On Stephen Duck the Thresher and Favourite Poet. A Quibbling Epigram, 1730. The thresher Duck could o'er the queen prevail. The proverb says, no fence against a flail. From threshing corn he turns to thresh his brains, for which her majesty allows him grains. Though 'tis confess'd, that those who ever saw his poems think them all not worth a straw. Thrice happy Duck, employ'd in threshing stubble, thy toil is lessen'd, and thy profits double. End of Section 76. Section 77 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lady's Dressing Room, 1730. 5 hours, and who can do it less in, by haughty Celia spent in dressing. The goddess from her chamber issues, arrayed in lace, brocades, and tissues. Strephon, who found the room was void, and Betty otherwise employed, stole in, and took a strict survey of all the litter as it lay. Whereof, to make the matter clear, an inventory follows here. And first a dirty smock appear'd, beneath the armpits well besmear'd. Strephon the rogue display'd it wide, and turn'd it round on every side. On such a point few words are best, and Strephon bids us guess the rest, but swears how damnably the men lie in calling Celia sweet and cleanly. Now listen while he next produces the various combs for various uses, fill'd up with dirt so closely fix'd, no brush could force a way betwixt. A paste of composition rare, sweat, dandruff, powder, lead, and hair. A forehead cloth with oil upon't, to smooth the wrinkles on her front. Here alum flour to stop the steams, exhaled from sour unsavoury streams. There night gloves made of Tripsy's hide, bequeathed by Tripsy when she died. With puppy water, beauty's help, distilled from Tripsy's darling whelp. Here gallipots and vials placed, some filled with washes, some with paste. Some with pomatums, paints, and slops, and ointments good for scabby chops. Hard by a filthy basin stands, foul'd with the scouring of her hands. The basin takes whatever comes, the scrapings from her teeth and gums. A nasty compound of all hues, for here she spits, and here she spews. But oh, it turn'd poor Strephon's bowels, when he beheld and smelt the towels. Begummed, bematter'd, and beslimed, with dirt and sweat, and earwax grimed. No object Strephon's eye escapes, here petticoats in frowsy hapes. Nor be the handkerchiefs forgot, all varnish'd o'er with snuff and snot. The stockings why should I expose, stain'd with the moisture of her toes? Or greasy coifs and pinners reeking, which Celia slept at least a week in? A pair of tweezers next he found, to pluck her brows in arches round. Or hairs that sink the forehead low, or on her chin like bristles grow. The virtues we must not let pass of Celia's magnifying glass. When frighted Strephon cast his eye on't, it show'd the visage of a giant. A glass that can to sight disclose the smallest worm in Celia's nose, and faithfully direct her nail to squeeze it out from head to tail. For catch it nicely by the head, it must come out alive or dead. Why, Strephon, will you tell the rest, and must you needs describe the chest? That careless wench, no creature warn her to move it out from yonder corner, but leave it standing full in sight, for you to exercise your spite. In vain the workman shew'd his wit, with rings and hinges counterfeit, to make it seem in this disguise a cabinet to vulgar eyes. Which Strephon ventured to look in, resolved to go through thick and thin. He lifts the lid, there needs no more, he smelt it all the time before. As from within Pandora's box, when Epimetheus oped the locks, a sudden universal crew of human evils upward flew, he still was comforted to find that hope at last remained behind. So Strephon, lifting up the lid, to view what in the chest was hid, the vapours flew from up the vent, but Strephon cautious never meant the bottom of the pan to grope, and foul his hands in search of hope. Oh, ne'er may such a vile machine be once in Celia's chamber seen! Oh, may she better learn to keep those secrets of the hoary deep! As mutton cutlets prime of meat, which though with art you salt and beat, as laws of cookery require, and toast them at the clearest fire. If from upon the hopeful chops the fat upon a cinder drops, to stinking smoke it turns the flame,
poisoning the flesh from whence it came, and up exhales a greasy stench, for which you curse the careless wench. So things which must not be express'd, when dropp'd into the reeking chest, sent up an excremental smell, to taint the part from whence they fell. The petticoats and gown perfume, and waft a stink round every room. Thus finishing his grand survey, disgusted Strephon slunk away, repeating in his amorous fits, "O Celia, Celia, Celia shits!" But vengeance goddess, never sleeping, soon punish'd Strephon for his peeping. His foul imagination links each dame he sees with all her stinks, and if unsavoury odours fly, conceives a lady standing by. All women his deception fits, and both ideas jump like wits. By vicious fancy coupled fast, and still appearing in contrast. I pity wretched Strephon, blind to all the charms of womankind. Should I the queen of love refuse, because she rose from stinking ooze? To him that looks behind the scene, Statira's but some pocky queen, when Celia in her glory shews, if Strephon would but stop his nose. Who now so impiously blasphemes her ointments, daubs, and paints, and creams, her washes, slops, and every clout, with which he makes so foul a rout? He soon would learn to think like me, and bless his ravish'd sight to see such order from confusion sprung, such gaudy tulips raised from dung.
End of section 77. Section 78 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
The Power of Time, 1730. If neither brass nor marble can withstand the mortal force of Time's destructive hand, if mountains sink to vales, if cities die, and lessening rivers mourn their fountains dry, when my old cassock, said a Welsh divine, is out at elbows, why should I repine?
End of section 78. Section 79 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Cassinus and Peter, a tragical elegy, 1731. Two college sophs of Cambridge growth, both special wits and lovers both, conferring as they used to meet, on love and books in rapture sweet. Muse, find me names to fit my metre, Cassinus this, and t'other Peter. Friend Peter to Cassinus goes, to chat a while and warm his nose, but such a sight was never seen, the lad lay swallowed up in spleen. He seem'd as just crept out of bed, one greasy stocking round his head, the other he sat down to darn, with threads of different colour'd yarn. His breeches torn, exposing wide a ragged shirt and tawny hide. Scorch'd were his shins, his legs were bare, but well embrown'd with dirt and hair. A rug was o'er his shoulders thrown, a rug for nightgown he had none. His Jordan stood in manner fitting between his legs to spew or spit in. His ancient pipe, in sable dyed, and half unsmoked, lay by his side. Him thus accoutred Peter found, with eyes in smoke and weeping drown'd. The leavings of his last night's pot on embers placed, to drink it hot. Why, Cassie, thou wilt dose thy pate, what makes thee lie abed so late? The finch, the linnet, and the thrush, their matins chant in every bush, and I have heard thee oft salute Aurora with thy early flute. Heaven send thou hast not got the hips! How? Not a word come from thy lips? Then gave him some familiar thumps, a college joke to cure the dumps. The swain at last, with grief oppress'd, cried Celia thrice, and sighed the rest. Dear Cassie, though to ask I dread, yet ask I must, is Celia dead? How happy I, were that the worst! But I was fated to be curst. Come, tell us, has she play'd the whore? O Peter, would it were no more! Why, plague confound her sandy locks, say, has the small or greater pox sunk down her nose, or seam'd her face? Be easy, 'tis a common case. O Peter, beauty's but a varnish, which time and accidents will tarnish. But Celia has contrived to blast those beauties that might ever last. Nor can imagination guess, nor eloquence divine express, how that ungrateful charming maid my purest passion has betray'd, conceived the most envenom'd dart to pierce an injured lover's heart. Why, hang her, though she seem'd so coy, I know she loves the barber's boy. Friend Peter, this I could excuse, for every nymph has leave to choose; nor have I reason to complain she loves a more deserving swain. But, oh! how ill hast thou divined a crime that shocks all human kind; a deed unknown to female race, at which the sun should hide his face. Advice in vain you would apply, then leave me to despair and die. Ye kind Arcadians, on my urn these elegies and sonnets burn, and on the marble grave these rhymes, a monument to after times. Here Cassie lies, by Celia slain, and dying never told his pain. Vain empty world, farewell! But hark! The loud Cerberian triple bark! And there, behold, Alecto stand, a whip of scorpions in her hand. Lo, Charon from his leaky wherry, beckoning to waft me o'er the ferry. I come, Medusa, see! Her serpents hiss direct at me. Begone, unhand me, hellish fry! Avaunt, ye cannot say 'twas I. Dear Cassie, thou must purge and bleed, I fear thou wilt be mad indeed. But now my friendship's sacred laws I here conjure thee, tell the cause. And Celia's horrid fact relate, thy friend would gladly share thy fate. To force it out my heart must rend, yet when conjured by such a friend, think, Peter, how my soul is rack'd. These eyes beheld the fact. Now bend thine ear, since out it must. But when thou seest me laid in dust, the secret thou shalt ne'er impart, not to the nymph that keeps thy heart. How would her virgin soul bemoan a crime to all her sex unknown! Nor whisper to the tattling reeds the blackest of all female deeds, nor blab it on the lonely rocks, where Echo sits, and listening mocks. Nor let the zephyr's treacherous gale through Cambridge waft the direful tale, nor to the chattering feather'd race discover Celia's foul disgrace. But if you fail, my spectre dread, attending nightly round your bed, and yet I dare confide in you, so take my secret, and adieu. Nor wonder how I lost my wits. Oh, Celia, Celia, Celia shits.
End of section 79. Section 80 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
A beautiful young nymph going to bed. Written for the honour of the fair sex, 1731. Corinna, pride of Drury Lane, for whom no shepherd sighs in vain, never did Covent Garden boast so bright a batter'd strolling toast. No drunken rake to pick her up, no cellar whereon tick to sup, returning at the midnight hour, 4 stories climbing to her bower. Then, seated on a 3-legged chair, takes off her artificial hair. Now, picking out a crystal eye, she wipes it clean and lays it by. Her eyebrows from a mouse's hide, stuck on with art on either side, pulls off with care, and first displays 'em, then in a play book smoothly lays 'em. Now dexterously her plumpers draws, that serve to fill her hollow jaws, untwists a wire, and from her gums a set of teeth completely comes. Pulls out the rags contrived to prop her flabby dugs, and down they drop. Proceeding on, the lovely goddess unlaces next her steel-ribbed bodice, which by the operator's skill press down the lumps, the hollows fill. Up goes her hand, and off she slips the bolsters that supply her hips. With gentlest touch she next explores her chancres, issues, running sores, effects of many a sad disaster, and then to each applies a plaster. But must, before she goes to bed, rub off the daubs of white and red, and smooth the furrows in her front with greasy paper stuck upon't.
She takes a bolus ere she sleeps, and then between two blankets creeps, with pains of love tormented lies, or, if she chance to close her eyes, of Bridewell and the Compter dreams, and feels the lash and faintly screams. Or by a faithless bully drawn, at some hedge tavern lies in pawn, or to Jamaica seems transported, alone, and by no planter courted. Or near Fleet Ditch's oozy brinks, surrounded with 100 stinks, belated seems on watch to lie, and snaps some cully passing by. Or struck with fear her fancy runs on watchmen, constables, and duns, for whom she meets with frequent rubs, but never from religious clubs, whose favour she is sure to find, because she pays them all in kind. Corinna wakes, a dreadful sight! Behold the ruins of the night! A wicked rat her plaster stole, half eat, and dragged it to his hole. The crystal eye, alas, was missed, and puss had on her plumpers pissed. A pigeon picked her issue peas, and shock her tresses filled with fleas. The nymph, though in this mangled plight, must every morn her limbs unite. But how shall I describe her arts, to recollect the scattered parts, or show the anguish, toil, and pain of gathering up herself again? The bashful muse will never bear in such a scene to interfere. Corinna, in the morning dizen'd, who sees will spew, who smells be poisoned. End of Section 80. Section 81 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Strephon and Chloe, 1731. Of Chloe all the town has rung, by every size of poets sung. So beautiful a nymph appears but once in 20,000 years, by nature form'd with nicest care, and faultless to a single hair. Her graceful mien, her shape and face, confess'd her of no mortal race. And then so nice and so genteel, such cleanliness from head to heel! No humours gross or frowsy steams, no noisome whiffs or sweaty streams, before, behind, above, below, could from her taintless body flow. Would so discreetly things dispose, none ever saw her pluck a rose. Her dearest comrades never caught her squat on her hams to make maids water. You'd swear that so divine a creature felt no necessities of nature. In summer, had she walked the town, her armpits would not stain her gown. At country dances not a nose could in the dog days smell her toes. Her milk white hands, both palms and backs, like ivory dry and soft as wax. Her hands the softest ever felt, though cold would burn, though dry would melt. Dear Venus, hide this wondrous maid, nor let her loose to spoil your trade. While she engrosses every swain, you but o'er half the world can reign. Think what a case all men are now in, what ogling, sighing, toasting, vowing, what powder'd wigs, what flames and darts, what hampers full of bleeding hearts, what sword knots, what poetic strains, what billet doux and clouded canes. But Strephon sighed so loud and strong, he blew a settlement along, and bravely drove his rivals down, with coach and six and house in town. The bashful nymph no more withstands, because her dear papa commands. The charming couple now unites, proceed we to the marriage rites. Imprimis at the temple porch stood Hymen with a flaming torch. The smiling Cyprian goddess brings her infant loves with purple wings, and pigeons billing, sparrows treading, fair emblems of a fruitful wedding. The Muses next in order follow, conducted by their squire Apollo. Then Mercury with silver tongue, and Hebe, goddess ever young. Behold the bridegroom and his bride walk hand in hand, side by side. She by the tender Graces dress'd, but he by Mars in scarlet vest.
The nymph was covered with her flamium, and Phoebus sung the epithalamium. And last, to make the matter sure, Dame Juno brought a priest demure. Luna was absent on pretence, her time was not till 9 months hence. The rites perform'd, the parson paid, in state return'd the grand parade, with loud huzzas from all the boys, that now the pair must crown their joys. But still the hardest part remains. Strephon had long perplex'd his brains, how with so high a nymph he might demean himself the wedding night. For, as he view'd his person round, mere mortal flesh was all he found. His hand, his neck, his mouth, and feet were duly wash'd to keep them sweet, with other parts that shall be nameless, the ladies else might think me shameless. The weather and his love were hot, and should he struggle, I know what, why let it go, if I must tell it, he'll sweat, and then the nymph may smell it. While she, a goddess dyed in grain, was unsusceptible of stain, and Venus-like her fragrant skin exhaled ambrosia from within. Can such a deity endure a mortal human touch impure? How did the humbled swain detest his prickly beard and hairy breast! His nightcap border'd round with lace could give no softness to his face. Yet, if the goddess could be kind, what endless raptures must he find! And goddesses have now and then come down to visit mortal men, to visit and to court them too. A certain goddess, God knows who, as in a book he heard it read, took Colonel Peleus to her bed. But what if he should lose his life by venturing on his heavenly wife? For Strephon could remember well that once he heard a schoolboy tell how Semele of mortal race by thunder died in Jove's embrace. And what if daring Strephon dies by lightning shot from Chloe's eyes? While these reflections filled his head, the bride was put in form to bed. He followed, stripped, and in he crept, but awfully his distance kept. Now ponder well, ye parents dear, forbid your daughters guzzling beer, and make them every afternoon forbear their tea, or drink it soon, that ere to bed they venture up, they may discharge it every sup. If not, they must in evil plight be often forced to rise at night. Keep them to wholesome food confined, nor let them taste what causes wind. 'Tis this the sage of Samos means, forbidding his disciples beans. Oh, think what evils must ensue! Miss Mole the jade will burn it blue, and when she once has got the art, she cannot help it for her heart, but out it flies even when she meets her bridegroom in the wedding sheets. Carminative and diuretic will damp all passions sympathetic, and love such nicety requires, one blast will put out all his fires. Since husbands get behind the scene, the wife should study to be clean, nor give the smallest room to guess the time when wants of nature press, but after marriage practise more decorum than she did before, to keep her spouse deluded still, and make him fancy what she will. In bed we left the married pair, 'tis time to show how things went there. Strephon, who had been often told that fortune still assists the bold, resolved to make the first attack, but Chloe drove him fiercely back. How could a nymph so chaste as Chloe, with constitution cold and snowy, permit a brutish man to touch her? Even lambs by instinct fly the butcher. Resistance on the wedding night is what our maidens claim by right, and Chloe, 'tis by all agreed, was made in thought, in word, and deed. Yet some assign a different reason, that Strephon chose no proper season. Say, fair ones, must I make a pause, or freely tell the secret cause? 12 cups of tea, with grief I speak, had now constrained the nymph to leak. This point must needs be settled first, the bride must either void or burst. Then see the dire effects of peas, think what can give the colic ease. The nymph oppressed before, behind, as ships are tossed by waves and wind, steals out her hand, by nature led, and brings a vessel into bed. fair utensil as smooth and white as Chloe's skin, almost as bright. Strephon, who heard the fuming rill, as from a mossy cliff distil, cried out, Ye gods, what sound is this? Can Chloe, heavenly Chloe, piss? But when he smelt a noisome steam, which oft attends that lukewarm stream, Salerno both together joins, as sovereign medicines for the loins, and though contrived, we may suppose, to slip his ears, yet struck his nose. He found her, while the scent increased, as mortal as himself at least. But soon, with like occasions press'd, he boldly sent his hand in quest, inspired with courage from his bride, to reach the pot on t'other side. And as he fill'd the reeking vase, let fly a rouser in her face. The little Cupids hovering round, as pictures prove, with garlands crown'd, abash'd at what they saw and heard, flew off, nor ever more appear'd. Adieu to ravishing delights, high raptures, and romantic flights, to goddesses so heavenly sweet, expiring shepherds at their feet, to silver meads and shady bowers, dress'd up with amaranthine flowers. How great a change, how quickly made! They learn to call a spade a spade. They soon from all constraint are freed, can see each other do their deed. On box of cedar sits the wife, and makes it warm for dearest life, and by the beastly way of thinking find great society in stinking. Now Strephon daily entertains his Chloe in the homeliest strains, and Chloe, more experienced grown, with interest pays him back his own. No maid at court is less ashamed, howe'er for selling bargains famed, than she to name her parts behind, or, when abed, to let out wind. Fair decency, celestial maid, descend from heaven to beauty's aid. Though beauty may beget desire, 'tis thou must fan the lover's fire. For beauty, like supreme dominion, is best supported by opinion. If decency bring no supplies, opinion falls, and beauty dies. To see some radiant nymph appear in all her glittering birthday gear, you think some goddess from the sky descended ready cut and dry. But ere you sell yourself to laughter, consider well what may come after. For fine ideas vanish fast, while all the gross and filthy last. O Strephon, ere that fatal day, when Chloe stole your heart away, had you but through a cranny spied on house of ease your future bride, in all the postures of her face, which nature gives in such a case, distortions, groanings, strainings, heavings, 'twere better you had lick'd her leavings, than from experience find too late your goddess grown a filthy mate. Your fancy then had always dwelt on what you saw and what you smelt, would still the same ideas give ye as when you spied her on the privy. And, spite of Chloe's charms divine, your heart had been as whole as mine. Authorities both old and recent direct that women must be decent, and from the spouse each blemish hide, more than from all the world beside. Unjustly all our nymphs complain, their empire holds so short a reign. Is after marriage lost so soon, it hardly lasts the honeymoon? For if they keep not what they caught, it is entirely their own fault. They take possession of the crown, and then throw all their weapons down. Though by the politician's scheme, whoe'er arrives at power supreme, those arts by which at first they gain it, they still must practise to maintain it. What various ways our females take, to pass for wits before a rake, and in the fruitless search pursue all other methods but the true. Some try to learn polite behaviour by reading books against their Saviour. Some call it witty to reflect on every natural defect. Some shew they never want explaining to comprehend a double meaning. But sure a tell-tale out of school is of all wits the greatest fool, whose rank imagination fills her heart and from her lips distills. You'd think she utter'd from behind, or at her mouth was breaking wind. Why is a handsome wife ador'd by every coxcomb but her lord? From yonder puppet man inquire, who wisely hides his wood and wire, shows Sheba's queen completely dress'd, and Solomon in royal vest. But view them litter'd on the floor, or strung on pegs behind the door, Punch is exactly of a piece with Lorraine's Duke and Prince of Greece. A prudent builder should forecast how long the stuff is like to last, and carefully observe the ground, to build on some foundation sound. What house, when its materials crumble, must not inevitably tumble? What edifice can long endure, raised on a basis unsecure? Rash mortals, ere you take a wife, contrive your pile to last for life. Since beauty scarce endures a day, and youth so swiftly glides away, why will you make yourself a bubble, to build on sand with hay and stubble? On sense and wit your passion found, by decency cemented round, let prudence with good nature strive, to keep esteem and love alive. Then come old age, whene'er it will, your friendship shall continue still, and thus a mutual gentle fire shall never but with life expire.
End of section 81. Section 82 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Apollo, or A Problem Solved, 1731. Apollo, god of light and wit, could verse inspire, but seldom writ. Refined all metals with his looks, as well as chemists by their books. As handsome as my lady's page, sweet 25 was his age. His wig was made of sunny rays, he crown'd his youthful head with bays. Not all the court of heaven could show so nice and so complete a beau. No heir upon his first appearance, with 20,000 a year rents, e'er drove, before he sold his land, so fine a coach along the Strand. The spokes, we are by Ovid told, were silver, and the axle gold. I own 'twas but a coach and four, for Jupiter allows no more. Yet with his beauty, wealth, and parts, enough to win 10,000 hearts, no vulgar deity above was so unfortunate in love. 3 weighty causes were assigned, that moved the nymphs to be unkind. 9 muses always waiting round him, he left them virgins as he found them. His singing was another fault, for he could reach to B in alt. And by the sentiments of Pliny, such singers are like Niccolini. At last the point was fully clear'd. In short, Apollo had no beard. End of section 82. Section 83 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Place of the Damned, 1731. All folks who pretend to religion and grace allow there's a hell, but dispute of the place. But if hell may by logical rules be defined, the place of the damned, I'll tell you my mind. Wherever the damned do chiefly abound, most certainly there is hell to be found. Damned poets, damned critics, damned blockheads, damned knaves, damned senators bribed, damned prostitute slaves, damned lawyers and judges, damned lords and damned squires, damned spies and informers, damned friends and damned liars, damned villains corrupted in every station, damned time-serving priests all over the nation, and into the bargain I'll readily give ye, damned ignorant prelates and counsellors privy. Then let us no longer by parsons be flammed, for we know by these marks the place of the damned. And hell, to be sure, is at Paris or Rome. How happy for us that it is not at home. End of section 83. Section 84 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Day of Judgment. With a whirl of thought oppressed, I sunk from reverie to rest. An horrid vision seized my head, I saw the graves give up their dead. Jove, arm'd with terrors, bursts the skies, and thunder roars, and lightning flies. Amazed, confused, its fate unknown, the world stands trembling at his throne. While each pale sinner hung his head, Jove, nodding, shook the heavens, and said, Offending race of humankind, by nature, reason, learning blind, you who through frailty stepped aside, and you who never fell through pride, You who in different sects were shammed, and come to see each other damned. So some folk told you, but they knew no more of Jove's designs than you. The world's mad business now is o'er, and I resent these pranks no more. I to such blockheads set my wit, I damn such fools. Go, go, your bit. End of section 84. Section 85 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Judas, 1731. By the just vengeance of incensed skies, poor Bishop Judas late repenting dies. The Jews engaged him with a paltry bribe, amounting hardly to a crown a tribe, which, though his conscience forced him to restore, and parsons tell us no man can do more, yet, through despair of God and man accurst, he lost his bishopric, and hanged or burst. Those former ages differ'd much from this. Judas betray'd his master with a kiss. But some have kiss'd the gospel 50 times, whose perjury's the least of all their crimes. Some who can perjure through a 2-inch board, yet keep their bishoprics and scape the cord. Like hemp, which by a skilful spinster drawn, to slender threads may sometimes pass for lawn. As ancient Judas by transgression fell, and burst asunder ere he went to hell, so could we see a set of new Iscariots come headlong tumbling from their mitred chariots. Each modern Judas perish'd like the first, dropp'd from the tree with all his bowels burst. Who could forbear, that view'd each guilty face, to cry, Lo, Judas gone to his own place! His habitation let all men forsake, and let his bishopric another take. End of section 85. Section 86 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An Epistle to Mr. Gay, 1731. How could you, Gay, disgrace the Muses' train, to serve a tasteless court 12 years in vain? Fain would I think our female friend sincere, till Bob, the poet's foe, possess'd her ear. Did female virtue e'er so high ascend, to lose an inch of favour for a friend? Say, had the court no better place to choose for Trae than make a dry nurse of thy muse? How cheaply had thy liberty been sold, to squire a royal girl of 2 years old, in leading strings her infant steps to guide, or with her go-cart amble side by side. But princely Douglas and his glorious dame advanced thy fortune, and preserved thy fame. Nor will your nobler gifts be misapplied, when o'er your patron's treasure you preside. The world shall own his choice was wise and just, for sons of Phoebus never break their trust. Not love of beauty less the heart inflames, of guardian eunuchs too the sultan's dames. Their passions not more impotent and cold, than those of poets too the lust of gold. With Paean's purest fire his favourites glow, the dregs will serve to ripen, or below his meanest work, for, had he thought it fit, that wealth should be the appanage of wit. The God of light could ne'er have been so blind, to deal it to the worst of humankind. But let me now, for I can do it well, your conduct in this new employ foretell. And first, to make my observation right, I place a statesman full before my sight. A bloated minister in all his gear, with shameless visage and perfidious leer. 2 rows of teeth arm each devouring jaw, and ostrich like his all digesting maw. My fancy drags this monster to my view, to shew the world his chief reverse in you. Of loud unmeaning sounds a rapid flood rolls from his mouth in plenteous streams of mud. With these the court and senate house he plies, made up of noise and impudence and lies.
Now let me show how Bob and you agree. You serve a potent prince as well as he. The ducal coffers trusted to your charge, your honest care may fill, perhaps enlarge. His vassals easy, and the owner blest, they pay a trifle, and enjoy the rest. Not so a nation's revenues are paid, the servants' faults are on their master laid. The people with a sigh their taxes bring, and cursing Bob forget to bless the king. Next hearken, Gay, to what thy charge requires, with servants, tenants, and the neighbouring squires. Let all domestics feel your gentle sway, nor bribe, insult, nor flatter, nor betray. Let due reward to merit be allowed, nor with your kindred half the palace crowd. Nor think yourself secure in doing wrong, by telling noses with a party strong. Be rich, but of your wealth make no parade, at least before your master's debts are paid. Nor in a palace built with charge immense, presume to treat him at his own expense. Each farmer in the neighbourhood can count to what your lawful perquisites amount. The tenants poor, the hardness of the times, are ill excuses for a servant's crimes. With interest and a premium paid beside, the master's pressing wants must be supplied. With hasty zeal behold the steward come, by his own credit to advance the sum. Who, while the unrighteous Mammon is his friend, may well conclude his power will never end. A faithful treasurer, what could he do more? He lends my lord what was my lord's before. The law so strictly guards the monarch's health, that no physician dares prescribe by stealth. The council sit, approve the doctor's skill, and give advice before he gives the pill. But the state empiric acts a safer part, and while he poisons, wins the royal heart. But how can I describe the ravenous breed? Then let me now by negatives proceed. Suppose your lord a trusty servant send, on weighty business to some neighbouring friend. Presume not, Gay, unless you serve a drone, to countermand his orders by your own. Should some imperious neighbour sink the boats, and drain the fish ponds while your master dotes, shall he upon the ducal rights entrench, because he bribed you with a brace of tench? Nor from your lord his bad condition hide, to feed his luxury or soothe his pride? Nor at an under rate his timber sell, and with an oath assure him all is well? Or swear it rotten, and with humble airs request it of him to complete your stairs? Nor when a mortgage lies on half his lands, come with a purse of guineas in your hands? Have Peter Waters always in your mind, that rogue of genuine ministerial kind? Can half the peerage by his arts bewitch, starve 20 lords to make one scoundrel rich? And when he gravely has undone a score, is humbly prayed to ruin 20 more. A dexterous steward, when his tricks are found, hush money sends to all the neighbours round. His master, unsuspicious of his pranks, pays all the cost, and gives the villain thanks. And should a friend attempt to set him right, his lordship would impute it all to spite; would love his favourite better than before, and trust his honesty just so much more. Thus families, like realms with equal fate, are sunk by premier ministers of state. Some, when an heir succeeds, go bodily on, and, as they robb'd the father, rob the son. A knave who deep embroils his lord's affairs will soon grow necessary to his heirs. His policy consists in setting traps, in finding ways and means, and stopping gaps. He knows 1,000 tricks whene'er he please, though not to cure, yet palliate each disease. In either case an equal chance is run, for keep or turn him out, my lord's undone. You want a hand to clear a filthy sink, no cleanly workman can endure the stink. A strong dilemma in a desperate case, to act with infamy or quit the place. A bungler thus, who scarce the nail can hit, with driving wrong will make the panel split. Nor dares an abler workman undertake to drive a second, lest the whole should break. In every court the parallel will hold, and kings, like private folks, are bought and sold. The ruling rogue, who dreads to be cashier'd, contrives, as he is hated, to be fear'd, confounds accounts, perplexes all affairs, for vengeance more embroils than skill repairs. So robbers and their ends are just the same, to 'scape inquiries leave the house in flame. I knew a brazen minister of state, who bore for twice 10 years the public hate. In every mouth the question most in vogue was, when will they turn out this odious rogue? A juncture happened in his highest pride, while he went robbing on, his master died. We thought there now remained no room to doubt, the work is done, the minister must out. The court invited more than one or two. Will you, Sir Spencer, or will you, or you? But not a soul his office durst accept, the subtle knave had all the plunder swept. And such was then the temper of the times, he owed his preservation to his crimes. The candidates observed his dirty paws, nor found it difficult to guess the cause. But when they smelt such foul corruptions round him, away they fled and left him as they found him. Thus when a greedy sloven once has thrown his snot into the mess, 'tis all his own.
End of Section 86. Section 87 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To a lady who desired the author to write some verses upon her in the heroic style. After venting all my spite, tell me, what have I to write? Every error I could find through the mazes of your mind, have my busy muse employed till the company was cloyed. Are you positive and fretful, heedless, ignorant, forgetful? Those and 20 follies more I have often told before. Hearken what my lady says, have I nothing then to praise? Ill it fits you to be witty, where a fault should move your pity. If you think me too conceited, or to passion quickly heated, if my wandering head be less set on reading than on dress, if I always seem too dull to ye, I can solve the difficulty. You would teach me to be wise, truth and honour how to prize, how to shine in conversation, and with credit fill my station, how to relish notions high, how to live, and how to die. But it was decreed by fate, Mr. Dean, you come too late. Well, I know you can discern, I am now too old to learn. Follies from my youth instill'd have my soul entirely fill'd. In my head and heart they centre, nor will let your lessons enter. Bred a fondling and an heiress, dress'd like any lady mayoress, cockered by the servants round, was too good to touch the ground. Thought the life of every lady should be one continued play day, balls and masquerades and shows, visits, plays, and powder'd bows. Thus you have my case at large, and may now perform your charge. Those materials I have furnish'd, when by you refined and burnish'd, must, that all the world may know 'em, be reduced into a poem. But I beg, suspend a while that same paltry burlesque style, drop for once your constant rule, turning all to ridicule, teaching others how to ape you, court nor parliament can scape you. Treat the public and your friends both alike, while neither mends. Sing my praise in strains sublime, treat me not with doggerel rhyme. 'Tis but just you should produce, with each fault's excuse. Not to publish every trifle, and my few perfections stifle. With some gifts at least endow me, which my very foes allow me. Am I spiteful, proud, unjust? Did I ever break my trust? Which of all our modern dames censures less or less defames? In good manners am I faulty? Can you call me rude or haughty? Did I e'er my might withhold from the impotent and old? When did ever I omit due regard for men of wit? When have I esteem express'd for a coxcomb gaily dress'd? Do I, like the female tribe, think it wit to fleer and gibe? Who with less designing ends kindlier entertains her friends? With good words and countenance sprightly strives to treat them more politely? Think not cards my chief diversion, 'tis a wrong, unjust aspersion. Never knew I any good in 'em, but to dose my head like laudanum. We by play, as men by drinking, pass our nights to drive out thinking. From my ailments give me leisure, I shall read and think with pleasure. Conversation learn to relish, and with books my mind embellish. Now methinks I hear you cry, Mr. Dean, you must reply. Madam, I allow 'tis true, all these praises are your due. You, like some acute philosopher, every fault have drawn a gloss over, placing in the strongest light all your virtues to my sight. Though you lead a blameless life, are an humble prudent wife, answer all domestic ends, what is this to us your friends? Though your children by a nod stand in awe without a rod, though by your obliging sway servants love you and obey, though you treat us with a smile, clear your looks and smooth your style, load our plates from every dish, this is not the thing we wish. Colonel may be your debtor, we expect employment better. You must learn, if you would gain us, with good sense to entertain us. Scholars, when good sense describing, call it tasting and imbibing. Metaphoric meat and drink is to understand and think. We may carve for others thus, and let others carve for us. To discourse and to attend is to help yourself and friend. Conversation is but carving, carve for all, yourself is starving. Give no more to every guest than he's able to digest. Give him always of the prime, and but little at a time. Carve to all, but just enough, let them neither starve nor stuff. And that you may have your due, let your neighbours carve for you. This comparison will hold, could it well in rhyme be told. How conversing, listening, thinking, justly may resemble drinking. For a friend a glass you fill, what is this but to instil? To conclude this long essay, pardon if I disobey, nor against my natural vein treat you in heroic strain. I, as all the parish knows, hardly can be grave in prose. Still to lash, and lashing smile, ill befits a lofty style. From the planet of my birth I encounter vice with mirth. Wicked ministers of state I can easier scorn than hate. And I find it answers right, scorn torments them more than spite. All the vices of a court do but serve to make me sport. Were I in some foreign realm, which all vices overwhelm, should a monkey wear a crown, must I tremble at his frown? Could I not, through all his ermine, spy the strutting, chattering vermin, safely write a smart lampoon to expose the brisk baboon? When my muse officious ventures on the nation's representers, teaching by what golden rules into knaves they turn their fools, how the helm is ruled by Walpole, at whose oars like slaves they all pull, let the vessels split on shelves, with the freight enrich themselves. Safe within my little wherry, all their madness makes me merry. Like the waterman of Thames, I row by and call them names. Like the ever laughing sage, in a jest I spend my rage. Though it must be understood, I would hang them if I could. If I can but fill my niche, I attempt no higher pitch. Leave to Danvers and his mate maxims wise to rule the state. Pulteney Deep, accomplished St. John, scourge the villains with a vengeance. Let me, though the smell be noisome, strip their bums, let Caleb hoise 'em. Then apply Alecto's whip, till they wriggle, howl, and skip. Deuce is in you, Mr. Dean, what can all this passion mean? Mention courts, you'll ne'er be quiet, on corruptions running riot. And, as it befits your station, come to use and application, nor with senates keep a fuss. I submit and answer thus: if the machinations brewing to compete the public ruin never once could have the power to affect me half an hour, sooner would I write in buskins mournful elegies on blueskins,
If I laugh at Whig and Tory, I conclude a fortiori. All your eloquence will scarce drive me from my favourite farce. This I must insist on, for, as it is well observed by Horace, ridicule has greater power to reform the world than sour. Horses thus let jockeys judge else, switching better guides than cudgels. Bastings heavy, dry, obtuse, only dulness can produce, while a little gentle jerking sets the spirits all a-working. Thus I find it by experiment, scolding moves you less than merriment. I may storm and rage in vain, it but stupefies your brain; but with raillery to nettle, sets your thoughts upon their mettle, gives imagination scope, never lets your mind elope, drives out brangling and contention, brings in reason and invention. For your sake as well as mine, I the lofty style decline. I should make a figure scurvy, and your head turn topsy-turvy. I who love to have a fling, both at senate house and king, that they might some better way tread, to avoid the public hatred, thought no method more commodious than to show their vices odious, which I chose to make appear, not by anger, but by sneer. As my method of reforming is by laughing, not by storming, for my friends have always thought tenderness my greatest fault. Would you have me change my style, on your faults no longer smile, but, to patch up all our quarrels, quote your texts from Plutarch's Morals, or from Solomon produce maxims teaching wisdom's use? If I treat you like a crowned head, you have cheap enough compounded. Can you put in higher claims than the owners of St. James? You are not so great a grievance as the hirelings of St. Stephen's. You are of a lower class than my friend Sir Robert Brass. None of these have mercy found. I have laughed and lashed them round. Have you seen a rocket fly? You would swear it pierced the sky. It but reach'd the middle air, bursting into pieces there. Thousand sparkles falling down, light on many a coxcomb's crown. See what mirth the sport creates, singes hair, but breaks no pates. Thus should I attempt to climb, treat you in a style sublime, such a rocket is my muse, should I lofty numbers choose. Ere I reach'd Parnassus' top, I should burst, and bursting drop. All my fire would fall in scraps, give your head some gentle raps. Only make it smart a while, then could I forbear to smile, when I found the tingling pain entering warm your frigid brain, make you able upon sight to decide of wrong and right. Talk with sense whate'er you please on, learn to relish truth and reason. Thus we both shall gain our prize, I to laugh, and you grow wise.
End of Section 87. Section 88 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Epigram on the Busts in Richmond Hermitage, 1732. With honour thus by Carolina placed, how are these venerable bustos graced? O Queen, with more than regal title crown'd, for love of arts and piety renown'd! How do the friends of virtue joy to see her darling sons exalted thus by thee! Not to their fame can now be added more, revered by her whom all mankind adore. Another. Louis the living learned fed, and raised the scientific head. Our frugal queen, to save her meat, exalts the heads that cannot eat. A conclusion. Since Anna, whose bounty thy merits had fed, ere her own was laid low, had exalted thy head; and since our good queen to the wise is so just, to raise heads for such as are humbled in dust, I wonder, good man, that you are not invaulted. Prithee go and be dead, and be doubly exalted. Dr. Swift's answer. Her Majesty never shall be my exalter, and yet she would raise me, I know, by a halter. End of Section 88. Section 89 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. To the Reverend Dr. Swift,
with a present of a paper book, finely bound on his birthday, November 30th, 1732, by John, Earl of Orrery. To thee, dear Swift, these spotless leaves I send. Small is the present, but sincere the friend. Think not so poor a book below thy care. Who knows the price that thou canst make it bear? Though tawdry now, and like Tyrilla's face, the specious front shines out with borrow'd grace. Though pasteboards glittering like a tinsell'd coat, a rasa tabula within denote. Yet if a venal and corrupted age, and modern vices should provoke thy rage, if warn'd once more by their impending fate, a sinking country and an injured state, thy great assistance should again demand, and call forth reason to defend the land. Then shall we view these sheets with glad surprise, inspired with thought, and speaking to our eyes. Each vacant space shall then enrich'd dispense true force of eloquence and nervous sense, inform the judgment, animate the heart, and sacred rules of policy impart. The spangled covering, bright with splendid ore, shall cheat the sight with empty show no more, but lead us inward to those golden mines, where all thy soul in native lustre shines. So when the eye surveys some lovely fair, with bloom of beauty graced, with shape and air, how is the rapture heightened when we find her form excell'd by her celestial mind! Verses left with a silver standish on the Dean of St. Patrick's desk on his birthday, by Dr. Delany. Hither from Mexico I came, to serve a proud Ionian dame. Was long submitted to her will, at length she lost me at quadrille. Through various shapes I often pass'd, still hoping to have rest at last, and still ambitious to obtain admittance to the patriot Dane; and sometimes got within his door, but soon turn'd out to serve the poor, not strolling idleness to aid, but honest industry decay'd. At length an artist purchased me, and wrought me to the shape you see. This done, to Hermes I applied: O Hermes, gratify my pride! Be it my fate to serve a sage, the greatest genius of his age. That matchless pen let me supply, whose living lines will never die. I grant your suit, the god replied, and here he left me to reside. Verses occasioned by the foregoing presents. A paper book is sent by Boyle, too neatly gilt for me to soil. Delany sends a silver standish, when I no more a pen can brandish. Let both around my tomb be placed, as trophies of a muse deceased; and let the friendly lines they writ, in praise of long departed wit, be graved on either side in columns, more to my praise than all my volumes, to burst with envy, spite, and rage, the Vandals of the present age. Verses sent to the Dean with an eagle quill, on hearing of the presents sent by Earl of Orrery and Dr. Delany, by Mrs. Pilkington. Shall then my kindred all my glory claim, and boldly rob me of eternal fame? To every art my generous aid I lend, to music, painting, poetry, a friend. 'Tis I celestial harmony inspire, when fixed to strike the sweetly warbling wire. I to the faithful canvas have consigned each bright idea of the painter's mind. Behold from Raphael's sky-dipp'd pencils rise such heavenly scenes as charm the gazer's eyes. O let me now aspire to higher praise, ambitious to describe your deathless lays. Nor thou, immortal bard, my aid refuse; accept me as the servant of your muse. Then shall the world my wondrous worth declare, and all mankind your matchless pen revere. End of Section 89. Section 90 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An invitation by Dr. Delany in the name of Dr. Swift. Mighty Thomas, a solemn senatus I call, to consult for Sapphira, so come one and all. Quit books and quit business, your cure and your care, for a long winding walk and a short bill of fare.
I've mutton for you, sir, and as for the ladies, as friend Virgil has it, I've aluid mercatus. For Letty, one filbert whereon to regale, and a peach for pale Constance to make a full meal. And for your cruel part, who take pleasure in blood, I have that of the grape, which is 10 times as good. Flow wit to her honour, flow wine to her health, high raised be her worth above titles or wealth. End of section 90. Section 91 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Beast's Confession to the Priest, on observing how most men mistake their own talents. 1732. When beasts could speak, the learned say they still can do so every day, it seems they had religion then, as much as now we find in men. It happened when a plague broke out, which therefore made them more devout, the king of brutes, to make it plain, of quadrupeds I only mean, by proclamation gave command, that every subject in the land should to the priest confess their sins, and thus the pious wolf begins. Good father, I must own with shame, that often I have been to blame. I must confess, on Friday last, wretch that I was, I broke my fast. But I defy the basest tongue to prove I did my neighbour wrong, or ever went to seek my food by rapine, theft, or thirst of blood. The ass approaching next confessed that in his heart he loved a jest. A wag he was, he needs must own, and could not let a dunce alone. Sometimes his friends he would not spare, and might perhaps be too severe. But yet the worst that could be said, he was a wit both born and bred. And if it be a sin and shame, nature alone must bear the blame. One fault he has, is sorry for it, his ears are half a foot too short, which could he to the standard bring, he'd show his face before the king. Then for his voice there's none disputes, that he's the nightingale of brutes. The swine with contrite heart allowed, his shape and beauty made him proud. In diet was perhaps too nice, but gluttony was near his vice. In every turn of life content, and meekly took what fortune sent. Inquire through all the parish round, a better neighbour ne'er was found. His vigilance might some displease, 'tis true he hated sloth like peas. The mimic ape began his chatter, how evil tongues his life bespatter. Much of the censuring world complained, who said his gravity was feigned. Indeed, the strictness of his morals engaged him in 100 quarrels. He saw, and he was grieved to see't, his zeal was sometimes indiscreet. He found his virtues too severe for our corrupted times to bear. Yet such a lewd licentious age might well excuse a stoic's rage. The goat advanced with decent pace, and first excused his youthful face. Forgiveness begged that he appear'd, 'twas nature's fault, without a beard. 'Tis true he was not much inclined to fondness for the female kind, not, as his enemies object, from chance or natural defect, not by his frigid constitution, but through a pious resolution. For he had made a holy vow of chastity, as monks do now, which he resolved to keep for ever hence, and strictly too, as doth his reverence. Apply the tale, and you shall find how just it suits with humankind. Some faults we own, but can you guess why virtue's carried to excess? Wherewith our vanity endows us, though neither foe nor friend allows us. The lawyer swears, you may rely on't, he never squeezed a needy client. And this he makes his constant rule, for which his brethren call him fool. His conscience always was so nice, he freely gave the poor advice, by which he lost, he may affirm, 100 fees last Easter term. While others of the learned robe would break the patience of a Job, no pleader at the bar could match his diligence and quick dispatch. Ne'er kept a cause, he well may boast, above a term or two at most. The cringing knave, who seeks a place without success, thus tells his case. Why should he longer mince the matter? He failed because he could not flatter. He had not learn'd to turn his coat, nor for a party give his vote. His crime he quickly understood, too zealous for the nation's good. He found the ministers resent it, yet could not for his heart repent it. The chaplain vows he cannot fawn, though it would raise him to the lawn. He passed his hours among his books, you find it in his meagre looks. He might, if he were worldly wise, preferment get, and spare his eyes.
but owns he had a stubborn spirit, that made him trust alone to merit; would rise by merit to promotion, alas! a mere chimeric notion. The doctor, if you will believe him, confess'd a sin, and God forgive him, call'd up at midnight, ran to save a blind old beggar from the grave. But see how Satan spreads his snares, he quick forgot to say his prayers. He cannot help it for his heart sometimes to act the parson's part; quotes from the Bible many a sentence that moves his patients to repentance, and when his medicines do no good, supports their minds with heavenly food. At which, however well intended, he hears the clergy are offended, and grown so bold behind his back to call him hypocrite and quack. In his own church he keeps a seat, says grace before and after meat, and calls, without affecting airs, his household twice a day to prayers. He shuns apothecaries' shops, and hates to cram the sick with slops. He scorns to make his art a trade, nor bribes my lady's favourite maid. Old nurse keepers would never hire to recommend him to the squire, which others, whom he will not name, have often practised to their shame. The statesman tells you with a sneer, his fault is to be too sincere, and having no sinister ends, is apt to disoblige his friends. The nation's good, his master's glory, without regard to Whig or Tory, were all the schemes he had in view, yet he was seconded by few. Though some had spread 1,000 lies, 'twas he defeated the excise. 'Twas known, though he had borne aspersion, that standing troops were his aversion. His practice was, in every station, to serve the king and please the nation. Though hard to find, in every case, the fittest man to fill a place, his promises he ne'er forgot, but took memorials on the spot. His enemies, for want of charity, said he affected popularity. 'Tis true, the people understood that all he did was for their good. Their kind affections he has tried, no love is lost on either side. He came to court with fortune clear, which now he runs out every year, must, at the rate that he goes on, inevitably be undone. Oh, if his majesty would please to give him but a writ of ease, would grant him license to retire, as it has long been his desire, by fair accounts it would be found he's poorer by 10,000 pound. He owns and hopes it is no sin, he ne'er was partial to his kin. He thought it base for men in stations to crown the court with their relations. His country was his dearest mother, and every virtuous man his brother. Through modesty or awkward shame, for which he owns himself to blame, he found the wisest man he could, without respect to friends or blood. Nor ever acts on private views, when he has liberty to choose. The sharper swore he hated play, except to pass an hour away, and well he might, for to his cost, by want of skill he always lost. He heard there was a club of cheats, who had contrived 1,000 feats, could change the stock or cog a die, and thus deceive the sharpest eye. Nor wonder how his fortune sunk, his brothers fleece him when he's drunk. I own the moral not exact, besides the tale is false in fact, and so absurd that I could raise up from Field's Elysian fabling Æsop. I would accuse him to his face for libelling the 4-foot race. Creatures of every kind but ours well comprehend their natural powers, while we, whom reason ought to sway, mistake our talents every day. The ass was never known so stupid to act the part of Tray or Cupid, nor leaps upon his master's lap, there to be stroked and fed with pap. As Æsop would the world persuade, he better understands his trade, nor comes whene'er his lady whistles, but carries loads and feeds on thistles. Our author's meaning, I presume, is a creature bipes et implumis, wherein the moralist designed a compliment on human kind. For here he owns that now and then beasts may degenerate into men. End of section 91. Section 92 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Parson's Case. That you, friend Marcus, like a stoic, can wish to die in strains heroic, no real fortitude implies, yet all must own thy wish is wise. Thy curate's place, thy fruitful wife, thy busy drudging scene of life, thy insolent illiterate vicar, thy want of all consoling liquor, thy threadbare gown, thy cassock rent, thy credit sunk, thy money spent, thy week made up of fasting days, thy great unconscious of a blaze, And to complete thy other curses, the quarterly demands of nurses are ills you wisely wish to leave, and fly for refuge to the grave. And oh, what virtue you express in wishing such afflictions less! But now should fortune shift the scene, and make thy curateship a dean, or some rich benefice provide to pamper luxury and pride, with labour small and income great, with chariot less for use than state, with swelling scarf and glossy gown, and licence to reside in town, to shine where all the gay resort, at concerts, coffee house, or court, and weekly persecute his grace with visits, or to beg a place, with underlings thy flock to teach, with no desire to pray or preach, with haughty spouse in vesture fine, with plenteous meals and generous wine, wouldst thou not wish in so much ease thy years as numerous as thy days? End of section 92. Section 93 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Hardship upon the Ladies, 1733. Poor ladies, though their business be to play, 'tis hard they must be busy night and day. Why should they want the privilege of men, nor take some small diversions now and then? Had women been the makers of our laws, and why they were not, I can see no cause, the men should slave at cards from morn to night, and female pleasures be to read and write. End of section 93. Section 94 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Love Song in the Modern Taste, 1733. Fluttering spread thy purple pinions, gentle Cupid, o'er my heart. I a slave in thy dominions, nature must give way to art. Mild Arcadians ever blooming, nightly nodding o'er your flocks, see my weary days consuming, all beneath yon flowery rocks. Thus the Cyprian goddess weeping, mourn'd Adonis' darling youth, him the boar in silence creeping, gored with unrelenting tooth. Cynthia, tune harmonious numbers, fair Discretion string the lyre, soothe my ever waking slumbers, bright Apollo lend thy choir. Gloomy Pluto, king of terrors, arm'd in adamantine chains, lead me to the crystal mirrors, watering soft Elysian plains. Mournful cypress, verdant willow, gilding my Aurelia's brows, Morpheus hovering o'er my pillow, hear me pay my dying vows. Melancholy smooth meander, swiftly purling in a round, on thy margins lovers wander, with thy flowery chaplets crown'd. Thus when Philomena drooping, softly seeks her silent mate, see the bird of Juno stooping, melody resigns to fate. End of section 94. Section 95 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Storm, Minerva's Petition. Pallas, a goddess chaste and wise, descending lately from the skies, to Neptune went, and begg'd in form he'd give his orders for a storm to drown that rascal Hort, and she would kindly thank him for't. A wretch whom English roads, to spite her, had lately honour'd with a mitre. The god who favour'd her request assured her he would do his best, but Venus had been there before, pleaded the bishop loved a whore, and had enlarged her empire wide, he own'd no deity beside. At sea or land, if e'er you found him, without a mistress hang or drown him. Since Burnet's death, the bishop's bench, till Hort arrived, near kept a wench. If Hort must sink, she grieves to tell it, she'll not have left one single prelate. For, to say truth, she did intend him elect of Cyprus in commendam, And since her birth the ocean gave her, she could not doubt her uncle's favour. Then Proteus urged the same request, but half in earnest, half in jest. Said he, "Great sovereign of the main, to drown him all attempts are vain. Hort can assume more forms than I, a rake, a bully, pimp, or spy. Can creep, or run, or fly, or swim, all motions are alike to him. Turn him adrift, and you shall find he knows to sail with every wind. Or throw him overboard, he'll ride as well against as with the tide. But, Pallas, you've applied too late, for 'tis decreed by Jove and fate that Ireland must be soon destroyed, and who but Hort can be employed? You need not then have been so pert in sending Bolton to Clonfert. I found you did it by your grinning, your business is to mind your spinning. But how you came to interpose in making bishops no one knows, or who regarded your report, for never were you seen at court. And if you must have your petition, there's Berkeley in the same condition. Look, there he stands, and 'tis but just, if one must drown, the other must. But if you leave us Bishop Judas, we'll give you Berkeley for Bermudas. Now, if 'twill gratify your spite to put him in a plaguy fright, although 'tis hardly worth the cost, you soon shall see him soundly tossed. You'll find him swear, blaspheme, and damn, and every moment take a dram. His ghastly visage with an air of reprobation and despair. Or else some hiding hole he seeks, for fear the rest should say he squeaks. Or, as Fitzpatrick did before, resolve to perish with his whore. Or else he raves, and roars, and swears, and, but for shame, would say his prayers. Or would you see his spirit sink, relaxing downwards in a stink? If such a sight as this can please ye, good Madam Pallas, pray be easy. To Neptune speak, and he'll consent, but he'll come back the knave he went. The goddess, who conceived a hope that Hort was destined to a rope, believed it best to condescend to spare a foe, to save a friend. But fearing Berkeley might be scarred, she left him virtue for a guard. End of Section 95. Section 96 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ode on Science. O heavenly born in deepest dells, in fairest science ever dwells. Beneath the mossy cave, indulge the verdure of the woods, with azure beauty gild the floods, and flowery carpets lave. For melancholy ever reigns, delighted in the sylvan scenes, with scientific light, while Dian, huntress of the vales, seeks lulling sounds and fanning gales, though rapt from mortal sight. Yet goddess yet the way explore, with magic rites and heathen lore, obstructed and depress'd, till wisdom give the sacred nine, untaught, not uninspired, to shine, by reason's power redress'd. When Solon and Lycurgus taught to moralize the human thought, of mad opinion's maze, to erring zeal they gave new laws, thy charms, O Liberty, the cause that blends congenial rays. Bid bright Astrea gild the morn, or bid 100 suns be born, to hecatome the year. Without thy aid in vain the poles, in vain the zodiac system rolls, in vain the lunar sphere. Come, fairest princess of the throng, bring sweet philosophy along, in metaphysic dreams, while raptured bards no more behold a vernal age of purer gold, in Heliconian streams. Drive thraldom with malignant hand, to curse some other destined land, by folly led astray. Ierne bear on azure wing, energic let her soar and sing thy universal sway. So when Amphion bade the lyre to more majestic sound aspire, behold the madding throng, in wonder and oblivion drown'd, to sculpture turn'd by magic sound and petrifying song. End of Section 96. Section 97 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A young lady's complaint for the stay of the Dean in England. Blow, ye zephyrs, gentle gales, gently fill the swelling sails. Neptune, with thy trident long, trident three-forked, trident strong. And ye Nereids fair and gay, fairer than the rose in May. Nereids living in deep caves, gently wash'd with gentle waves. Nereids Neptune lull asleep, ruffling storms and ruffled deep. All around in pompous state on this richer Argo wait. Argo, bring my golden fleece, Argo, bring him to his Greece. Will Cadenus longer stay? Come, Cadenus, come away. Come with all the haste of love, come unto thy turtle dove. The ripened cherry on the tree hangs and only hangs for thee. Luscious peaches, mellow pears, carries with her yellow ears, and the grape both red and white, grape inspiring just delight. All are ripe and courting sue to be plucked and pressed by you. Pinks have lost their blooming red, mourning hang their drooping head. Every flower languid seems, wants the colour of thy beams. Beams of wondrous force and power, beams reviving every flower. Come, Cadenus, bless once more, bless again thy native shore, bless again this drooping isle, make its weeping beauties smile. Beauties that thine absence mourn, beauties wishing thy return. Come, Cadenus, come with haste, come before the winter's blast, swifter than the lightning fly, or I, like Vanessa, die. End of section 97. Section 98 of The Poems of Jonathan Swift, Volume 1, by Jonathan Swift. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the Death of Dr. Swift, written in November 1731. As Rochefoucauld his maxims drew from nature, I believe 'em true. They argue no corrupted mind in him, the fault is in mankind. This maxim, more than all the rest, is thought too base for human breast. In all distresses of our friends, we first consult our private ends, while nature, kindly bent to ease us, points out some circumstance to please us. If this perhaps your patience move, let reason and experience prove. We all behold with envious eyes our equal raised above our size. Who would not at a crowded show stand high himself, keep others low? I love my friend as well as you, but why should he obstruct my view? Then let me have the higher post, suppose it but an inch at most. If in battle you should find one whom you love of all mankind, had some heroic action done, a champion kill'd, or trophy won, rather than thus be overtopp'd, would you not wish his laurels cropp'd? Dear honest Ned is in the gout, lies rack'd with pain, and you without. How patiently you hear him groan, how glad the case is not your own! What poet would not grieve to see his brethren right as well as he? But rather than they should excel, he'd wish his rivals all in hell. Her end when emulation misses, she turns to envy, stings and hisses. The strongest friendship yields to pride, unless the odds be on our side. Vain humankind, fantastic race, thy various follies who can trace? Self-love, ambition, envy, pride, their empire in our hearts divide. Give others riches, power, and station, 'tis all on me an usurpation. I have no title to aspire, yet when you sink, I seem the higher. In Pope I cannot read a line, but with a sigh I wish it mine. When he can in one couplet fix more sense than I can do in 6, it gives me such a jealous fit, I cry, pox take him and his wit. I grieve to be outdone by Gay in my own humorous biting way. Arbuthnot is no more my friend, who dares to irony pretend, which I was born to introduce, refined it first, and shew'd its use. St. John, as well as Pulteney, knows that I had some repute for prose, and till they drove me out of date, could maul a minister of state. If they have mortified my pride, and made me throw my pen aside, if with such talents heaven has bless'd 'em, have I not reason to detest 'em? To all my foes, dear Fortune, send thy gifts, but never to my friend.
I tamely can endure the first, but this with envy makes me burst. This much may serve by way of proem. Proceed we therefore to our poem. The time is not remote, when I must, by the course of nature, die; when, I foresee, my special friends will try to find their private ends; though it is hardly understood which way my death can do them good. Yet thus methinks I hear 'em speak: "See how the Dean begins to break! Poor gentleman, he droops apace, you plainly find it in his face. That old vertigo in his head will never leave him till he's dead. Besides, his memory decays, he recollects not what he says. He cannot call his friends to mind, forgets the place where last he dined, plies you with stories o'er and o'er, he told them 50 times before. How does he fancy we can sit to hear his out of fashioned wit? But he takes up with younger folks, who for his wine will bear his jokes. Faith, he must make his stories shorter, or change his comrades once a quarter. In half the time he talks them round, there must another set be found. For poetry he's past his prime, he takes an hour to find a rhyme. His fire is out, his wit decay'd, his fancy sunk, his muse a jade. I'd have him throw away his pen, but there's no talking to some men. And then their tenderness appears by adding largely to my ears: "He's older than he would be reckon'd, and well remembers Charles the Second. He hardly drinks a pint of wine, and that, I doubt, is no good sign. His stomach too begins to fail. Last year we thought him strong and hale, but now he's quite another thing. I wish he may hold out till spring." Then hug themselves, and reason thus: "It is not yet so bad with us." In such a case they talk in tropes, and by their fears express their hopes. Some great misfortune to portend, no enemy can match a friend. With all the kindness they profess, the merit of a lucky guess, when daily howdies come of course, and servants answer worse and worse, would please 'em better than to tell that God be praised, the Dean is well. Then he who prophesied the best approves his foresight to the rest: "You know I always fear'd the worst, and often told you so at first." He'd rather choose that I should die, than his prediction prove a lie. No one foretells I shall recover, but all agree to give me over. Yet should some neighbour feel a pain just in the parts where I complain, how many a message would he send, what hearty prayers that I should mend, inquire what regimen I kept, what gave me ease, and how I slept, and more lament when I was dead, than all the snivellers round my bed. My good companions, never fear, for though you may mistake a year, though your prognostics run too fast, they must be verified at last. Behold the fatal day arrive! How is the Dean? He's just alive. Now the departing prayer is read, he hardly breathes, the Dean is dead. Before the passing bell begun, the news through half the town has run. Oh, may we all for death prepare! What has he left, and who's his heir? I know no more than what the news is, 'tis all bequeathed to public uses. To public use, a perfect whim! What had the public done for him? Mere envy, avarice, and pride, he gave it all, but first he died. And had the Dean in all the nation no worthy friend, no poor relation? So ready to do strangers good, forgetting his own flesh and blood? Now Grub Street wits are all employ'd, with elegies the town is cloy'd, some paragraph in every paper, to curse the Dean or bless the Drapier. The doctors tender of their fame wisely on me lay all the blame. We must confess his case was nice, but he would never take advice. Had he been ruled, for aught appears, he might have lived these 20 years, for when we open'd him we found that all his vital parts were sound. From Dublin soon to London spread, 'tis told at court, the Dean is dead. Kind Lady Suffolk in the spleen runs laughing up to tell the Queen. The Queen, so gracious, mild, and good, cries, "Is he gone? 'Tis time he should. He's dead, you say? Why, let him rot. I'm glad the medals were forgot. I promised him, I own, but when? I only was a princess then. But now, as consort of a king, you know 'tis quite a different thing." Now Charters at Sir Robert's levee tells with a sneer the tidings heavy. "Why, he is dead without his shoes," cries Bob. I'm sorry for the news. Oh, were the wretch but living still, and in his place my good friend Will, or had a mitre on his head, provided Bolingbroke were dead. Now curl his shop from rubbish drains 3 genuine tomes of Swift's remains, and then to make them pass the glibber, revised by Tybalds, Moore, and Kibber. He'll treat me as he does my betters, publish my will, my life, my letters, revive the libels born to die, which Pope must bear as well as I. Here shift the scene to represent how those I love my death lament. Poor Pope will grieve a month, and Gay a week, and Arbuthnot a day. St. John himself will scarce forbear to bite his pen and drop a tear. The rest will give a shrug and cry, I'm sorry, but we all must die. Indifference, clad in wisdom's guise, all fortitude of mind supplies. For how can stony bowels melt in those who never pity felt? When we are lashed, they kiss the rod, resigning to the will of God. The fools, my juniors by a year, are tortured with suspense and fear, who wisely thought my age a screen, when death approach'd to stand between. The screen removed, their hearts are trembling, they mourn for me without dissembling. My female friends, whose tender hearts have better learn'd to act their parts, receive the news in doleful dumps. The Dean is dead, and what is trumps? Then Lord have mercy on his soul. Ladies, I'll venture for the vole. 6 deans, they say, must bear the pall. I wish I knew what king to call. Madam, your husband will attend the funeral of so good a friend. No, madam, 'tis a shocking sight, and he's engaged to-morrow night. My Lady Club would take it ill if he should fail her at quadrille. He loved the Dean, I lead a heart, but dearest friends, they say must part. His time was come, he ran his race, we hope he's in a better place. Why do we grieve that friends should die? No loss more easy to supply. 1 year is past, a different scene, no further mention of the Dean, who now, alas, no more is missed than if he never did exist. Where's now this favourite of Apollo, departed, and his works must follow, must undergo the common fate, his kind of wit is out of date. Some country squire to Lintot goes, inquires for Swift in verse and prose. Says Lintot, I have heard the name, he died a year ago. The same. He searches all the shop in vain. Sir, you may find them in Duck Lane. I sent them with a load of books last Monday to the pastry cooks, to fancy they could live a year. I find you but a stranger here. The Dean was famous in his time, he had a kind of knack at rhyme. His way of writing now is past, the town has got a better taste. I keep no antiquated stuff, but spick and span I have enough. Pray do but give me leave to show 'em. Here's Colley's Kipper's birthday poem. This ode you never yet have seen, by Stephen Duck upon the Queen. Then here's a letter finely penned against the craftsman and his friend. It clearly shows that all reflection on ministers is disaffection. Next here's Sir Robert's vindication, and Mr. Henley's last oration. The hawkers have not got them yet. Your honour please to buy a set? Here's Woolston's Tracts, the 12th edition. 'Tis read by every politician. The country members, when in town, to all their boroughs send them down. You never met a thing so smart, the courtiers have them all by heart. Those maids of honour who can read, are taught to use them for their creed. The reverend author's good intention has been rewarded with a pension. He does an honour to his gown, by bravely running priestcraft down. He shows, as sure as God's in Gloucester, that Moses was a grand impostor, that all his miracles were cheats, performed as jugglers do their feats. The church had never such a writer, a shame he has not got a mitre. Suppose me dead, and then suppose a club assembled at the Rose, where, from discourse of this and that, I grow the subject of their chat. And while they toss my name about, with favour some and some without, one quite indifferent in the cause my character impartial draws. The Dean, if we believe report, was never ill received at court. As for his works in verse and prose, I own myself no judge of those, nor can I tell what critics thought him, but this I know, all people bought him. As with a moral view designed to cure the vices of mankind, and if he often missed his aim, the world must own it to their shame, the praise is his, and theirs the blame.
Sir, I have heard another story, he was a most confounded Tory, and grew, or he is much belied, extremely dull before he died.
Can we the Drapier then forget? Is not our nation in his debt?
'Twas he that writ the Drapier's letters, he should have left them for his betters. We had 100 abler men, nor need depend upon his pen. Say what you will about his reading, you never can defend his breeding, who in his satires running riot could never leave the world in quiet, attacking, when he took the whim, court, city, camp, all one to him. But why should he, except the slobbert, offend our patriot, great Sir Robert, whose counsels aid the sovereign power to save the nation every hour? What scenes of evil he unravels in satires, libels, lying travels, not sparing his own clergy cloth, but eats into it like a moth.
His vein ironically grave exposed the fool and lashed the knave. To steal a hint was never known, but what he writ was all his own.
He never thought an honour done him, because a duke was proud to own him, would rather slip aside and choose to talk with wits in dirty shoes. Despised the fools with stars and garters, so often seen caressing charters. He never courted men in station, nor persons held in admiration. Of no man's greatness was afraid, because he sought for no man's aid. Though trusted long in great affairs, he gave himself no haughty airs, without regarding private ends, spent all his credit for his friends, and only chose the wise and good, no flatterers, no allies in blood, but succoured virtue in distress, and seldom failed of good success, as numbers in their hearts must own, who but for him had been unknown. With princes kept a due decorum, but never stood in awe before 'em. He followed David's lesson just, in princes never put thy trust. And would you make him truly sour, provoke him with a slave in power, the Irish Senate if you named, with what impatience he declaimed. Fair liberty was all his cry, for her he stood prepared to die, for her he boldly stood alone, for her he oft exposed his own. 2 kingdoms, just as faction led, had set a prince upon his head, but not a traitor could be found to sell him for 600 pound. Had he but spared his tongue and pen, he might have rose like other men, but power was never in his thought, and wealth he valued not a groat. Ingratitude he often found, and pitied those who meant the wound, but kept the tenor of his mind to merit well of humankind, nor made a sacrifice of those who still were true to please his foes. He labour'd many a fruitless hour to reconcile his friends in power, saw mischief by a faction brewing, while they pursued each other's ruin. But finding vain was all his care, he left the court in mere despair. And oh, how short are human schemes! Here ended all our golden dreams. What St. John's skill in state affairs, what Ormond's valour, Oxford's cares, to save their sinking country lent, was all destroyed by one event. Too soon that precious life was ended, on which alone our weal depended, when up a dangerous faction starts, with wrath and vengeance in their hearts, by solemn league and covenant bound, to ruin, slaughter, and confound, to turn religion to a fable, and make the government a Babel, pervert the laws, disgrace the gown, corrupt the senate, rob the crown, to sacrifice old England's glory, and make her infamous in story. When such a tempest shook the land, how could unguarded virtue stand? With horror, grief, despair, the Dean beheld the dire destructive scene. His friends in exile or the Tower, himself within the frown of power, pursued by base envenom'd pens, far to the land of slaves and fens. A servile race in folly nursed, who truckle most when treated worst. By innocence and resolution he bore continual persecution, while numbers to preferment rose, whose merits were to be his foes, when even his own familiar friends, intent upon their private ends, like renegadoes now he feels against him lifting up their heels. The Dean did by his pen defeat an infamous destructive cheat, taught fools their interest how to know, and gave them arms to ward the blow. Envy has own'd it was his doing to save that hapless land from ruin, while they who at the steerage stood, and reap'd the profits, sought his blood. To save them from their evil fate, in him was held a crime of state. A wicked monster on the bench, whose fury blood could never quench, as vile and profligate a villain as modern Scroggs or old Tressilian, who long all justice had discarded, nor fear'd the God nor man regarded, vow'd on the Dean his rage to vent, and make him of his zeal repent. But Heaven his innocence defends, the grateful people stand his friends. Not strains of law, nor judges' frown, nor topics brought to please the crown, nor witness hired, nor jury pick'd, prevail'd to bring him in convict. In exile with a steady heart, he spent his life's declining part, where folly, pride, and faction sway, remote from St. John, Pope, and Gay. Alas, poor Dean! his only scope was to be held a misanthrope. This into general odium drew him, which, if he liked, much good may do him. His zeal was not to lash our crimes, but discontent against the times. For had we made him timely offers, to raise his post or fill his coffers, perhaps he might have truckled down, like other brethren of his gown. For party he would scarce have bled, I say no more, because he's dead. What writings has he left behind? I hear they're of a different kind. A few in verse, but most in prose. Some high-flown pamphlets, I suppose, all scribbled in the worst of times, to palliate his friend Oxford's crimes, to praise Queen Anne, nay more defend her, as never favouring the Pretender, or libels yet concealed from sight, against the court to show his spite. Perhaps his Travels, part the third, a lie at every second word, offensive to a loyal ear, but not one sermon, you may swear. His friendships there, to few confined, were always of the middling kind. No fools of rank, a mongrel breed, who fain would pass for lords indeed. Where titles give no right or power, and peerage is a wither'd flower, he would have held it a disgrace, if such a wretch had known his face. On rural squires, that kingdom's bane, he vented oft his wrath in vain. Biennial squires to market brought, who sell their souls and votes for nought. The nation stripped go joyful back, to blank the church their tenants rack. Go snacks with rogues and rapparees, and keep the peace to pick up fees. In every job to have a share, a gaol or barrack to repair, and turn the tax for public roads, commodious to their own abodes. Perhaps I may allow the Dean had too much satire in his vein, and seemed determined not to starve it, because no age could more deserve it. Yet malice never was his aim, he lash'd the vice, but spared the name. No individual could resent, where thousands equally were meant. His satire points at no defect, but what all mortals may correct. For he abhorr'd that senseless tribe, who call'd it humour when they jibe. He spared a hump or crooked nose, whose owners set not up for beaux. True genuine dulness moved his pity, unless it offered to be witty. Those who their ignorance confess'd, he ne'er offended with a jest, but laugh'd to hear an idiot quote a verse from Horace learn'd by rote. Vice, if it e'er can be abash'd, must be ridiculed or lash'd. If you resent it, who's to blame? He neither knew you nor your name. Should vice expect to 'scape rebuke, because its owner is a duke? He knew 100 pleasant stories, with all the turns of Whigs and Tories, was cheerful to his dying day, and friends would let him have his way. He gave the little wealth he had to build a house for fools and mad, and show'd by one satiric touch no nation wanted it so much. That kingdom he hath left his debtor, I wish it soon may have a better. And since you dread no farther lashes, methinks you may forgive his ashes. End of Section 98.